Hello, dear friends. Today we will read the memoirs of Otto Carius, a German tank ace from World War II. He destroyed more than 150 enemy tanks and self-propelled guns, one of the highest scores of World War II, along with another German tank battlemaster, Michael Wittmann. Karius fought in LT-VZ-38, Pz.VI Tiger, and Jagdtiger self-propelled guns. An amazing journey awaits us, where we will not only hear descriptions of tank battles, but the author of the memoirs will also tell us about the technical features of the Tiger and its combat qualities. Don't forget to leave your opinion about this material and support this video with a like. Well, let's begin. I stood at the compartment window and looked back at the Hart Mountains as the train ticked away the kilometers eastward across the flat terrain of the Rhine. It seemed as if this vessel had left its safe harbor and was sailing into the unknown. From time to time, I still checked to make sure my draft card was in my pocket. It read, Posen, 104th Reserve Battalion. Infantry, Queen of the Fields. I was the odd one out in this circle, and I suppose I couldn't blame anyone for not taking me seriously. Strictly speaking, it was quite understandable. My candidacy had been rejected twice after being called up. Currently unfit for active service due to insufficient weight. Twice I swallowed and secretly wiped away bitter tears. God, no one asks what you weigh at the front. Our armies had already crossed Poland in an unprecedented victorious march. Just a few days ago, France began to feel the paralyzing blows of our weapons. My father was there. At the beginning of the war, he put on his military uniform again. This meant that my mother would now have very little to do around the house when she was allowed to return to our home on the border. And for the first time, I had to celebrate my 18th birthday on my own in Poznan. Only then did I realize how much I owed to my parents, who had given me a happy youth. When would I be able to return home, sit down at the piano, or pick up my cello or violin? Just a few months ago, I wanted to devote myself to studying music. Then I changed my mind and became interested in mechanical engineering. For the same reason, I volunteered for the Army, specializing in anti-tank self-propelled guns. But in the spring of 1940, they didn't need volunteers at all. I was assigned to the infantry. But that wasn't bad either. The main thing was that I was accepted. After a while, our compartment became quiet. No doubt everyone had something to think about. Thoughts swarmed in our heads. The long hours of our journey certainly provided the most favorable opportunity for this. By the time we disembarked in Poznan with sore legs and back pain, we were quite happy to have been spared this time for self-reflection. We were met by a group from the 104th Reserve Infantry Battalion. We were ordered to march in step and were taken to the garrison. The barracks for conscripts were certainly not luxurious. The barracks were not spacious enough, and besides me, there were 40 other people there. There was no time to think about the high duty of defending the fatherland. The struggle for survival with the old-timers began. They looked at us as if we were annoying outsiders. My situation was practically hopeless. A beardless youngster. Since only thick stubble was a clear sign of true manhood, I had to defend myself from the very beginning. The envy of others over the fact that I only had to shave once a week only made the situation worse. Our training was designed to get on my nerves. I often thought of my Ludwig Maximilian University when the drills and formations reached a critical point, or when we were floundering in the mud on the training ground during field exercises. I later learned why such training was necessary. I had to use the skills I had acquired in Posen many times to get out of dangerous situations. However, after only a few hours, all the suffering was forgotten. Soon, there was no trace left of the hatred we felt towards the service, our superiors, and our own stupidity during training. The main thing was that we were all convinced that everything we did had a specific purpose. Any nation can consider itself lucky if it has a young generation that gives its all to the country and fights as selflessly as the Germans did in both wars. No one has the right to reproach us after the war, even though we abused the ideals that filled us. Let us hope that the current generation will be spared the disappointment that we were destined to experience. Better still, if a time were to come when no country needed any soldiers because eternal peace had been established. My dream in Poznan was to complete my basic training as an infantryman and smell like a rose. This dream turned into disappointment, mainly because of the marches. They started at 15 kilometers, increased by 5 kilometers each week, and reached 50. It was an unwritten rule that all recruits with higher education were given a machine gun to carry. Apparently, they wanted to test me, the smallest in the unit, to find out the limits of my willpower and whether I could successfully endure the test. Not surprisingly, when I returned to the garrison one day, I had a sprained ligament and a festering blister the size of a small egg. I was unable to continue demonstrating my prowess as an infantryman in Posen, but soon we were transferred to Darmstadt. The proximity to home suddenly made life in the barracks less burdensome, and the prospect of discharge at the end of the week made it even more bearable. I think I behaved quite confidently when one day the company commander began selecting 12 volunteers for the tank corps. Only auto mechanics were supposed to be taken, but with a benevolent smile, I was allowed to join the dozen volunteers. The old man was probably glad to get rid of the runt. However, I did not make a fully conscious decision. My father allowed me to join any branch of the military, even the Air Force, but he categorically forbade me from joining the tank forces. In his mind, he probably already saw me burning in a tank and suffering terrible torment. And despite all this, I put on a black tank uniform. However, I never regretted this step, and if I had to become a soldier again, the tank corps would be my only choice. I had no doubt about that. I became a recruit again when I joined the 7th Tank Battalion in Feiningen. My tank commander was Sergeant August Deller, a huge man and a good soldier. I was the loader. We were all filled with pride when we received our Czechoslovakian Tank 38T. We felt practically invincible with our 37mm gun and 2 Czechoslovakian-made machine guns. We admired the armor, not yet understanding that it was only moral protection for us. If necessary, it could only shield us from bullets fired from small arms. We learned the basics of tank combat at the training ground in Putlos, Holstein, where we went for live firing exercises. In October 1940, the 21st Tank Regiment was formed in Feigen. Shortly before the start of the Russian campaign, it became part of the 20th Tank Division during exercises at the Ohrdruf training ground. Our training consisted of joint exercises with infantry units. When we were given our basic rations in the form of an untouchable reserve in June 1941, we realized that something was about to happen. There were various assumptions about where we were going to be deployed until we moved in the direction of East Prussia. And although the peasants of East Prussia whispered this and that to us, we still believed that we had been sent to the border to maintain security. This version was an illusion formed during our training in Putlos, where we practiced on tanks moving underwater, so we tended to think that England would be our enemy. Now we were in East Prussia, and no longer tormented by uncertainty. We advanced to the border on June 21st. After receiving instructions on the current situation, we finally learned what our role would be. Everyone pretended to be calm, although inside we were all extremely excited. The tension became simply unbearable. Our hearts were ready to burst out of our chests when we heard squadrons of bombers and Stuka dive bombers roaring over our division in an easterly direction. We were located on the edge of a forest south of Calvaria. Our commander had installed a regular radio receiver on his tank. On it, we heard the official announcement of the start of the Russian campaign 5 minutes before the hour. With the exception of a few officers and non-commissioned officers, none of us had yet participated in combat operations. Until then, we had only heard real gunfire at the training ground. We trusted the old soldiers who had iron crosses and combat decorations, and they remained completely calm. Everyone else had stomach and bladder problems. We expected the Russians to open fire at any moment, but everything remained calm, and, to our relief, we received the order to attack. In the footsteps of Napoleon. We broke through the border posts southwest of Calvaria when, after a 120-kilometer march along the road, we reached Olita in the evening. We already felt like veterans. And yet we still felt joy when we finally stopped, because our senses had been heightened to the limit during the march. We kept our weapons at the ready. Everyone was at their post. As I was the loader, I had the most disadvantageous position. Not only could I not see anything, but I couldn't even stick my nose out for some fresh air. The heat in our vehicle became almost unbearable. Every barn we approached caused us some excitement, but they all turned out to be empty. With extraordinary curiosity, I waited for our tank commander to tell us what he had seen. We were excited by his report of the first dead Russian he had seen, and we eagerly awaited our first combat contact with the Russians. But nothing of the sort happened. Since our battalion was not the vanguard, we could only expect such contact if the vanguard was stopped. We reached the first destination of our journey that day, the airfield in Olita, without incident. Happy, we took off our dusty uniforms and were glad when we finally found water to wash ourselves properly. "It's not bad fighting here," said the commander of our tank, Sergeant Deller, with a chuckle after once again pulling his head out of a bucket of water. It seemed like there would be no end to this washing. A year earlier, he had been in France. The thought of this gave me confidence, because I was entering combat for the first time, excited, but also a little afraid. We literally had to dig our weapons out of the mud. In a real battle, we wouldn't have been able to fire them. We cleaned everything until it shone and looked forward to dinner. "Those flyers did a great job here," remarked our radio operator, who was cleaning his weapon. He was looking toward the edge of the forest, where Russian planes had been caught on the ground during the first Luftwaffe raids. We took off our uniforms and felt as if we had been reborn. I couldn't help but remember the pictures from the cigarette packs that we had been eagerly collecting for years, and one in particular, bivouac in enemy territory. Suddenly, a rumbling sound spread over our heads. "Damn it!" our commander cursed. He was lying next to me in the mud. But it wasn't enemy fire that angered him, but my clumsiness. I was lying on the crackers from his army ration. It was an unromantic baptism of fire. The Russians were still in the thickets surrounding the airfield. They gathered their scattered units after the initial shock of the day and opened fire on us. Before we realized what was happening, we were back in our tanks. And then we entered our first night battle, as if we had been doing nothing else for years. I was surprised at how calm we all became once we realized the seriousness of what we were doing. We felt like seasoned soldiers when we came to the aid of the tank battle at Oola the next day. We provided support during the crossing of the Neman River. For some reason, we were pleased to realize that our tanks were not the same as the Russians, despite our own minor losses. The offensive continued unhindered. After capturing the Pilsudski Trail, it continued in the direction of Vilnius. After the capture of Vilnius on June 24th, we felt proud and, perhaps, a little overconfident. We considered ourselves participants in significant events. We hardly noticed how exhausted we were from the intense march. But as soon as we stopped, we immediately collapsed and fell asleep like the dead. We didn't really think about what was happening. Could we have stopped this offensive? Few people probably paid attention to the fact that we were following the same road that the great French Emperor Napoleon had once traveled. On that very same day and hour, 129 years ago, he gave exactly the same order to attack to other soldiers who were accustomed to victory. Was this strange coincidence accidental? Or did Hitler want to prove that he would not make the same mistakes as the great Corsican? In any case, we soldiers believed in our abilities and in luck. And it's a good thing we couldn't see into the future. Instead, we only had the will to rush forward and end the war as soon as possible. The people of Lithuania welcomed us enthusiastically everywhere we went. The locals saw us as liberators. We were shocked to see that Jewish shops had been ransacked and destroyed everywhere before our arrival. We thought that such a thing was only possible during Kristallnacht in Germany. We were outraged and condemned the fury of the mob. But we didn't have time to dwell on it. The offensive continued unabated. Until the beginning of July, we were engaged in reconnaissance and rapidly advanced towards the Duna River, Dvina, Daugava. We had orders to move forward, and only forward, day and night, around the clock. The drivers were asked to do the impossible. Soon, I was sitting in the driver's seat to give our exhausted comrade a couple of hours of rest. If only there hadn't been that unbearable dust. We wrapped cloth around our noses and mouths so we could breathe in the clouds of dust hanging over the road. We had long since removed the viewing devices from the armor so we could see something. The dust, as fine as flour, penetrated everywhere. Our sweat-soaked clothes stuck to our bodies, and a thick layer of dust covered us from head to toe. With enough water that was at least somewhat drinkable, the situation would have been more or less bearable. But drinking was forbidden because the wells could have been poisoned. We jumped out of the vehicles at stops and looked for puddles. After removing the green layer from the surface of the puddle, we moistened our lips with water. That way we could hold out a little longer. Our offensive was moving in the direction of Minsk. We engaged in combat north of the city. There was the first major encirclement, the Berezina was crossed, and the offensive continued towards Vitebsk. The pace of movement did not slow down. Now there were problems with maintaining uninterrupted supplies. The infantry units could not keep up, no matter how hard they tried. No one cared about the areas on either side of the highway. And there were partisans hiding there, whom we would learn about later. Our field kitchens soon fell hopelessly behind as well. Army bread became a rare delicacy. And although there was an abundance of poultry, the monotonous menu soon became tiresome. Our mouths watered at the thought of bread and potatoes. But advancing soldiers, who hear the fanfare of victory reports on the radio, don't take anything too seriously. On July 8th, we were hit. For the first time, I had to get out of a damaged vehicle. It happened near the completely burned village of Oola. Our engineering units had built a pontoon bridge next to the blown-up bridge across the Dvina. That was where we wedged ourselves into position along the Dvina. They disabled our vehicle right at the edge of the forest on the other side of the river. It happened in the blink of an eye. A blow to our tank, a metallic screech, a comrade's piercing scream, and that was it. A large piece of armor wedged itself next to the radio operator's seat. We didn't need anyone's orders to get out. And only when I jumped out, clutching my face with my hand, did I discover in the roadside ditch that I had also been hit. Our radio operator had lost his left arm. We cursed the fragile and inflexible Czech steel, which was no match for the Russian 45mm anti-tank gun. The fragments of our own armor plates and mounting bolts caused more damage than the shrapnel and the shell itself. My knocked-out teeth soon ended up in the trash can of the medical station. The shrapnel that had pierced my face remained there until the first rays of the sun the next day and came out on its own, as predicted. I hitchhiked back to the front. Burning villages showed me the way. I met up with my company just before Vitebsk. The burning city painted the night sky blood red. After we took Vitebsk the next day, we had the feeling that the war was just beginning. Offensive, defense, suppression of resistance, and pursuit followed one another. The events of 3 weeks were marked in my diary with only a few lines. July 11th to July 16th. Offensive through Demidov-Dukovshchina in the direction of Yartsevo, Smolensk-Moscow Highway, with the aim of encircling enemy forces in the Vitebsk-Smolensk area. Battle for the crossing over the Dnieper at Rachin. July 17th to July 24th. Defensive battle for Yartsevo and at the Vyp River. Defensive battle on the Vyp-Votria line. Battle with the aim of destroying the encircled enemy forces in the Smolensk pocket. From July 25th to July 26th. Pursuit along the upper reaches of the Dvina. From July 27th to August 4th. Defensive battle near Yelnya and Smolensk. Defensive battle near the Vyp River before the Belev checkpoint. Behind this list of bare facts lie hardships that can only be understood by those who were there. For those who were not there, this list only suggests exaggeration. Therefore, I believe I can allow myself not to comment further, especially since I can only convey my impressions from the point of view of a loader. And a loader is in a position that does not allow him to get a general idea of the operations being carried out. Each of us proved ourselves and tasted all the hardships to the fullest. We were convinced that success was only possible if everyone gave their all. Despite this, we sometimes cursed our commanders, some of whom neglected their duties and acted irresponsibly. After a sweltering day of fighting, when our parched throats waited in vain for water, we cursed the day when we learned that our battalion commander had ordered a bath for himself using the water prepared for our coffee. This outrageous behavior by the commander was beyond our comprehension. But the thought of our commander washing himself gave us such fertile ground for crude soldier jokes that soon this incident came to be seen as nothing more than a curiosity. The first T-34. Another event hit us like a ton of bricks. The first Russian T-34 tanks appeared. The amazement was complete. How could it be that those at the top didn't know about the existence of this superb tank? The T-34 with its good armor, ideal shape, and magnificent 76.2 millimeter long-barreled gun, struck fear into everyone, and all German tanks feared it until the end of the war. What were we to do with these monsters thrown at us in such numbers? At that time, the 37 millimeter cannon was still our most powerful anti-tank weapon. With luck, we could hit the T-34's turret and jam it. With even more luck, the tank would then be unable to fight effectively. Of course, it wasn't a very promising situation. The only way out was the 88 millimeter anti-aircraft gun. With its help, it was possible to act effectively even against this new Russian tank. Therefore, we began to treat the anti-aircraft gunners with the utmost respect, whereas before we had only given them condescending smiles. The Ivans, as if sensing our predicament, launched their first attack in our sector with their "Hurrah! Hurrah!" At first, we thought that our infantry was attacking with cries of "Hurrah!" However, we soon learned that the opposite was true. Since Moscow was considered to be almost in our hands, we began to suspect that we could no longer count on a quick end to this campaign. Therefore, I had mixed feelings when, on August 4, 1941, I received an order to depart for Erlangen to the 25th Tank Reserve Battalion. 3 days earlier, the insignia of a non-commissioned officer had appeared on my uniform. In Erlangen, we took a test to obtain a license to drive a truck and a tank. Immediately after that, we arrived in Wunsdorf, near Berlin, to undergo officer candidate training. On February 2, 1942, I was informed that I did not meet the requirements for this training course. Like Gert Meyer and Klaus Waldenmeyer from our platoon, I did not take this seriously. Besides, there was one question I could not ask. I thought I had an opportunity to confide my doubts to the blackboard, but my superiors did not find the question, "Are reserve officers human?" amusing at all. So, we were still non-commissioned officers and officer candidates when we left the training course. Strictly speaking, we weren't too upset about it. After all, the newly minted lieutenants had to serve in reserve units, while we were immediately sent back to our former regiment. We were dismissed with words of encouragement. Our supervising officer, whom we all adored because he was a real personality and took his duties to heart, said in parting that he was confident we would soon achieve our goal at the front. There, he said, it would be much easier for us to prove that we were worthy of becoming officers. I still remember him today. I congratulated the Bundeswehr on its good fortune when I learned that Oberst Philipp had become commander of the training regiment in Andernach, back in the old company. We found the 21st Regiment in its winter positions in Gzhatsk. It had been terribly depleted. Only one company was still equipped with tanks. All the other vehicles had been destroyed in battle during the shameful retreat in the winter of 1941/42. "We've been waiting for you," our comrades greeted me. "Well, show us what they taught you." They smiled conspiratorially, and we sensed that something was afoot. We were given the task of changing the snow removal team. It consisted of clearing the road in front of the tanks during combat operations so that they would not get stuck. In the snow, in our black uniforms, in front of the tanks themselves. What a job! Contrary to expectations, everything went smoothly. Besides, we were, of course, in a better position than our comrades, who, in their tank uniforms, had to act as infantrymen. We looked with envy at how well equipped the Ivans were compared to us. We experienced real happiness when several replacement tanks finally arrived from deep behind the lines. The 10th Company was completely re-equipped, and I was able to take command of my platoon. From March to the end of June 1942, we were bogged down in defensive battles with the Russians around the positions we had occupied since winter near Gzhatsk and east of Vyazma. Then we were transferred to the Sychevka area, where we took part in defensive battles east of Belaya. During this battle, I was recommended for a promotion, but a few days later, something happened that almost cost me my new epaulettes. My platoon was positioned along a forest path. "What a great spot," my driver rightly remarked. We couldn't be seen from the front or the rear. There were trees and bushes everywhere. No man's land began on the other side of the path. An anti-tank gun was positioned nearby, slightly to the side. We were accompanied by infantrymen. The drivers and loaders of my 4 tanks had just left to get some meat. My thoughts were already on food when the shooting started and the Russians attacked. Half of the crews were absent. None of the tanks were ready for battle. I panicked, slid into the driver's seat, and backed out of the thicket. The other tanks in my platoon followed me, thinking that radio communication had failed. They were following the rules, which said that in cases like this, they should do what the platoon commander did. After driving a few hundred meters, I realized what I had done. The anti-tank gun crew and a bunch of infantrymen apparently lost their composure when they saw me take off. I quickly turned around and returned to my previous position. The magnificent guys in the rifle cells kept their nerves in check and had already repelled the attack. "Buddy, what kind of heroes are you?" asked the gun commander. "If that's all you can do, you'd better not go to the front at all." I stood there dumbfounded, and all I could do was assure him that it would never happen again. After that incident, I felt uncomfortable for a long time. How easy it was to make a hasty decision, and how serious the consequences could be. Of course, I should have stayed where I was. That became clear after a few minutes. But the mistake was made the moment we started the engines. This episode taught me a valuable lesson, and I always reminded myself of it, especially when I had to make decisions concerning my subordinates. I was happy that I had the opportunity to make amends before our unit was transferred to the area north of Oola. Taking advantage of this opportunity, I could at least wait for a promotion with a clear conscience. However, before I received my promotion, I was destined to become acquainted with a special area of combat operations. For a short time, I became the commander of an engineering platoon at company headquarters. Disaster. We were in our shelters far behind the front line. One morning, the excited commander called out to me, "Hey, Karius, take a look. It's just like in the movies. Just imagine, a newly equipped Luftwaffe field division had just passed our location on its way to the front." I gasped. It was like a fairy tale. From the duffel bags to the guns, everything was brand new. We saw weapons we had only heard about: MG-42 machine guns, 75mm long-barreled anti-tank guns, and other amazing things. We wanted to believe that we would finally be able to completely re-equip our units. Everything that was going to the front guaranteed a peaceful winter in this sector. Our company commander, of course, was eager to take a closer look at all this splendor, and we moved to the front line to reconnoiter the situation. An atmosphere of confident calm prevailed. It seemed as if we were in a training area. The non-commissioned officers wore elegant peaked caps. The soldiers moved slowly and looked bored in their positions. There were absolutely no signs of combat. For this reason, they covered their MG-42 machine guns to keep them from getting dirty. It was simply impossible to persuade our comrades in arms to demonstrate this hitherto unknown marvel to us even once. What would happen if the Russians decided to attack here? Before the weapons were ready for battle, the Russians would take control of the positions. Our fears were soon confirmed. A dull rumble approaching from the northeast woke us up one morning. We strained our ears for a few minutes, after which nothing could keep us in the underground shelters. Outside, a blizzard with stinging snow took our breath away and knocked us off our feet. For the Russians, it was ideal weather for an attack. Without waiting for the alarm, we woke up the company. Our suspicions were confirmed. Soon, a report came in that the Russians had broken through. We found the commander of the Luftwaffe field division at the command post in a state of complete despair. He did not know where his units were. Russian tanks had crushed everything around them before the anti-tank guns had a chance to fire a single shot. The Russians had captured the latest equipment, and the division had scattered in all directions. Fortunately, after a quick initial victory, the enemy immediately stopped. They were afraid of being ambushed. With some effort, our regiment was able to eliminate the breakthrough. It was a real madhouse. When one infantry unit approached the village, people in Luftwaffe uniforms waved to them in greeting. And suddenly, they opened devastating fire. They were Russians and captured winter clothing. After that, we were ordered to shoot at any soldier in Luftwaffe uniform, as it could only be Russians in disguise. Unfortunately, several of our scattered assault groups fell victim to this order. Whenever we heard an MG-42 machine gun rattling in the distance over the next few days and weeks, we could swear on our lives that it was the Russians firing. We never got to try any of them out, and our infantrymen usually had to make do with captured Russian weapons. We were all furious at the thought of the failure of those who entrusted the best weapons to completely inexperienced, poorly trained troops and immediately threw them into the front line. How carefully we treated people and equipment in the following weeks in offensive and defensive battles south of the Belev-Kozelsk-Sukhanichi line. I experienced a particularly unpleasant moment in one of the operations, already as a newly minted lieutenant and commander of a sapper platoon. We were tasked with clearing the area of mines before the tanks could advance. I was incredibly surprised that I only suffered a superficial wound to my arm. After that, I began to appreciate the work of our sappers. I was happy when I was transferred back to my former 1st Company. I saw August Deller, my old tank commander, again. By that time, he had become a sergeant, and, naturally, we rode together in the same platoon. In the operation in which we took part, our battalion suffered the heaviest losses since the beginning of the campaign. The Russians made extensive use of anti-tank rifles, which easily penetrated the armor of our tanks. Our losses were very heavy. Many of our comrades were fatally wounded in their tanks, and the seriously wounded had to be evacuated. We were completely helpless in the night battle. The Russians let us get too close. By the time we noticed them, it was too late to defend ourselves, as it was impossible to use tank sights at night. A feeling of helplessness overwhelmed us. Fortunately, the first T4 tanks with 75mm long-barreled guns and T3 tanks with thicker armor and 50mm long-barreled guns began to arrive in small numbers from the deep rear. It was a glimmer of hope for the possibility of regaining strength, which so often appeared during the war in Russia. After having virtually lost all hope and faith in our own vehicles, we were encouraged again, and this enthusiasm was enough for the last unsuccessful attack on Plovsk and Belev. Meanwhile, January 1943 arrived. I was supposed to take leave to the rear before the upcoming cancellation of leave. On the evening before my departure, August Deller took his tank out of its shelter. It had been dug into the ground to protect it from the bitter cold. Deller walked across the smooth surface in his fur boots and slipped to the front of the vehicle's left track. It caught him, and the driver didn't notice. The rest of the crew shouted, and the tank was stopped immediately. But the track had already run over the upper part of Deller's thigh. He died on the spot without making a sound. I lost one of my best friends. Then I was really ready for leave, and eagerly awaiting my arrival home to my parents' house. But it looked like I wouldn't be able to enjoy my stay there. Soon, a telegram arrived, announcing my transfer to the 500th Training Battalion. Disappointed, I wondered why I couldn't return to my old company. I arrived in Putlos, expecting to have to undergo another course of artillery training. I would have been very happy to return to my old frontline company. That's what I thought until I arrived at headquarters and learned that officers with frontline experience and several companies from the Eastern Front were to undergo training here on a new type of tank, the Tiger. The news spread like wildfire, but no one knew anything specific about it yet. We had the opportunity to see several prototypes of this tank in the final stages of development, but we did not like them very much. Hauptmann Lutikow was to lead the training. I knew him from Russia and did not consider it very kind of him to assign me the responsibility of leading the officers' meeting. Probably there were no other junior officers available. Nevertheless, there was nothing I could do about it. At that time, there was no indication that this job would bring me luck. We went to Paderborn, the location of the 500th Training Battalion, which was later given responsibility for all units with Tigers. I met Captain Schober, the head of the officers' assembly. He had arrived from Russia with his company for retraining. Von Lutikow strictly ordered me to fulfill all of Schober's requests regarding the provision of alcoholic beverages. They were close friends. Schober liked to have a drink or two from time to time. He showed up at my establishment almost every day, as I had to control the scarce supplies. There we got to know each other better and began to respect each other. I had the feeling that he liked me not only because of his particular fondness for French vermouth. We also often spent time in the company of the guys from his company. I was especially happy when he asked me one day, "Karius, would you like to transfer to my company?" "Yes, sir. I'm ready right now, Herr Hauptmann." I couldn't believe my luck. Initially, only 2 companies were being formed. At most, 6 people were needed from the entire group of officers, and I was among them. On my recommendation, Schober took Oberleutnant von Schiller as his deputy. I knew him from the 21st Regiment. I was relieved of my duties at the officers' meeting shortly after being transferred to the new company. Schober was quite fond of alcohol. It should also be noted that he supplied the entire company with alcohol all this time. When several bottles were requested for a reception in honor of some big shot, I had to respectfully report that there was not a drop left. Well, my successor did not have to take over any supplies. The handover was not burdensome. I was able to devote myself entirely to the affairs of the company. When Schober introduced me to the company, I couldn't help but remember the comments of my fellow travelers when I was called up. I will never forget how Company Sergeant Rieger and Senior Sergeant Delzeit stared at me. They later admitted their first impression of me. It could be summed up with the following statement: "What a shorty! Where did our old man dig up this little fart?" Naturally, it was difficult for an outsider to gain trust in a combat company. But everything went smoothly. Even before our departure for France, where we were to receive our Tigers, I became very close with these guys. It felt like I had always been with them. Unfortunately, Hauptmann Schober was called away to take command of a battalion. His farewell speech lingered in my ears and inspired me. He asked the soldiers to show me the same trust they showed him. I put my heart and soul into my duties. After several months of training, we made great progress, overtaking the other companies in the battalion. During training, We had fewer technical problems than the others. I didn't dare to hope for this when Schober handed the company over to Hauptmann Radke. Hauptmann Ume commanded the 3rd Company. The 1st Company had been gaining experience as an experimental unit in the northern sector of the Eastern Front since the fall of 1942. After formation and staffing, we were to follow it to the Leningrad area. In Brittany. However, first we headed west to Ploermel in Brittany. The company was sent to an abandoned castle. The company commander and his deputy were given separate accommodation in the town. I preferred to stay with the company. We needed to get to know each other if we were going to go into battle together. None of my actions went unnoticed. I willingly and naturally accepted all the inconveniences we had to face in the small, musty room of our castle. The fun began as soon as we moved in. We had to clean up the old stables before we could even think about living there. There was no wooden floor or wooden planks. At first, I wanted to get at least some straw for my people, but the neighboring farm refused to give me anything without a written order from the local administration. So I went to the city hall, but it was already closed. I quickly filled out a document for the farmer myself so that he could use it to file a complaint. Just as quickly, I received a reprimand from the battalion commander. If we hadn't left for the Eastern Front shortly thereafter, I would probably have been dragged through the courts, charged with theft or something like that. After the war, I often thought about this when I saw how easily the French occupation forces provided themselves with everything they needed at our expense. During this period, I had to take a war crime on my conscience, a reprisal without trial or investigation. I was next in line during live fire exercises on the outskirts of town when a rooster from a neighboring farm ran right across the firing range. Most likely, an order had been given to keep animals from peasant farms in pens during the shooting. I had just taken aim when the rooster got between me and my target. The commander shouted something, but it was too late. The rooster did a few somersaults and then turned into something hardly edible. The company commander was sternly reprimanding me when the rooster's distraught owner came running up, having had to say goodbye to her beloved pet. Even money couldn't calm her down, because the killed rooster was clearly the best in the neighborhood. Red wine was, of course, an integral part of our stay in France. The Austrians in the company were particularly fond of it. There was not a single evening when I did not have to jump out of bed and put the drunken Austrians to bed. The barracks guard was usually unable to turn off the lights, as more than half of the company consisted of non-commissioned officers who served as drivers, gunners, and tank commanders. I almost always had to call lights out myself. But usually this did not happen until I had drained the glass of wine offered to me and listened to a Viennese song. We did not take the mandatory drills and formations too seriously. We just pretended to move when the bosses appeared, so as not to stand out too much. I was happy to enjoy a few carefree days before being sent to the front. Soon, teams were formed to transport the Tigers from Germany and hand them over. One of these teams was entrusted to me, so I had to stay in Paris. I was very interested in the city and its inhabitants, although it was difficult to maintain a conversation with them. I admired the way the French behaved. God knows they had lost the war, but not a word was said to reproach their soldiers. They also refrained from any criticism of us. It seems that only Germans are capable of denigrating their own name. Our troops in Paris behaved as if the war was already over and won. This behavior struck me. I never forgot that in a few weeks we would be back at war with the Russians. What does the Tiger look like? Naturally, on the way back, our thoughts were occupied with the new tank. How would the Tiger behave? Outwardly, it looked nice and was pleasing to the eye. It was thick. Almost all flat surfaces were horizontal, and only the front slope was welded almost vertically. Thicker armor compensated for the lack of rounded shapes. Ironically, just before the war, we had supplied the Russians with a huge hydraulic press, which they used to produce their T-34s with such elegantly rounded surfaces. Our weapons specialists did not consider them valuable. In their opinion, such thick armor could never be needed. As a result, we had to put up with flat surfaces. Even if our Tiger was not a beauty, its strength inspired us. It really did drive like a car. With just 2 fingers, we could control a 60-ton giant with 700 horsepower, traveling at a speed of 45 kilometers per hour on the road and 20 kilometers per hour on rough terrain. However, with the additional equipment, we could only travel at a speed of 20 to 25 kilometers per hour on the road and even slower off-road. Apparently, the greatest responsibility for the readiness of the machine fell on the driver-mechanic. He had to drive the machine using his head, not his rear end. If he acted decisively, his Tiger would never let him down in a difficult moment. Only a truly good tank driver could be allowed to drive a Tiger, and, in addition, he had to have a keen sense of the nature of the terrain. He would have to know how to drive properly over rough terrain. He must always keep the tank facing the enemy with its least vulnerable side, without expecting the tank commander to tell him every maneuver. Only then will the tank commander be able to focus entirely on the enemy, and the platoon or company commander will be able to direct the vehicle where it needs to go during the battle without being constantly distracted by the nature of the terrain. A tank driver also needs willpower. After all, he is the only member of the crew who can see a lot, but who has to remain passive when the tank is under fire and the other crew members are engaged in combat with the enemy. In such cases, he helps by observing and must rely entirely on his comrades in the turret. Considering the above qualities of a driver-mechanic, it becomes clear why they, rather than gunners, usually become tank commanders. Take, for example, 2 commanders, Kircher and Link. Both were originally driver mechanics. Likewise, my old faithful Karl Baresh immediately took my place as tank commander after I was wounded in 1944. Allow me to share some interesting information with the reader to show how our work is not over at the end of a combat operation. For all of us, especially the driver, it is really just beginning, because we have to be in good shape the next day. The fuel tanks hold 530 liters. That's 27 20-liter cans. With that amount, we could travel exactly 80 kilometers across rough terrain. Maintaining the batteries was important, especially in winter. They had to be constantly recharged by starting the engine if we hadn't driven too much before that. Otherwise, the starter would no longer be able to start the engine. If that happened, 2 crew members would get out and start the engine with an inertia starter, similar to the one used on old airplanes, but located at the rear. It doesn't take much imagination to understand that there is no situation more extreme than this, in the heat of battle and in full view of the enemy. Despite our efforts, sometimes the batteries would run low. At the front, we soon came up with an original way to avoid getting out. We called a neighboring tank. It turned its gun backward, slowly crawled up behind the front tank, pushed the stuck tank, and its engine usually started after a few meters of forward movement. The radio equipment, internal and external lighting, fan, and electric gun trigger depended on the batteries, so it is understandable how important their condition was. A 120-liter water radiator and 4 fans provided engine cooling. The cooling system louvers at the rear, which were absolutely necessary for removing heated air, often caused the tank to lose its combat capability after being hit by shells or shrapnel that would otherwise have caused no damage. They damaged the radiators located at the bottom. The engine required 28 liters of oil, the transmission 30 liters, the reduction gear 12 liters, the turret mechanism 5 liters, and the fan motors 7 liters. A pair of large air cleaners capture dust. Considering that 170,000 liters of air are pumped into the vehicle when traveling just 7 kilometers, while dust is raised from the surface of almost 4 acres of land, and this amount is inhaled by a person sitting in the stern in the dustiest place, it is clear that cleaning the air filters is necessary before each march. With a regularly cleaned filter, it is possible to cover 5,000 kilometers during an operation without replacing the engine. With dirty filters, we would not be able to cover even 500 kilometers. 4 carburetors supplied fuel to the engine, and the entire process was controlled by the driver-mechanic. The capriciousness of the carburetors was the biggest drawback of German gasoline engines, which were inferior to the unpretentious Russian diesel engines. However, the ability to restore operating mode more quickly was an advantage of the German tank engine. The semi-automatic transmission had 8 forward and 4 reverse gears. They allowed the traction force to be transferred from one track to another when turning. When turning in place, one track moved forward and the other backward. The transmission was equipped with an automatic hydraulic servo drive. There was no need to press the main clutch pedal to change gears. The Tiger's driver sat at the controls and could steer the 63-ton machine as easily as a car. Other tanks required a lot of effort to control. The overlapping suspension had 8 axles on each side. Each axle had 3 balancers that rotated inside the track and simultaneously supported it. Lighter types of German tanks had both balancers and support rollers. Just think how many of these rollers would have to be removed from the Tiger if only one internal roller needed to be replaced. The 22-liter engine worked best at 2,600 revolutions per minute. At 3,000 revolutions per minute, it quickly overheated. Before loading the tank onto the platform, the off-road track had to be replaced with a narrower one. Otherwise, it would stick out on the sides of the platform and pose a danger to oncoming traffic. Special 6-axle platforms were designed for transport by rail. They could carry 80 tons and followed each battalion to the combat zone. In order not to create a dangerous load on railway bridges, at least 4 other freight cars had to be placed between 2 platforms with Tigers. The turret was rotated using a hydraulic transmission. The gunner's feet rested on an inclined pedal. If he pressed forward with his toe, the turret turned to the right. If he pressed backward with his heel, it turned to the left. The harder he pressed in one direction or the other, the faster the movement. At the slowest speed, it took 60 minutes to rotate the turret 360 degrees. At the fastest speed, it took 60 seconds. This ensured extreme accuracy in aiming. An experienced gunner did not need to adjust the aim manually afterwards. With the gun's electric trigger, a light press of the finger was enough to fire a shot. This made it possible to avoid the inevitable recoil when firing. Our most dangerous opponents in Russia were the T-34 and T-34-85 tanks, which were equipped with long-barreled 76.2 and 85mm guns. These tanks posed a threat to us at a distance of 600 meters from the front, 1,500 meters from the sides, and 1,800 meters from the rear. If we hit such a tank, we could destroy it from 900 meters with our 88mm gun. The Joseph Stalin tank, which we encountered in 1944, was at least equal to the Tiger. It had a significant advantage in terms of shape, as did the T-34. I will not go into detail about the KV-1, KV-85, and other less common types of enemy tanks, as well as larger caliber self-propelled guns. A tank company fully equipped with Tigers had 14 combat vehicles. Their combat power thus exceeded that of an entire anti-aircraft battalion, 3 batteries of 4 guns each. The cost of producing one Tiger reached 1 million Reichsmarks. For this reason, only a few heavy tank battalions were formed. Becoming the commander of such a company meant taking on a great deal of responsibility. By express train to the Leningrad Front. After we had more or less familiarized ourselves with our Tigers, we were sent east. The small town of Plermel was celebrating Corpus Christi. The city administration was notified of the time of our loading into the cars, so that the celebrations of the faithful would be over by the time we and our tanks left for the railway station. But what did these people care that the German front near Leningrad needed reinforcements, and that the troops there were eagerly awaiting us? Cursing incessantly, we were forced to wait almost 3 hours before we could begin loading. Our Tigers were carefully shielded from prying eyes. They were covered with tarpaulins so that not a single bolt could be seen. Despite this, we couldn't shake the feeling that the enemy already knew as much about the new tanks as we did. The train, as we soon noticed, was indeed fast. We only made a brief stop to change locomotives. From Metz, I sent a telegram home, although I doubted that any of my relatives would be able to travel from Zweibrücken to Homburg in the Saar in such a short time. But a soldier's real mother can do anything. As soon as our train arrived, she was already waiting on the platform. I was doubly lucky because the locomotive was being changed there, so I had the opportunity to introduce my mother to the guys I was going to the front with. Fortunately, we had no idea what would happen to us as we traveled through Germany to Leningrad. We had new vehicles and were heading toward new events with greater calm than we had had on any previous operation. From time to time, we glanced at the monsters hidden under the tarpaulin with a feeling similar to love. At least we could accomplish something with their help. The Tiger was the heavyweight among our combat vehicles. The lightest tank in this series was the T.I., nicknamed the Krupp sports car by the troops. Its crew consisted of 2 people, it weighed barely 6 tons, and its armament consisted of 2 machine guns. By the time of the Russian campaign, we had already left it at home. 3 people made up the crew of the T-2. It was slightly heavier than the T-1 and also had a 20mm rapid-fire cannon. By that time, it was only used for reconnaissance purposes in light tank platoons. The T-3 had a crew of 5. It weighed exactly 20 tons and was armed with a 50mm short-barreled gun, later a long-barreled gun, and 2 machine guns. The Czech Tank 38, T, was roughly equivalent to the T-3 in terms of its parameters. However, in addition to having lower quality steel, the Czech tank was also inferior in that its crew consisted of only 4 people. The tank commander had to simultaneously observe and shoot. The T-4 tank could be found in the heavy tank company of each battalion. It also had a crew of 5. It weighed between 22 and 28 tons. Until the end of 1942, This combat vehicle was equipped with a short-barreled 75mm gun. Later, it was equipped with a long-barreled gun of the same caliber. The T tank was known as the Panther. It was a new design, made with the experience of war in mind. The tank was manned by 5 people, weighed 42 tons, and was armed with a 75mm super long-barreled gun, 2 machine guns, and had a turret rotation mechanism like the Tiger. There were 5 of us in our Tiger. An 88mm gun, 2 machine guns, a semi-automatic transmission, and a 700-horsepower engine completed the impressive appearance of the 60-ton machine. The 88mm gun was the same as the one that had proven itself in anti-aircraft units. It was also used as a basis for the new anti-tank guns, but with an even longer barrel. Soon, we were to put the tank through a tough test. Our final destination was near Gatchina. There we experienced our first setback. There was no inclined ramp, and one of the Tigers tipped over, falling on its side. An encouraging start. The reports at the end of the 1st Company's combat operations were also not very encouraging. Our comrades had been busy in the Leningrad area since September 4th, 1942. In the first 4 weeks, they had to participate in the first defensive battle south of Lake Ladoga. Then they got bogged down in positional battles around Leningrad in the 11th Army Corps sector. From January 12th to May 5th, 1943, they took part in the 2nd defensive battle south of Lake Ladoga, in the Pogostinsky pocket and south of Kolpino. Casualties were inevitable during these operations. It also became clear that in the swampy terrain, tanks would have to be abandoned by their crews from time to time. While orders were given that no Tiger should fall into Russian hands under any circumstances, it was often necessary to abandon a burning tank and have the crew destroy its weapons. Crashed and wrecked tanks gave the Russians sufficient information that we had something new. In subsequent operations, we quickly found an excellent description of the Tiger by the Russians. Every Russian had such a description so that they knew our weak points. Since our own leadership did not issue operating instructions, we used Russian publications for our training. In this way, we ourselves became familiar with the weak points of our own equipment. The debut of our Tiger was supposed to take place on July 22, 1943, with daily use for 8 weeks. This was the 3rd battle for Ladoga. The Russians tried for the 3rd time to restore land communication with Leningrad by all means available to them. This would have allowed them to use the Belomor Canal and the Volkhov-Leningrad Railway. We boarded the trains on July 21st. We did not manage to reach our destination. With great difficulty, we only got as far as Snegiri, a small railway station near the village of Munga. With great difficulty, we unloaded our Tigers from the platforms. Russian artillery opened fire as soon as we appeared, and we had to unload them again without a ramp. The 3rd Company was thrown into battle directly from the platform. Hauptmann Ume, the company commander, and Lieutenant Grunewald were killed before we arrived with our echelon. The Ivans unleashed a cloud of fighter planes on us, which we were not used to. Circling around and imitating our Stuka dive bombers, they destroyed everything. Fragments of torn human and animal bodies and wrecked equipment littered the highway. It was a scene I had only seen before in 1945, along the roads in the west, where retreating troops were passing. As a rule, we could move along the road at night. It was practically impossible for units using horse-drawn transport to advance. We, too, were soon thrown into this hell. We fought the Russians until the end of September. Neither side could boast of success, only losses. Signavino, Hill X, the road to Mazzarino, and the village codenamed Bunker. For all survivors, these names bring back memories of fierce battles. Battles took place here and there, day after day. Important positions often changed hands several times. Once, we fought with a company against the village of Bunker. I was moving from the southeast. It was supposed that as soon as I approached the village, I would be supported by an attack from the southwest of where I would be. However, when I reached the place, I waited in vain for the second group of Tigers. I never found out the real reason why our comrades from the other company left us in a difficult situation. We had to get out of it ourselves in the face of anti-tank positions. We caught a glimpse of several tanks, but soon we ourselves did not know where the front was and where the rear was. We were very lucky to get out of there without causing confusion in the Russian ranks. I was overjoyed that all my Tigers were back together again. Who would have had time in such chaos to follow orders and make sure that no damaged Tigers were left behind? Someone had thoughtfully provided each Tiger tank commander with a high explosive charge. It was attached vertically to a holder on the tank commander's right hand, next to the seat in the turret. With it, the gun could be destroyed without any effort. In addition to the hand grenades lying around the tank commander, this was another innovation. I would have gladly done without them. In the event that the tank received a fatal blow, its commander had a full guarantee that he would not fall into Russian hands. And if he did, it would be in such a state that he would be unrecognizable. In the end, I used the aforementioned holder to store a bottle of schnapps. For my crew of 5, it was a better sedative than any high-explosive charge. Sometimes we really believed that only alcohol would help us endure this damn slaughter. We were disappointed that the successes we had hoped for when we got the new vehicles never materialized. To top it all off, the command of our battalion changed almost as often as the height at Signavino passed from hand to hand. Many comrades were killed. The platoon leader of our 3rd platoon, then Sergeant von Still, and also Sergeant Kinzel. He was one of my cheerful Austrians from the castle in Pluermil, a loyal crown in the good old sense of the word. The futility of many measures taken in the immediate vicinity of the front also caused us discontent. For example, someone came up with the idea of strengthening the roads in the marshy area around Tosno. The plan was to build wooden decks and cover them with asphalt. The roads had already been laid to Gatchina itself and then approached the front. The Russians, of course, took advantage of this and the good roads for their offensive in January 1944. We had to make do with log decks for almost 3 years. The log decks were a story in themselves. Anyone who had to drive on them can tell you a thing or two. Despite the many branches, traffic jams were inevitable. It was impossible to drive off-road, even far behind the front line. Low-growing, swampy forests began immediately on the left and right sides. On one of my trips along this transport network, I once again showed myself in an unflattering light. I was returning from a meeting, wanted to get to the front, and, as always, was in a hurry. Suddenly, someone behind me started honking like crazy. I had to pull over onto one of the side roads and let him pass, because he clearly had a more powerful car and was in even more of a hurry than I was. But if we had turned onto one of those side roads, we would have almost certainly risked getting lost in the network of roads. The traffic was continuous, and no one would have stopped to let us back onto the main road. So I kept going, even when I looked back and saw that the car behind me had a staff flag. In the end, one of the usual traffic jams forced us to stop, and I soon received a heavy slap on the back of the head. It was the Hauptmann from Lindemann's headquarters, commander of Army Group North. He immediately gave me a dressing down. When I explained to him that my presence at the front was as important as his inspection, and that he probably wouldn't even be able to drive here if it weren't for the soldiers holding the front, he demanded my papers. "Report to the Army Commander and find out from him personally what is necessary and what is not," he announced in a threatening tone. And the next day, I found out what was necessary and what was not. Lindemann received me kindly. He had met my father during the battles at the Western Wall. Instead of a scolding, we had an amusing conversation. "This guy is so lucky," my comrade said when I returned from this rendezvous with a satisfied smile. After many weeks, the Russians were finally pacified in the sector south of Lake Ladoga. They fell silent again. We retreated from the front line and settled in Chernovo, near Gatchina. Most of the vehicles were ready to be sent to repair shops. It was necessary to fix the minor problems that were common during the break-in period. Our company commander was transferred, and command of the company passed to his former deputy, Oberleutnant von Schiller. I remained the only other officer in the company until the following summer. During a lull in the fighting, I was assigned to reconnoiter the roads leading to Leningrad, which run north from Gatchina to the road along the coastline and the connecting roads between them. While doing this, I had to establish contact with the infantry on the front line. In addition, I had to check the strength of all bridges and drainage pipes. If necessary, military engineers had to reinforce them so that the span would accommodate the Tiger tank, and the passage would be decorated with the emblem of our tactical unit depicting a mammoth. Unfortunately, the Russians were the only ones who reaped the fruits of our work there when they advanced in 1944. During these reconnaissance trips, I had the opportunity to familiarize myself with the Leningrad Front. A few kilometers down the highway, we could see a crane working in the port. This crane caused us a lot of problems because it was an excellent observation point for the Russians. It was impossible to knock it down with artillery. When I was on the front line, approaching the final stop of the Leningrad tram, I glanced at the city from the wrecked trolleybuses and asked myself, why didn't we take the city in 1941? At that time, there would hardly have been any serious resistance. We learned from a female doctor who had been taken prisoner that the city was practically dying of starvation in the winter of 1941/42. The bodies of the dead were stacked on top of each other like piles of firewood. She said that life in Leningrad had now practically returned to normal. People go to work without hindrance. Where and when the Germans will open fire is known in advance. In addition, according to her, we had almost no ammunition left. When we later learned from the testimony of another prisoner that there were no soldiers left in Leningrad in 1941, and that the city had been practically abandoned by Russian troops at that time, even the last driver of the soldiers' canteen realized that this mistake could never be corrected. Although events at the front had been developing in the same direction for almost 3 years, nothing significant had been done to contain the Russian offensive, which was undoubtedly going to follow. They, the leaders, promised the division commanders that bulldozers would be sent from the deep rear in the fall of 1943. It was assumed that they would be used to dig anti-tank ditches in front of particularly dangerous sections of the front line. This was after we had already been there for 3 years. By the time these bulldozers finally arrived, the ground was so frozen that there was no point in even thinking about using them. The Russians, of course, made the best use of them the following spring. With Leningrad as the cornerstone of the Eastern Front, we could have spent the winter in well-prepared positions. This would have given us an acceptable starting point for a new offensive in the spring of 1942. The offensive on Moscow was given preference over the capture of Leningrad. The attack bogged down in the mud when the Russian capital, which had opened up before us, was within reach. What happened next in the infamous winter of 1941/42 cannot be conveyed in oral or written reports. German soldiers had to endure inhuman conditions against Russian divisions that were accustomed to winter and extremely well armed. Our regiments, or rather what was left of them, held their positions for months, and it was a living hell for them. With frost-bitten limbs, half-starved and morally depressed, we were still able, incomprehensibly, to spend the whole winter in these initially held positions. Ask those who were on the Eastern Front during that first winter, or another winter or two, why they did not feel sympathy for those who were severely punished or sent to camps for inciting mutiny or sabotage or other similar offenses during the war. These are the very people who were later honored as heroes and martyrs. Did the ordinary soldier at the front stay there just for the pleasure of dying? And was it just luck for the frontline soldier if he went through all that and survived and saw his homeland again? God knows who can believe that we survived because Hitler's gaze, Goebbels' voice, or Goering's uniform were particularly pleasing to us. How can you compare the concepts of government and homeland? We held our positions and tried our best because we were law-abiding. And when we could no longer think about it, driven mad by hardship, cold, and hunger, we held on, spurred on by fear and instinct. Yes, we followed our instincts, which made us believe that a great danger from the east threatened us and all of Western society. Cursing this damn war, we found ourselves on the Leningrad Front. But needless to say, we fell into line as soon as the order was given. Perhaps this is the spirit of the German soldier, which many often try to portray in a bad light. It manifests itself in demanding excellence from oneself, seemingly contrary to more sensible judgment, which leads to unexpected success and often turns almost inevitable defeats into victories. Defensive battle at Neville. The front at Lake Ladoga had calmed down to a certain extent, but before we had time to catch our breath, we unexpectedly received an order to march to the Neville area. The Russians attacked and took the city. The attack was so unexpected that some of our troops were caught in transit. Real panic ensued. It was only fair that the commandant of Neville had to answer to a military court for his blatant disregard for security measures. We were tasked with ensuring, at all costs, that the Velikie Luki to Neville to Vitebsk highway remained open so that the infantry could take up the most advantageous positions possible east of the road. It was assumed that the Russians would be pushed back again. We soon learned, during a series of unforeseen events, what kind of enemy we were dealing with. There had been a gap in our front line south of Neville since the winter of 1941/42. It was considered a natural obstacle because the terrain was completely swampy. To everyone's surprise, after the breakthrough to Neville, it was discovered that small Russian units had managed to sneak through the swamp to disrupt traffic on the highway. I was sent ahead with one tank to provide cover. The rest of the company was to follow. There were no signs of the enemy. The highway we were to guard stretched out before us from right to left. It went up to the right and disappeared behind a hill about 2,000 meters away. The rest of our battalion was to come out to us from that direction and reinforce our line between Lovitz and Neville. That was on November 4th. We got out of the tank. My mechanic driver, Sergeant Kessler, was repairing the damaged left track. Standing in the open, we noted with satisfaction that our tanks were rolling toward us on the road over the aforementioned rise. At least, the radio operator did not report anything to me that would disturb this idyll. When I got a better look at the first tanks, I involuntarily shuddered. There were infantrymen sitting on them. It was the Russians who personally honored us with their presence. In the blink of an eye, we were all back in our places. But the Russians did not even pay attention to us. They probably thought our vehicle was damaged and did not expect to engage in combat with the enemy. My driver, Kessler, practically ruined everything. He always flew into a rage when tanks appeared. In his opinion, we never opened fire quickly enough. He would have preferred to ram the enemy tanks. He had already started the engine and again demanded that we open fire, not understanding our calmness. My gunner, Sergeant Clagius, was one of those former university students who knew how to enjoy a drink. Unlike his former superiors, I got along well with him. Unfortunately, we parted ways because his request to continue his studies was granted. So, just as I was about to give the order to open fire, Kessler lost his patience and tried to move forward. The Russians at the head of the column were now no more than 60 meters away from us. At that very moment, Claius lit them up with a shell that hit between the turret and the hull. The tank slid to the side of the road and caught fire. The crew showed no signs of life. The Russian infantry scattered across the area adjacent to the road. Klaus took care of the remaining enemy tanks. They bumped into each other in confusion, turned around, and did not even think of fighting us. Only 2 of the 12 T-34 tanks escaped our fire. In the evening, I was called back north. We had to carry out a small operation near Shelkunitsa. Anti-aircraft gunners replaced us at our previous position to ensure security. I returned 2 days later. A tank from the 3rd Company was assigned to me as reinforcement. It was commanded by Feldwebel Dietmar. We no longer counted how many Russian tanks were left after the enemy had been so thoroughly defeated. However, as a rule, we underestimated the tenacity of the Russians. They appeared at noon in the same place as 2 days ago. But this time they closed the hatches, preparing for battle, and turned the turrets halfway to the right. Apparently, the enemy recognized only the anti-aircraft gun and completely overlooked us, the main villains. The enemy tanks, there were 5 of them, tried to drive around their burned-out vehicles. They made their biggest mistake by only surveying the elevated terrain as they moved. By opening fire, very inaccurately, by the way, they disturbed the artillery crew, which was relying entirely on us. We knocked out 3 tanks. The anti-aircraft gunners, who had been rudely disturbed, took care of the rest. Shortly thereafter, we climbed a hill for a brief reconnaissance. The Russians had brought additional military equipment through the swampy, roadless terrain. In the evening, we returned to our previous position. There, we were given the task of occupying the village behind the hill the next morning. We were thus to pave the way for an infantry regiment. 2 more tanks and 3 quadruple anti-aircraft guns were assigned to me by the time dusk fell. These weapons performed brilliantly in action against ground targets. It was a moonlit night. I decided to attack as soon as possible, believing that the element of surprise would somewhat compensate for the enemy's numerical superiority. We lined up with my Tiger at the front. The tanks and anti-aircraft guns followed behind. Using smoke screens, we got very close to the village. Strangely enough, not a single shot was fired. Perhaps the Russians thought we were one of their marching columns. We stopped right in front of the village and the anti-aircraft guns opened fire. Without waiting for my order, the gunner also opened fire on the houses to the left of the highway. As a result, the east wind carried thick smoke through the streets, obscuring our view. In the village, we destroyed 3 Russian anti-tank guns set up next to the houses. We spread out to ensure safety and made contact with the regiment. The regiment approached, the soldiers combed through the houses, and in the morning, we continued our journey north. The raid was completed without any losses on our side. Only 2 Russian tanks managed to escape. If we had waited until daybreak to start moving, the enemy would have unleashed their firepower on us, as far as we could tell from the captured equipment. Despite all our precautions and attempts to surround them, the Russians continued to successfully infiltrate our front line through an old breach. They built a long, narrow artery through which they transferred more and more people and equipment. With our weak forces, we were unable to block this area of their penetration, cut off the Russians, and destroy the pocket that had formed. With each passing day, the danger increased that this artery would explode and the Russians would surround us. During the Russian campaign, the following question was often asked: who is surrounding whom? We were thus moved westward to prevent further advances from this artery. The terrain was completely unsuitable for tanks. Despite the frost and snow, there were strips of swamp here and there where we could get stuck. We were not particularly afraid of the forests and considered that, compared to the conditions in the northern sector of the Eastern Front, it was not bad here. On November 10th, we counterattacked near the village of Pugachino and prevented the artery from expanding. Our route ran for about 5 kilometers through a forest where the Russians had recently captured 2 German long-barreled 88mm anti-tank guns. We found these guns intact and in good condition. It was clear that the Russians did not know how to use them. We had no choice but to blow these undamaged guns to pieces. We did not want to give the Russians another chance to test their ability to master unfamiliar technology on us. We were somewhat careless as we continued to advance after that, and soon the sound of gunfire could be heard from all sides. One of our vehicles was immediately engulfed in flames. Fortunately, the crew was able to escape by transferring to another tank. We quickly began to retreat to the main road, convinced that the enemy was advancing with small forces in this area. However, the situation remained unclear. Even at a higher level, no one could give us information about the exact location of the battle lines. At that moment, we didn't know whether to cry or laugh. While we were on patrol, a messenger on horseback approached us. We slowed down so as not to scare the horse, but when we caught up with him, the young horse reared up. Unfortunately, it was so close to the left track that my driver did not have time to brake in time. The animal was so seriously injured that the rider, who managed to jump off, had to shoot it to put it out of its misery. We put the messenger in the car and took him to his unit. There, I reported that he was in no way responsible for what had happened. On the way back, we noticed that the dead horse had disappeared. I found it in our field kitchen. My guys had taken it away in a tank. It supplemented our meager rations, since meat could be stored for more than a day in such cold weather. The next day, we had meatballs for dinner. Unaware of the incident, our commander ate 3 of them and praised the kitchen for taking care of us. But when I blurted out the truth to him, the poor guy almost threw up. After that, he only ate food that did not contain meat until he was sure that the last piece of horse meat had been used up. Trouble began again a few days later. We moved our guard a little higher up, to a place from which we could see the village of Sergetsovo better. The village itself was in our hands, but behind it were the Russians. We had to help repel an unexpected attack. In the evening, the Ivans began to advance from the thicket of the forest, 4 tanks and infantry. From our high position, it was not difficult to repel the attack. The tank commanders even climbed out of their tanks during the battle and directed the fire. 4 T-34 tanks caught fire. After that, the Russians retreated into the forest. The fighting continued until the end of the year. On November 25th, we had to support a battalion from the 503rd Infantry Regiment in an attack towards the forest west of Sergetsovo. According to the plan, the attack was to begin at dawn. Our 4 tanks took up their positions, and we saw something surprising. Our fellow infantrymen were running straight toward the forest. We were amazed by their rush, but even more surprised that the Russians were not stopping them. After advancing about 70 meters, we found the answer. The soldiers running toward the forest, as it turned out, were not our comrades, but Russians who had sneaked into our territory during the night. They were fleeing from our attack. Our infantrymen were in position with us on the right and left sides and were waiting for our actions. The Russians were incredibly lucky that we were deceived in the morning twilight. Now we had to deal with them in the forest, whereas we could have finished them off without any problems in the open field. Battalion Commander Hauptmann Johann Meyer was seriously wounded in the evening by a Soviet sniper hiding among the trees. We were all afraid that he would not make it to the medical battalion because his lung had been shot through. I was very happy when I received his congratulations in the hospital in 1944. Just before his serious injury, he became the 329th soldier to be nominated for the Knight's Cross with oak leaves. Because of his injury, he almost missed the award ceremony. On December 2nd, I was on a mission with Oberfeldwebel Sveti near Gorushka to cut off another part of the artery, advancing together with the infantry. The Russians were extremely well entrenched on a small but dominant hill. They always did this masterfully. Behind the hill, and on both sides of it, they had set up heavy weapons, such as anti-tank guns and the like. We couldn't get into a fight with them. We had to move along a road that led to a bridge that was completely unsuitable for crossing. The Russians had an excellent view and greeted us with a mortar attack. I almost killed the commander of the sappers, the Hauptmann. Since the bridge was out of the question, of course, he assured us that we could easily cross the ditch on the right side. He was, of course, not eager to reinforce the bridge in full view of the enemy. But I had no desire to get stuck in the moat and attempt to climb out of it under the Russians' noses. The Hauptmann soon appeared and demanded that I launch an attack immediately. Word for word, we quarreled, and the Russians accompanied our quarrel with a little friendly fire. When we finally resorted to expressions such as simulant, coward, and the like, I suddenly tore my iron cross off my jacket and threw it at his feet. I got into the car, drove away, and immediately climbed so deep that I could easily touch the ground with 1 foot from the height of the tower. The Hauptmann had learned his lesson, and, as they say, he disappeared without a trace. I couldn't blame him for the fact that the Ivans, who were watching our senseless quarrel from close range, were able to damage our turret hatches. I waved to Zveti, and we hooked up the cable. It was just extraordinary luck that nothing else happened. Only a mortar shell fragment disfigured my temple. Stupidly, I allowed my gunner to pull out the fragment after we freed our vehicle from captivity. It took a lot of effort to pull it out onto level ground. Meanwhile, the wound began to bleed profusely. A large vein was probably affected, and Sveti had to apply a pressure bandage. Our medical instructor proved to be up to the task. I now had a beautiful white turban on my head. It served as excellent camouflage against the snowy landscape. We had already painted the tanks white, as is customary in winter. My head was almost invisible from a distance. Every cloud has a silver lining. That evening, the sapper captain sent me my award along with a letter. He apologized and assured me that we could discuss the bridge the next morning. With the first rays of the sun, we eliminated the bone of contention without any particular problems. To be honest, it swayed a little, but it held. With luck and skill, we crossed the minefield. Chetty followed in the tracks of my tank. We were right in front of the Russians and could see their single trenches on the front slope. Then we gave our infantry a little breather. Pz.VI quickly dealt with the 2 anti-tank guns that were covering the minefield. The guys to our right now started firing at us with anti-tank rifles. After a short time, none of our observation devices were working. Pz.VI tried unsuccessfully to spot at least one of these shooters, but these guys kept changing position and then disappearing again in a flash. We oriented ourselves by the shooting, which was going on along the entire length of the trenches. However, the Russians were so confident that they even threw hand grenades from their cover. When we advanced a little, the first anti-tank shell whistled over my head. It seemed pointless to move forward until the infantry caught up with us. So we stood there for several hours without seeing any of our comrades. They didn't come out of their trenches at all, because the Russians controlled the entire area from their trees. We even had to seal the hatches because we were afraid the Russians would shoot us from above. Towards evening, Pz.VI showed me a puddle under my tank. I had a bad feeling. The driver started the engine, and the thermometer immediately jumped to over 250 degrees. The Russians had shot a hole in the radiator with their anti-tank guns and mortars. What could we do? Leaving the vehicle or towing it was impossible in our situation. Therefore, we had to try to return across the bridge under our own power. Misfortune brings people together. Pz.VI forgot to switch to receive. This meant that I had excellent reception and could hear the conversation in his tank, something that did not interest me much at the time. These are the things that make you realize how necessary the hated military training is. The radio operator was drilled a dozen times a day that he had to switch to receive immediately after receiving a radio call. And now it all turned out to be useless anyway. I started waving my headphones out of the hatch, wanting to show Pz.VI that I wanted to talk to him. There was no time to waste because of the continuously leaking radiator. Finally, he noticed me waving and rudely reprimanded his radio operator. I could hear it too. I controlled the tank's movement through the minefield. The driver had to drive blind, but he got us through. With great excitement, we reached the bridge, which had been damaged during our first crossing and was sagging in the middle. We took a chance, and after about 100 meters, we were out of sight of the Russians, protected by the low trees of the swampy forest. We no longer attempted to attack at this location. It was simply impossible for the infantry. No one could have reached that height alive, even though it was within arm's reach. On December 12th, we were sent to Lvovsk via the Vitebsk-Nevel highway. The Russians were putting pressure on our positions there from the east across a wide front. For the first couple of days, we had only one task. We had to drive several kilometers up and down the highway, giving the Russians the impression that there were larger tank formations there. On December 16th, with the support of armored vehicles, the enemy attempted to attack from behind the hill where we had already knocked out a Russian anti-tank gun a few weeks earlier. We immediately counterattacked successfully. During the battle, we knocked out many enemy tanks. The Russians could have avoided these losses if they had moved down the hill with their entire tank force. However, they moved cautiously, somewhat nervously, and one after another. We dealt with them without haste. Russian fighter planes also caused us a lot of trouble. They dove at us almost continuously. It takes skill to describe how they fly. My gunner, Sergeant Kramer, deserves praise for what he did, and probably nothing on the Eastern Front can compare to it. Namely, he managed to hit a Russian fighter with a tank gun. Of course, he was also lucky. Here's how it happened. Kramer, annoyed by the persistence of these guys, raised his gun along the trajectory of the approaching fighter. I persuaded him to do so. He seized the moment and pulled the trigger. On his second attempt, he hit one of the Bs in the wing. The Russian crashed behind us. On the same day, we received another piece of comforting news. 2 Russian fighters collided and destroyed each other in the air before crashing. In the evening, I had a briefing with the commander of the infantry regiment. It lasted longer than expected. Finally, around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, I was able to head back. On the way, I met our infantry in front of the highway. The troops were just taking up their positions. From time to time, the Russians opened fire with carbines or machine guns across the road. Just before the place where I knew my tanks were located, I calmly proceeded along the road leading south, that is, home. The tank crews were reduced to 2 men per vehicle. They had been looking for me. My long absence had upset them. We were very happy to see each other again. Chetty told me that our front line had been breached along the highway I was traveling down. The road was in no man's land. Meanwhile, the enemy was constantly receiving reinforcements. It was very difficult for us to hold our positions. Russian troops and military equipment were arriving from the east in trucks with their headlights on. They were not bothered by our resistance. Our artillery fired sporadically, which was not continuous while the enemy columns were in sight. The next day, we attacked again along the highway leading north. We wanted to give our infantry a chance to recapture the position they had lost the previous day. The Russians were already just to the right of the road. Katyusha rocket launchers, placed in the open, were aimed directly at us. A rocket hit the front armor of my tank. Chetty asked over the radio what had happened. At first, he couldn't see anything through the smoke. We were lucky. We then quickly got out of the enemy's sight. Despite repeated attempts, our infantry was unable to advance east across the road. The Russians, on the other hand, began to cross from the other side. Watching this, we couldn't help but admire the coolness of the Soviet commissar, who stood right in the thick of the battle and stubbornly led his men forward, giving commands with a wave of his hand. It was as if the machine guns were unable to hit him. We were enraged, and the Daredevil was thrown into the air by the explosion of an 88mm Kramer cannon shell. Then the Russians ran back across the highway. Despite this, our offensive failed. A new front line was formed much further west. When I returned to the regimental command post, I found the commander in a state of agitation. 2 Alsatians were missing. Strictly speaking, at this stage of the war, it was assumed that they would no longer be needed at the front. Because of their apparent reliability, someone had made an exception, and now there were fears that they had crossed the front line and revealed secrets. There was another unpleasant incident involving 2 captured Russian T-34 tanks. The 2 German tanks passed through the guard posts and returned in the evening twilight. Our anti-tank units, which had no idea that the tanks had German crews, immediately destroyed both vehicles. The Balkan Cross painted on them was indistinguishable in the dark. Since then, it has been impossible to get any of our people to sit in a captured tank. Our days in the Neville sector were numbered. New and difficult tasks awaited us south of Leningrad. The front near Neville had not yet stabilized when we quickly left to go to another loading station. We were even more needed for withdrawal operations in the Leningrad area. Our goal was the junction in Gatchina on the Leningrad-Narva highway. As we left the Neville front, bridges and railways were already being blown up behind us. The front had to be pushed back a considerable distance again. Here, I should pay tribute to a special unit, the repair platoon of our repair company. These people did the impossible. The platoon commander, Lieutenant Ruvidel, would have much preferred to stay with his friends in the tank company, but he was indispensable. Only a man of extraordinary abilities could hold such a position. None of us envied him. Just try to imagine what the repair platoon's task was. These men, usually under enemy fire, had to tow immobilized tanks with their 18-ton tractors. In many cases, the heavy repair vehicles had to drive up to the very front lines and stay there at night. From there, they hauled away the tanks with winches, attaching their cables and pulling them out. On more or less level ground, this work was somewhat effective, as long as the infantry did not take any action and did not alarm the enemy with bursts of gunfire. But our people also had to do their job in snow and ice. The safe movement of a 60-ton Tiger tank by 2 tractors in tandem at the front required enormous experience and strong nerves. But if the enemy was hot on our heels, as was the case with all retreats in battle, a mistake usually meant the loss of the vehicle. We were lucky to reach the railway station before it was destroyed. We loaded up and headed towards Gatchina. The great rush did not bode well. Anything could happen there, and once again we had a fire brigade mission. Our fears were confirmed. The main railway station in Gatchina was already under artillery fire when we arrived, so we didn't have time to unload. To top it all off, we were informed that our first company had already entered the battle and was battered. It had been sent into battle straight from the unloading platform. The reason was that the Russians had broken through with superior forces to the west between Leningrad and Gatchina. One of their main attacks was directed along the road along the coastline. Another attack was launched in the Pushkin area, east of Gatchina. An unpleasant incident occurred with us, as I mentioned above. We reconnoitered all the bridges between Gatchina and Leningrad to see if heavy tanks could cross them. This was done in advance, but our comrades arrived too late to blow up the bridges. We thus did practically all the work for Ivanov. Thanks to this, they were able to advance fairly quickly. Upon arrival, we learned the sad details of the defeat of the first company. It was surrounded by Russian tanks on the highway. Lieutenant Meyer's platoon was almost completely destroyed. Meyer himself put a pistol to his head when the Russians tried to take him prisoner. We were devastated by this news. Deep down, I blamed the commander for not holding back his men who had engaged in combat until all the companies had assembled. Later, I realized that there was no other option. To a certain extent, each unit was moving into the unknown. No one had an accurate picture of the situation on the battlefield. Moreover, Major Yeda was the best commander of the 502nd Battalion. He was an example to us because he always stood up for his subordinates without exception and always appeared in critical situations. That's how we knew him, and that's why we will never forget him. Retreat to Narva. Gatchina had to be abandoned, and Army Group North moved to the rear along the Gatchina-Volosovo-Narva highway. They said that amazing positions had been created along the Narva. Behind the Panther defensive line, it was possible to hold the defense after the order to withdraw troops. As experienced soldiers, we were skeptical. even though they talked about massive bunkers and fortified tank positions. It would have been great for our infantry comrades to have good bunkers, because at that time of year it was practically impossible to build fortified positions. Our skepticism was well-founded. The Panther defensive line existed only on paper. None of those who retreated there later regretted that those responsible for the defensive positions were brought to justice. While the process of returning to reality upon arrival at the positions in Narva was unpleasant, there was again a bright spot in another area. We formed a rear guard with Wengler's infantry, and our working relationship with this regiment turned out to be amazing. Our task, to cover the retreat of all infantry and artillery units from the Gatchina-Leningrad area, was not an easy one. Almost all units had to be transported back along a single highway. Therefore, we had to move ahead to clear the highway. Again, the Ivans could attack the rear guard. At times, we moved north to keep the enemy away from the highway and thwart their attempts to catch up with us. Once, we advanced again towards the coast and took up positions in an empty village. The edge of the forest stretched for about a kilometer beyond the village, almost halfway between the highway and the coast. We positioned ourselves at the edge of the village. By evening, several late infantrymen had arrived. Both groups were satisfied, as we also felt more confident with the support of the infantry. When it got dark, I saw a Russian reconnaissance group coming out of the forest, probably to find out if the village was occupied by the enemy. They were moving quite boldly towards us. About 500 meters away from us, the Russians suddenly jumped into a roadside ditch. We opened fire, but several men from their group managed to escape into the forest. This meant that the Russians already controlled the area stretching out right in front of us. Nights are long when you're on watch in a tank. Minutes turn into hours, especially in winter when the day ends at 3 p.m. and doesn't start again until 9 a.m. I made it a rule to stay in the turret myself and not take turns. I knew how easy it was to fall asleep when you were exhausted, and I didn't want to ask too much of my subordinates. Besides, they needed rest to be ready for any unforeseen problems. Of course, sometimes my head would hit the edge of the turret if I started to nod off, and that always proved to be a very invigorating remedy. If I was smoking, I often didn't notice that I had dozed off until the burning end of the cigarette burned my fingers. In this state, I often had visions. They took the form of trucks, tanks, and similar things, which in daylight turned out to be harmless trees or bushes. At times, we would fire a signal flare to survey the surrounding area. But after the flash faded, the night became even darker than before. Once we realized that we were only giving away our location and seeing very little ourselves, we tried to avoid these fireworks whenever possible. Of course, it was a different matter in combat. We had to give the gunner a chance to take aim. This was impossible if the moon did not facilitate accurate shooting. At one point, we received parachute flares that burned longer. They are associated with a tragicomic incident in my tank. I received a flare gun that was passed to me and wanted to cock the trigger, but I did not do it completely. The trigger moved forward, and the rocket launcher fired inside the tank. The rocket flew around like a cat that had been set on fire. This rocket burns for an incredibly long time if you wait for it to finally go out. We were very lucky that no one was hurt during this incident. For 4 hours we stood guard outside the village without incident. Suddenly, around 2 o'clock in the morning, I heard mortar fire. The strikes came in 2 short bursts, but there was no doubt they were meant for us. Soon the village was under heavy fire. The Russians noticed that it was occupied and wanted to finish off the enemy before moving further west. However, their actions showed that they certainly did not expect to find a whole company of tigers in the village. I saw the muzzles of guns spewing fire at the edge of the forest. The flashes appeared one after another, moving further and further to the right. These must have been tanks moving along the edge of the forest. They wanted to reach the road at the opposite end of the village. Oberfeldwebel Pz.VI was positioned there. Behind him was von Schiller's tank. I radioed Pz.VI. From the flashes, I could tell that the T-34 was moving no more than 50 meters away from Pz.VI. Because of the shooting, we couldn't hear the noise of the engines. For this reason, the enemy had already advanced towards the village. Pz.VI set fire to the tank closest to him, but we were astonished to see that the second T-34 was moving down the middle of the village street, very close to von Schiller. It often proved fatal for the Russians that they remained completely closed off. Because of this, they could see almost nothing, especially at night. They also often put infantry on their tanks, but even they did not recognize the situation until it was too late. Von Schiller began to turn his turret, but in doing so, he hit a Russian tank with his gun. He had to reverse first in order to knock the tank out. I didn't feel confident enough to fire. One of the most ridiculous situations I have ever experienced. After Pz.VI had destroyed 3 more tanks, the Russians retreated. Obviously, they had suffered enough losses. We maintained radio contact with each other for the rest of the night and could hear the Russians' communications quite clearly on one of the frequencies. This meant that they could not be too far away from us. When dawn broke, our infantrymen approached the T-34 somewhat carelessly. It was still standing next to von Schiller's tank. Except for a hole in the hull, there was no other visible damage. Surprisingly, when they approached to open the hatch, it would not budge. Immediately afterwards, a hand grenade flew out of the tank and 3 soldiers were seriously wounded. Von Schiller opened fire on the enemy again. However, the commander of the Russian tank did not leave his vehicle until the 3rd shot. Then, seriously wounded, he lost consciousness. The other Russians were dead. We brought the Soviet lieutenant to the division, but it was already too late to interrogate him. He died of his wounds on the way. This incident showed us how careful we had to be. This Russian was sending detailed reports about us to his unit. All he had to do was slowly turn his turret to shoot von Schiller at point-blank range. I remember how we were outraged by the stubbornness of this Soviet lieutenant at the time. Today, I have a different opinion about this. The withdrawal of the Army Group North troops was significantly disrupted by Russian actions from the flanks. The road along which the retreating units were moving became increasingly congested with troops pushing against each other, as the enemy increasingly blocked this route. We had to ensure free passage all the time. During this process, we were often amazed by the exemplary military discipline of our opponents. In one case, we were able to repel an attack that was executed as if it were a training exercise. The Russians attacked a few kilometers west of us with a fully equipped infantry regiment, supported by tanks. They were moving from north to south along our retreat route. We approached them from the east along their left flank. Then, we witnessed a spectacle rarely seen in war. The Russians left their flanks unprotected, as they often did, and performed a maneuver in front of us as if it were a training exercise. We stopped at the edge of the village and opened fire. For a while, the enemy tanks fell victim to our fire. These losses did not seem to bother the Russian infantry at all, and they continued to advance as if nothing had happened. Never before had 2 Russians run side by side at the same time. After 3 or 4 steps, they disappeared again, falling to the ground. They reached the highway without the support of armored vehicles, so we had to clear it again. The spectacle we witnessed proved once again how useful military training is and how insignificant losses can be when every soldier knows his maneuver. As soon as we finished clearing the retreat route along the front, the situation immediately began to heat up from the rear. This abnormal situation continued all the way to Narva. One night, the Russians even managed to surround the divisional command post. It was not difficult for us to knock them back again, as the Russians could only carry out their flanking maneuvers with mobile units, that is, motorized infantry with light anti-tank guns and light tanks. In the morning, the headquarters was able to continue moving. The general was the last to leave in my tank. We found ourselves in a difficult position just before the fork in the road at Volosovo. We were carrying out the task of defending the position in front of the village of Opole at all costs until the order to leave came. We were on the southern edge of the highway. The village was about 100 meters away on the other side of the road. In the morning, the enemy was still nowhere to be seen, and the rear guard of the troops passed us. An infantry battalion provided cover for our 4 Tigers. Since many units were not motorized, the withdrawal proceeded in fits and starts. Except for a small number of stragglers, the highway was virtually empty by evening, and the village in front of us became lively. We saw figures of people running back and forth, but we had to stay alert. The night promised to be very pleasant again. With the onset of darkness, the infantry battalion also left. I was left alone with my 4 Tigers in the whole area. Fortunately, the Russians were unaware of our predicament. Perhaps they also overestimated us. In any case, they set up anti-tank guns opposite us twice, but we never let them fire more than once. They did not attempt a third time. The Russian commander seemed to believe that we would also leave in the morning. In any case, he assumed that we had all kinds of infantry with us. Otherwise, he would probably have approached our tanks on foot. Shortly after midnight, vehicles appeared from the west. We recognized them as our own in time. It was a motorized infantry battalion that had not managed to join up with the troops and had advanced to the highway late. As I later learned, the commander was sitting in the only tank at the head of the column. He was completely drunk. The disaster happened with lightning speed. The entire unit had no idea what was going on and was moving openly through an area that was being fired upon by the Russians. Terrible panic broke out when the machine guns and mortars started firing. Many soldiers were hit by bullets. Left without a commander, everyone ran back to the road instead of seeking cover to the south of it. All mutual assistance vanished. The only thing that mattered was every man for himself. Vehicles drove straight over the wounded, and the highway was a scene of horror. All this misery could have been prevented if the commander of this rabble had done his duty and led his men across the rough terrain instead of sitting in a tank and sleeping off his drunkenness. After the Russian fire subsided, the radio operators and commanders of our Tigers got out and crawled to the highway to at least save the seriously wounded. We took care of them as best we could and placed them on the tanks. This rescue work was complicated by the fact that it had to be done by moonlight. The Russians could see all our actions from their houses, while we could only recognize the enemy by the flashes of fire from their batteries. Our position was becoming increasingly precarious. I contacted the battalion every 15 minutes, but there was no response to my request for instructions. The Russians opened very unpleasant barrage mortar fire at regular intervals without approaching us. Nevertheless, the damage was quite serious. By evening, Sergeant Vizell reported to me that his tank's radiator had been punctured. The same report came in half an hour later from the second tank. This meant that we would have to tow both vehicles with the 2 other tanks that were still operational. We couldn't afford to lose them all. because we knew how difficult it was to get new tanks. It was hard for the drivers to leave their vehicles, just as it was hard for horsemen in the old days to leave their horses. I reported the situation to the battalion. About 20 minutes later, the long-awaited order arrived. We hooked up the 2 disabled tanks as best we could and towed them 2 kilometers to the Army food warehouse, which was already burning fiercely. Naturally, our soldiers, who could not take everything with them, did not want to leave anything behind for the Russians. Then we turned south off the highway because, according to the latest reports, the Russians had already reached the highway and were advancing westward along it. It was impossible to break through there. The bright flames from the burning food warehouse were still reflecting on us. We got out of the vehicles again and secured the cables properly. Suddenly, a deafening explosion shook the air. The shock wave knocked us to the ground. At the same time, the food we had been waiting for so long literally fell spinning from the sky onto us. Among other things, there were quite a few boards and beams of all sizes, and we were very lucky not to have been injured in such an inglorious way. The company sappers who blew up the warehouse did a great job. It seemed that a little more, and the whole place would blow up. We were not tempted by the rare opportunity to die a heroic death from canned food. Therefore, we hurried to get out of there as quickly as possible. Thanks to the frost, our road south of the highway was quite passable. In the morning twilight, I noticed a car approaching us. We were all happy when we recognized our commander. Without a moment's hesitation, he drove out to meet us, even though there were no German soldiers in sight, and the Russians could appear at any moment. Major Yetta literally hugged me and admitted that he had sent us the order to retreat. He was happy that we had even taken the broken-down vehicles with us. Unfortunately, we had a tragic incident with the infantrymen we took with us on the last leg of the journey. The soldiers were exhausted and could hardly walk, so they sat in the stern, settling above the cooling fans where warm air came out of the engine and transmission compartment. They soon fell asleep and were poisoned because the cooled air mixed with the exhaust fumes. Despite all efforts to revive them, 3 of them could not be saved. At that time, we were not so cautious, but after this incident, we warned every soldier about the possible danger. The road junction at Volosovo had to be defended with all forces to ensure the transfer of all army units back to Narva. Colonel Wengler took up a defensive position with his infantry on the eastern edge of Volosovo. The rest of our battalion was assigned to defend this line together with all anti-tank units. It was not possible to break through to Volosovo without incident. Major Yeti explained to us that we would have to take a long detour. Because of this, we had to make a detour to the north, back to the highway. It was very kind of the Major to hide from us the fact that the Ivans had already reached the highway just before Volosovo. We just needed to find a way to get west. This seemed practically impossible during the day, so we waited for nightfall. Before setting off, Major Yeti took a good swig of alcohol and sat down at the feet of the loader in my tank. What else could he do but trust in fate? In order to use the firepower of the 2 towed vehicles, we turned their turrets backward. This way, their crews could cover the rear. As soon as we drove onto the road and turned west, a Russian anti-tank gun hit the turret from behind. However, the towed vehicle soon gave us a chance to catch our breath. Despite this, we had to get out because the Russians had cut the tow rope. We still had 3 kilometers to go before reaching the new line. Of course, the Russians on both sides of the highway wanted to finish us off. Some of them jumped onto our tanks, but they couldn't do anything. In this case, our hand grenades hit their target. Either they were scared off by the swearing of my steadfast driver Kessler, or it was unclear where the Ivans had gone. Shortly before we reached our destination, anti-tank guns began firing at us. Our comrades thought we were the enemy, and until we responded with the same caliber, they did not calm down. An amateur would probably argue that we could have given ourselves away by the flashes. Of course, we did. But who cares about flashes during such a retreat when it is unknown whether they are caused by Ivan's guns or our own comrades? In Volosovo, we found the remnants of a company. Significant forces were ready to defend. Colonel Wengler's soldiers were already building a line of defense around this place. Only the road west to Narva remained open. I was assigned to Colonel Wengler with 4 of my battle-ready Tigers. The rest of the battalion had already been sent to the railway station, where all the heavy weapons were loaded onto a train to avoid further losses. Later, we would be very happy to be able to use the firepower of the super-heavy artillery batteries that had been saved in the manner described above. Colonel Wengler was responsible for the defense of Volosovo. Later, in honor of his infantrymen, it was always called Wenglerovo. Wengler was a model military commander, a reservist who served as a bank director in peacetime. He commanded the complete trust of his subordinates. They were ready to go through hell under his command. He possessed remarkable composure, an invaluable quality in critical situations. Once, we were having a briefing on the situation in a small wooden house about 100 meters from the front line. The Russians were firing from 3 sides, and it was not very pleasant. Wengler was giving a brief overview of the situation when a mortar shell explosion blew out the window. One officer was slightly wounded in the arm and sought shelter under the table. Our colonel just looked calmly in his direction and said, "Gentlemen, don't let the shooting drive you crazy. Let's not get distracted from the topic of discussion so we can finish quickly and return to our seats." We instantly regained our composure. Only a leader who controls himself can demand full commitment from his subordinates. In Volosovo, we met the soldiers of the 3rd SS Panzer Corps for the first time. Their greatest claim to fame in the future was that they held their position at Narva. We were excited to meet them, as we had always envied them for their superior equipment. We were pleasantly surprised. Their recklessness inspired us all the time, even though their ruthless attitude towards people and equipment somewhat alienated us from them. Where SS units were used, things worked out, but the casualties were often so great that troops had to be withdrawn for reorganization. We couldn't afford that. We had to protect our people and equipment. My goal has always been to achieve as much success as possible with the least possible losses. The Russians then began to press with all their might on Wenglerovo. We were all happy when the order to retreat finally came. Our special platforms had already been delivered to the railway station. We headed west at full speed towards Narva. During loading, we received the sad news that the commander of the 1st Company, Oberleutnant Dils, had been killed. A Russian tank fired at the highway, and a shell fragment pierced the heart of Dils, who was sitting in his car. Old Fritz. We were happy when we finally reached Narva. It was assumed that the new positions would be well fortified and reliable enough to hold back the Russians. There were no barracks there because the entire area around Narva was filled with retreating troops. So we looked for a place to stay with other units to warm up a little. In the meantime, I went in search of the crews of 2 damaged tanks. They had obviously also arrived in Narva. Ready for any surprises, I took 2 cans of good pea soup with me. I imagined them standing somewhere, shivering from the cold and hungry. Since we were going against the flow of traffic, it was very difficult to make our way east. We found both of our tanks at the railway station without any problems, but we didn't see any of the crew. We had to literally comb through the houses one by one. And then, I couldn't believe my eyes. My hungry and frozen crew were sitting at a table set as if in peacetime. They were eating cutlets and all sorts of other delicious dishes that the hostess kept serving them. My appearance with cold pea soup was greeted with warm welcomes, and of course, I joined the more lavish meal without hesitation. It was clear that people needed a long rest and a comfortable bed. Their most cherished desire was to sleep, sleep, sleep. But as always, things did not go as they wanted. We were heading west on the highway. It was already dark, and we had covered about 20 kilometers when suddenly the announcement came, "Everyone to the right! Oncoming traffic!" We stopped and saw a Tiger tank struggling to make its way through the oncoming traffic. When I stopped it, Senior Sergeant Pz.VI got out of the tank and gave me the good news. I didn't have to go back to the train. He had brought the rest of the company with him, and I could immediately go into action with a full complement. Then we headed east with our 4 Tigers. Sleep and a bed were just a dream. Pz.VI had no idea about the details of our mission. He only knew that we had to report to the commander of the SS division, which had to hold the bridgehead at Narva. We were tormented by uncertainty all the way to Narva and crossed the bridge built by our sappers. There was an atmosphere of excitement in the air. In the city, we saw only SS vehicles scurrying back and forth. It was not easy to find the division's command post because most of the men in the Nordland Tank Grenadier Division were from Scandinavian countries and had difficulty understanding German. But almost all of them were tall, energetic young soldiers. They were commanded by SS Brigadeführer Fritz von Scholz, whom I immediately nicknamed Old Fritz. I finally found him at a peculiar command post in a bus. I parked next to a nearby house. It was the only divisional command post I saw during the war that was closer to the front than the regimental command posts. I reported to the officer on duty, who was in the second bus, my rank, position, military unit, and, as usual, I have arrived to report personally to the general. The Hauptsturmführer then looked at me with interest, as if I were a creature from another planet. To the general, he finally said, emphasizing each syllable. To the general? We don't have any of those here. You are in the combat units of the SS, if you are not aware of that. And we have neither sir nor general. Here, apparently, there may be a brigadier without sir, if you wish to meet him. Furthermore, the title sir is also absent from the names of all other ranks, including Reichsführer. I was not prepared for such a reception, but immediately changed my tone. I would like to report to your Brigadeführer. The officer on duty nodded. That's better, he said in a somewhat condescending tone. Wenger, go and ask the Brigadeführer if he has time for Mr. Lieutenant Karius from the Tigers unit. He felt it necessary to place a noticeable emphasis on the word Mr. before my rank. Meanwhile, the Untersturmführer got up from his workstation and disappeared with the words, Yes, sir, Hauptsturmführer. Soon he reappeared. The Brigadeführer is waiting for you. I entered the command bus and was completely astonished after everything that had preceded it when I saw a man who was the embodiment of serenity and cheerfulness. During my entire time at the front, I rarely met any other division commander with whom I could compare our Old Fritz. He was completely in solidarity with his troops, and his subordinates idolized him. He was always there and accessible to everyone. During our time working together, he treated me like a son. So it was a heavy blow to all of us when we later learned that our Old Fritz had been killed in the Narva sector. He was awarded the Knight's Cross with Swords in August 1944. But what did that mean to those of us who had actually lost our frontline father? When I reported to Old Fritz on the bus, he immediately patted me on the shoulder in a friendly manner. Well, why don't we drink a schnapps to our future work together? He said, poured 2 full glasses, and clinked glasses with me. "Where are you from?" After my answer, our conversation continued in a family-like manner. I shared my first impression of his troops. When I got to the part about how I was received by the officer on duty, he laughed. "Yes, that's how it's done here. At first, I had to relearn a few things myself when I was transferred here from the army. I had mixed feelings about it. But now, I wouldn't want to part with these guys under any circumstances. These guys in the Waffen-SS are just extraordinary. They have a camaraderie that you probably won't find anywhere else. But if it were possible, and also so that you know, I like it when someone addresses me as General. If you are a product of the old school, like me, for example, then such an address will be more natural for you." Then we talked about the situation. During the conversation, it became clear that my skepticism about the legendary Panther defensive line was once again confirmed to an even greater extent. Old Fritz explained to me, "You see, to be precise, this line of defense exists only on paper. At this time of year, it is, of course, completely impossible for our comrades to hold their ground on the front line. There are probably still a few bunkers left in the vicinity from the time of our offensive, but they are usually not located where they can be used. In addition, the Russians are advancing faster than expected. To top it all off, our troops have become so accustomed to constant retreats that they have already broken through the lines that needed to be held. We wanted to form a front line on the bridgehead indicated on the map, but discovered that the Russians were already there. So I organized a new defensive bridgehead. Your task will be to lead the way and help the troops advance to the best positions in their sectors. These positions will then need to be fortified and held. Since the Russians only have small advance guard units in this area, it should not be particularly difficult to push them back, thus allowing my soldiers to fortify their front line. Thus, my task was clearly defined. In carrying it out, the SS and I were supported by artillery, which we had brought in from Leningrad. Without this support, the front at Narva could not have been held for months. Our tanks were located near the division command post east of Narva. From the south, the front stretched to the outskirts of the city on the eastern side of Narva. There, after a short distance, it crossed over to the western bank of the river, where the front line was clearly marked all the way to the point where it ended in the Baltic Sea. The relatively calm times soon passed. The Russians threw more and more forces at our bridgehead. Soon they brought in heavy and super heavy artillery and unleashed a furious barrage of fire on the city. Thanks to the brave SS defenders, the Russians failed to break through the bridgehead. Only the road bridge caused me concern. The Russians kept it under constant artillery fire. It remained the last crossing over the Narva River after the railway bridge was destroyed. If it had been destroyed, we would have been trapped with our tanks and unable to use them on other sections of the front. I outlined the situation to Old Fritz. He agreed with me to place my tanks on the west bank of the Narva, on the other side of the bridge. In an emergency, we could always be in position in a matter of minutes. Then I drove back across the bridge. I was looking around for a suitable staging area for my vehicles when I heard the sound of an engine approaching from the front line, a car with a corps flag. It stopped immediately, and I couldn't believe my eyes when Field Marshal Model jumped out. The High Command had ordered him, as it always did in hopeless situations, to go to the northern front to restore order. I reported what was required of me, and then a storm broke out over me, the likes of which you rarely see. Model's eyebrows twitched. I had seen this before on the Central Front. I wasn't even allowed to explain or say anything in response. I went to my men and instantly found myself on the other side of Narva. The field marshal gave me an order that I will never forget. I hold you personally responsible for ensuring that not a single Russian tank breaks through. None of your Tigers must be put out of action by enemy fire. Every barrel is precious to us here. As for Field Marshal Model himself, he did not allow any compromises, but he was lenient towards the frontline soldiers who adored him. He demanded nothing for himself. In the Ruhr pocket in 1945, I heard his characteristic reply, "There are 24 hours in a day. Add another night to that, and you will probably finish your work." Unfortunately, our tour with the SS Nordland Division soon came to an end. We continued to cover the sector for several more days until the SS secured their new positions. In the process, we managed to relieve them of 4 anti-tank guns. I will never forget the wonderful guys from the Nordland Division. They fought like lions. They were more familiar with Bolshevism from their own experience than many in the West were from their thick books. Later, I discovered that many of the Kurland army, due to the difficult circumstances, ended up in Sweden, believing that this would save them. Among them were those who fought in the 3rd SS Panzer Corps. They were later interned, but under pressure from the Allies, they were handed over to the Russians. Considering that even at that time relations between the Western powers and the Soviets were not exactly cloudless, and that the West was well aware of the fate that awaited people arriving from the Baltic states, the Swedish government's decision becomes even more dishonorable, as a decision of a country where people so often and willingly talk about the Red Cross. The Estonians, Lithuanians, and Latvians who served in the SS were put to death, or, at the very least, sent to Siberia, just as their parents and grandparents had been before them. There are shocking reports of what happened in Swedish internment camps when word reached them that their inhabitants were being handed over to the Russians. Suicides and self-mutilation are terrible material evidence of the guilt of the so-called host country. People who took up arms against Bolshevism only to defend their homeland, Western civilization, and, as part of it, Sweden, were doomed to certain death. A new assignment awaited us between Narva and the mouth of the river. The Russians changed the direction of their main attacks there after retreating from the Narva bridgehead. They tried to break through the frozen Narva and create a bridgehead on the west bank of the river. The main attacks were focused on the village of Rigi, located on the west bank of the river, halfway between Narva and Balti. Wengler's long-suffering infantrymen were stationed there. They made use of an old trench left over from the 1941 offensive. On February 16th, I was sent to Colonel Wengler with 2 tanks to support his men in defending against massive Russian attacks from across the Narva. Wengler's command post was located about 2 kilometers behind the front line, separated from it by swampy forests. The colonel welcomed me with open arms. "Finally, you're back! I'm just happy they sent you, because we already understand each other well. The situation here is very complicated, but you already know that. Unfortunately, I suffered heavy losses during the retreat. The combat power of my regiment is, at best, equal to that of a single battalion. In order to hold my sector, I need at least a whole regiment, if not more. For this reason, the front line is poorly held. I tried to build a series of strong points as a backup. It would be best if we could survey the situation on the ground as soon as possible. You will get a better impression than if I show you the whole situation on a map." We immediately set out on a reconnaissance mission. Such reconnaissance also helped us to orient ourselves at night. the level of combat activity was quite high. When we arrived at the battalion command post, Wingler was informed of another Russian breakthrough. The Russians suffered heavy losses during their attacks because they had no cover whatsoever while crossing the Narva River on the ice. But even if a small group managed to gain a foothold on our side of the Narva, they would cling to our trench system like leeches, and we would have to drive them out with counterattacks before the next wave of attacks could roll in. It was quite clear that the Russians were determined to achieve their goal here at any cost, and without regard for losses. We had to support the infantry in expanding the territory of the occupied trench sections. This required a high degree of accuracy so that our own troops would not be hit by our fire. We had to get within about 50 meters of the trenches, which ran in a regular zigzag line. From there, we watched our soldiers advance. When they occupied a section, the first one would wave his hand. Then we fired at the next 10 to 12 meters of territory with our 88mm guns until it was ready to be stormed. As soon as our soldiers' helmets appeared above the edge of the trench, we ceased fire and our troops captured the trench. Our team worked with precision. The Russians were unable to add this success to their list of achievements, despite heavy losses. But they immediately responded to the appearance of our tanks with artillery fire, sending us a solid number of their welcome greetings. The eastern bank of the Narva River dropped off quite steeply, and the edge of a huge wooded area stretched along the hill. Our positions were clearly visible from the edge of the forest, and we were like a thorn in the side of their artillery, which caused us a lot of trouble. Less than 3 minutes after we left our patch of forest, the first flashes appeared from the gun barrels on the far bank. Only by moving around and maneuvering constantly were we able to avoid being hit directly. I focused all my attention on the far bank, while Pz.VI provided support to the infantry in his vehicle. And although I silenced several Russian guns when I entered the fray, we found ourselves under fire again every time we reappeared. During one of these skirmishes, I finally taught Lustig, one of our drivers, to temper his inherent recklessness. Usually, this bundle of energy only spurred me on if my vehicle was out of action, but his tank commander often told me that Lustig was an unbridled man who always rushed forward and was difficult to persuade to back down. Undoubtedly, a characteristic of a man worthy of praise, if not for his disregard for danger. In his civilian profession, Lustig was a blacksmith, a guy as healthy as a fire hydrant. Once, when a lit cigar fell under his shirt, instead of tearing off one piece of clothing after another, which is common in winter, and pulling out the cigar, he simply extinguished it by pressing it against his bare body from the outside. When we shook hands, I felt as if I had been kicked by a horse. That was our Lustig, a man with his heart in the right place. He always drove the car forward, never stopping in front of the enemy. But once, as I said, he learned to temper his ardor. We were about 500 meters from our small fishing line when the Russians opened fire. The first volley fell short, the second fell behind us. I didn't want to wait for the third, as the probability of being hit was too high. I shouted to Lustig, "Reverse!" But he didn't react. We remained where we were, and the Russians fired a third volley. The shells began to explode around us, and one of them, a 28-centimeter giant, landed right in front of us on the trail. But it didn't explode. Like a big mouse, it rolled quickly and easily toward us, sliding across the snow under our vehicle. Later, we saw it in front of the forest on the way back. After that incident, even our friend Lustig became convinced that there was no time to lose when I gave him the command to reverse. Again and again, we marveled at the quality of our tank's steel. It was hard, but not brittle, and elastic. If an anti-tank shell did not hit the armor directly, it would slide off to the side and leave a mark behind, as if you had run your finger over a soft piece of butter. At night, we couldn't help our long-suffering comrades. Our shots would only put them in danger. We simply opened fire on the ice-covered Narva as soon as the Russians launched a new attack. By doing so, we partially diverted the Ivanov's artillery fire onto ourselves. The Russians often tried to cross the river, up to 10 times a night. They even used sleds. Despite huge losses, they strove to force the river. When they did so, we called it stubbornness, and when we did, we called it bravery. After the war, we became very familiar with the reversal of such expressions. A soldier who had done his duty for his country to the very end was suddenly labeled a militarist and a warmonger, in short, a vicious Nazi. After things calmed down a bit in the Riga sector, we received a new order to march. I asked Colonel Wengler for leave, and when we wished each other luck, he shared with me, somewhat embarrassed, that he was probably facing the most difficult and longest battle of his life. He was getting married. An opportunity arose that allowed him to tie the knot, namely, his award of the Knight's Cross with oak leaves, for which he was returning to Germany. He became the 404th soldier to receive this high award. Unfortunately, his early marriage was short-lived. Wengler, already a major general, was killed in 1945 in the West after being awarded the Knight's Cross with swords. He became the 123rd Wehrmacht soldier to receive this award. The front held at Narva. In order to understand the subsequent operations, I will have to describe the defensive positions along the Narva River, as they were known to the battalion headquarters on February 24, 1944. The river itself served as a natural defensive position. If you follow it upstream, it initially stretches for about 10 kilometers in a southeasterly direction from its mouth in the Gulf of Finland. The river flows past Rigi and Severtsi to the city of Narva before turning south. After 1 to 2 kilometers, it turns west. This section, where the Narva flows almost 10 kilometers from east to west, will be important for the rest of the story. Passing this section, after about 45 kilometers in a south and southeast direction, you reach the northeastern tip of Lake Peipus. When our troops were withdrawn from Rigi, the front stretched from Narva Bay, or more precisely, from Hungerberg, along the western bank of the river. It ran through Rigi to a point just before Narva, then moved to the eastern bank, where a bridgehead was formed in front of the city itself in order to hold it. The front line again ended at Narva, where it curved. The intention was to continue it on the eastern bank. There were even plans to create a bridgehead in the middle of the next east-west section. However, as was often the case, the Russians put an end to our plans. The Narva-Vojvoda-Vesenberg railway line ran parallel to this east-west axis at Narva, about 8 kilometers to the north. Another 800 meters to the north was a highway. From there, it was another 5 to 6 kilometers to the Baltic coast. The area between the river and the highway was completely swampy. The railroad ran on a reinforced embankment. The infantry units that were supposed to occupy the east-west axis in order to create the planned bridgehead to the south arrived too late. It was assumed that the Russians had not yet advanced to Narva in this area. Due to the marshy terrain, it was also considered unlikely that they would gain a foothold north of the river. According to the High Command, the marshy area was completely unsuitable for setting up positions. However, when our guys wanted to take up their positions, they were confused to discover that significant Russian forces had already advanced between the northern bank of the Narva and the railway. They had established a bridgehead there, from which they threatened our troops in Narva. Our units were too weak to push the enemy back south across the river. Because of all these complications, our front line took on a very peculiar character. It ran north of the railway embankment and consisted of strong points. However, approximately in the middle of this section, it wedged into the enemy's bridgehead on both sides of the road, taking the shape of a boot. The northern part of the territory occupied by the Russians was thus split in two, into the eastern pocket and the western pocket. Both of these names became common in Wehrmacht reports. The passage leading out of the boot to the north ran through the village of Lembitu after crossing the railroad tracks. After another 800 meters or so, it led to a kind of elevation that stood out among the plain like a large embankment. Immediately behind it, the road ran into the main highway. This road intersected with a second road in Lembitu. It ran from the west, parallel to the railway, and past the estate on the edge of the village. From the estate, it ran diagonally to the railway embankment and reached the second railway crossing after about 130 meters. Along the section from the farmstead to the crossing, there were more houses, approximately at equal distances from each other. I wanted to preface my subsequent narrative with this detailed description of the terrain, so that the reader could mentally picture how our operations unfolded in this area. The map provided in this chapter also gives additional information about the area where we fought the Russians. When we returned from Riga to the company's positions, located about 25 kilometers west of Narva, in the area between the coast and the highway, I immediately went to the battalion command post to report. The commander asked me to replace the sick company commander in Lembitu that same day. Our company was dispersed among separate infantry regiments. The company commander was sent to Lembitu with 2 Tigers. 4 more tanks were sent to the western pocket. I got into the car and immediately drove to Lembitu to replace the sick commander. He was happy that I had arrived so quickly and immediately left in my car. Feldwebel Kirsche commanded the second vehicle. We always got along well with each other, and with him I always felt more confident during the operation. My comrades explained the situation to me. According to them, the Russians had settled behind the railway embankment and felt at home there. The embankment was so high that it was easy to dig tunnels in it. They served as bunkers. Our men were in the estate and in both houses between it and the Russian railroad crossing. Our tanks were located behind the estate. At night, sentries in pairs had to maintain contact between the strong points. We decided to abandon the trench system because the regiment commander believed that the current positions were temporary. His command post was located on the slope of the Children's Home. That's what we called the mountain north of Lembitu. It dropped so steeply on the eastern side that the tunnels dug into the mountain provided protection from any shelling. After the first night, I agreed with the infantry commander that we would provide combat security during the day, and his men would do so at night. My men also needed to rest for at least a few hours, if the situation allowed. We had radio communication between the estate and the house in the village west of the railroad crossing. This way, I could always be on alert. On the first evening, of course, we did not return to our rest positions. I wanted to take a look at the combat positions first, and that was only possible after dark. The infantrymen expressed surprise when I expressed my desire to familiarize myself with the positions. Obviously, they had never encountered such a request before, but I had my own reasons for this. How could we provide effective support to the infantry if we did not actually know the location of their internal and external positions? How could we act as a team if we didn't get to know each other better? For us tankers, positional warfare and any kind of frontline operation is certainly not something to shout about. We don't exist to wander around the terrain as large targets. Our task was to attack and counterattack, that is, to act on the move. But what would those poor guys do without us? They found themselves in a position that could not be held without tanks. So I went to the nearest house with the first pair of sentries I came across. It was about 70 meters away from us. At night, the road was not visible to the Russians, as there were small trees and marshy bushes growing between us and the railway embankment. The company's strong point resembled a farmstead. However, one should not be misled by the word company. It meant 25 to 30 people. And even this impressive number was only achieved thanks to the fact that reinforcements had recently arrived from the rear, green recruits who had yet to see the front. They were eager, just couldn't wait to see the fighting. With the sentries on patrol, I left this strong point for the third one, only 30 to 40 meters from the railway embankment. Sometimes we heard the Russians calling out to each other and distinguished sounds that led us to believe that the equipment of the positions was in full swing. The Russians had to build dugouts, just as we had done, and widen the roads to bring in heavy combat equipment. The neighboring company was located another 150 to 200 meters along the edge of the forest that stretched between the railroad embankment and the highway. This guard, therefore, had to cover a very long strip of land. Then we drove to the right strong point of the neighboring battalion, which belonged to the Feldherrnhalle division. There, in the woods, the front line itself began. It ran eastward toward the railroad embankment. The Russians had established their positions in another strip of forest 200 meters to the south. No infantryman likes to have completely open terrain behind him. There is no cover, and it is practically impossible to bring up reserves secretly from the enemy in a difficult situation. Our infantry found themselves in just such a difficult situation in these positions. This made the necessity of our presence even more obvious. If the Russians had decided to attack further north, our comrades would not have been able to prevent it without armored support. Our infantry was busy turning strong points into bunkers. Basements were reinforced with beams, embrasures were added, and the guard assured us that the sentries always had a chance to warm up. Compared to them, those of us in tanks had a hard time in winter when we had to carry out combat guard duty for days and weeks on end, as we did there. We would have been happy to get even a small fraction of the heat that prevailed in the tanks in summer. In winter, it felt like sitting in a refrigerator. In order to warm up a little, we came up with the idea of lighting a large kerosene lamp. During training, we were strictly forbidden to even smoke in the tank, and now we had come to the point of burning a kerosene lamp at full power with the enemy in front of us. Thank God that none of the tanks in our company ever had an accident because of such carelessness. But there were other side effects. For example, when we all fell asleep, the draft in the lamp weakened and it began to smoke like crazy. We all looked like chimney sweeps. Because of the soot, the interior of our tanks could hardly be called white anymore. The air also left much to be desired. Today, I am simply amazed that none of us were poisoned by toxic fumes. But back then, everyone had heard the well-worn phrase, "No one has ever died from the stench, but many have frozen to death." Even the food rations in the tank had a taste of burning or oil. However, over time, experiencing deprivation, people get used to everything. This smell of burning and stale oil, this smell of a tank, became quite acceptable to us over the years. On a gray morning, A young soldier ran up to my vehicle. He reported that soldiers at the nearest strongpoint had seen Russians setting up their first anti-tank gun near the railroad embankment. Of course, I promised to take urgent countermeasures. It's an old truth. We must demonstrate our power to our comrades in the infantry in order to gain their trust. If we do that, we can talk to them substantively and not worry that something will be done wrong. Then we both fearlessly went to the second stronghold and stopped in front of the railway embankment. It was difficult to see the Russian anti-tank gun because it was perfectly camouflaged. Only the barrel of the gun was visible. Since the Ivans still hadn't opened fire, they missed their chance. After a few shots, the barrel of the gun pointed skyward and looked like an anti-aircraft gun. Even though it was right in front of us, no more than 50 meters away, it was impossible to destroy it with a single shell. The Russians had skillfully installed it in the railroad embankment. We had to destroy the outer cover first. During this minor operation, I was finally able to take a look at the terrain in daylight. Without a doubt, the Russians had an advantage over us. Behind the railway embankment stood several rows of tall fir trees. The Russians were subsequently able to dominate the entire area using snipers positioned at the tops of the trees. Through the fir trees, an open plain stretched out to a row of fairly tall trees standing in a swamp, reaching the railroad crossing. And the Russians had made sure that their front line turned back at this point, because the embankment sloped down to the east and did not provide sufficient cover. After our little morning excursion, we drove back to the peasant house. At that time, we could not have imagined that we would have to continue this monotonous combat guard duty for a whole week. As soon as we arrived at our position behind the farmhouse, a Volkswagen drove up the road from the orphanage. The Ivans had a clear view of this road and immediately began to shower us with mines. Fortunately, none of the shells hit the car. Old Berman, a long-serving non-commissioned officer, got out of it. He was in charge of the forward supply point and would not even hear of not delivering food rations to us, even in the most seemingly hopeless situations. He drove right up to us, and we got our food. I greeted him with a few appropriate words. "You're risking your life for this piece of gum. Are you crazy?" Berman replied briefly, "Don't forget, I want my hot food and my coffee too. But you have nothing here at the front, so how are we going to enjoy our food?" This was not just empty talk or idle boasting. His words came from the heart. When there is fierce shelling, all idle talk stops. It was that selfless camaraderie and selfless devotion that will never let us forget the difficult times at the front. It unites us even today. Only when a person shows their true face rather than their uniform or outward appearance can you truly know them. You can be sure that these comrades will not abandon you in times of trouble, even in peacetime. Axiom: you don't necessarily need war to truly get to know a person. But the experience of camaraderie, this bond with others, without thinking about my own interests, convinced me that the time we spent in the war was not wasted. On the contrary, it gave us all something that we needed for the future. From my own experience, I know that people who endlessly complain about their time in the army and talk about lost years were, as a rule, bad comrades and complete egoists. Of course, old Berman seemed like an old man to us greenhorns. He was probably about 35 years old and had a family. He was a social democrat and still considered himself a member of that party. Berman never tried to hide his views, but that did not prevent him from becoming a non-commissioned officer. He was an outstanding soldier. none of us ever asked our comrade to show his party card. No one except the sergeant, who kept a list of the company's personnel, knew who professed which religion. Who cared if you were from Saxony or the Palatinate, Berlin or Austria? The only thing that mattered was that you did your duty in the unit and that others depended on you. To the enemy, everyone was equal. The Russians made no distinctions. At the same time, those who let us down at the front and were unable to work in a team were excluded from our circle of friends. It was difficult for them if they wanted to be accepted back into the group. It was with Berman that I liked to talk about my post-war plans. Sometimes it occurred to us that we might lose the war, but more often than not, life after the war seemed so pleasant. Everyone would respect each other, just as we did in our company, regardless of party or religious affiliation or place of residence. The main thing was that everyone did their job as well as possible. Back then, we believed, in the old-fashioned way, that such ideas could be realized in a democracy. But doubts arose as to whether such ideal relationships could exist at all. Old Berman liked to say, "A person who is at the trough turns into a pig, and if he is the only one who turns into a pig, then everyone else can be happy." He probably hit the nail on the head with that one. After this brief digression, let's return to the front in Narva. The Russians continued to remain suspiciously quiet, and only when we allowed ourselves to warm up the engines for a quarter of an hour did they start watering us. They probably thought we were going to move and do something about them. As soon as we heard the shooting, bang, 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 we quickly closed the hatches. A few seconds later, the mines began to land in plain sight. Since the fuses were very sensitive, they did not allow the mines to penetrate deep into the frozen ground, but only left black marks in the snow. Later, when 15-centimeter mortars were used, we became much more uneasy. The days passed in a kind of frosty stupor. In their cozy, peaceful lives, people find it hard to imagine how we could get used to the constant cold. Despite the cold, we took off our frozen clothes twice a day to get rid of lice. How grateful we would have been for a can of DDT powder. We hardly ever changed our underwear, knowing from experience that the inhabitants of the rear bridge felt better in clean underwear. Therefore, we had to leave our underwear so dirty that even the lice found it repulsive. Only then did their passion for reproduction diminish somewhat. I had 3 items that reminded me of my distant, peaceful life. A nail brush, which we all valued greatly. A comb, which also served us well. And finally, an old hairpin, which I used to clean my ears. It also passed from hand to hand, but I managed to keep it throughout the war and during my stay in the prisoner of war camp. The water problem was acute. Washing and even shaving were not among the top priorities. Naturally, the water in the few wells at our disposal froze. The infantrymen were no better off than we were, but they knew how to take care of themselves even in the most incredible situations. If we got meatballs with our rations at night, we ate them with our hands, and then, from under the layer of soot and dirt, our clean skin reappeared. Be that as it may, all this remains secondary for us. We were already happy if we managed to sleep with our legs stretched out for at least a few hours during the night. On the second night, we went back to the western edge of the village. In one of the houses, we found a shelter under the floor. Even though there was no stove, at least we could sleep comfortably in our winter clothes. We were so tired that we didn't even notice the cold. A truck with fuel, ammunition, and provisions arrived in the middle of the night. For the first time, we ate with appetite. During the day, we only forced ourselves to swallow something. Often I didn't eat anything at all unless the other crew members forced me to. The guys simply wouldn't let me light a cigarette until I had eaten my bread. My gunner, Sergeant Heinz Kramer, was particularly strict and ruthless in this regard. It should be noted that we were fed extremely well under the circumstances. Our mess sergeant, Pz.VI, a barber from Vienna, spared no effort, although he would have preferred to be back in a tank. We often received dumplings and vegetables from him, but he avoided stewed meat at all costs. The people who delivered provisions, fuel, weapons, and ammunition to the front deserve special praise. They had a difficult and responsible mission. These resourceful people had to find us quickly behind the front lines. They always traveled at night, without lights, and, as a rule, on unfamiliar roads that were covered with new craters every day. Their mission was sometimes more difficult than ours at the front. At least we were familiar with the local situation, but they almost always had to deal with unexpected situations and make the right decisions, relying only on themselves. Despite all this, we were never left without supplies. We were quite satisfied with our night camp. The people on the front line could also rest easy. We had set up a telephone line between them and us. Shortly before dawn, we drove back to the farmhouse. From there, someone would usually run out to us to report what the Ivans had been up to the previous night at the railway embankment. Sometimes there were curious episodes. Sometimes we shot crows out of the trees on the other side of the railway embankment because they seemed suspicious. The Ivans had snipers sitting in the trees. They forced us to crouch down when walking and restricted our freedom of movement. Once, a young infantryman, clearly a newcomer to the front, ran up to my tank, out of breath, and began to excitedly tell me that the Russians had placed armored snipers in the trees. He had clearly seen our machine gun bullets ricochet off them and suggested that I open fire on the trees with main-caliber shells. But what did the conscientious young man actually see? The marks left by our shells scattered in all directions after hitting the branches, but at the same time, the trajectory of the bullets fired from the machine gun was, of course, completely different. Our comrade left reassured. It should be noted, however, that he slightly anticipated events. Later, having penetrated the eastern pocket, we did indeed encounter body armor. At first, it was worn by commissars, and it provided excellent protection against shrapnel and pistol bullets. Although, in my opinion, this armor must have restricted movement. My guys had to get used to all sorts of things, and they did so without complaining. However, there was one requirement that they found difficult to comply with and often complained about. No one was allowed to relieve themselves during an operation or while on combat duty. There were designated times in the morning and evening for personal toilet. If nature called, and there was no other option, they had to do their business in the tank. Over time, everyone got used to this rule, and there were no more problems. There was a reason for this crude undertaking. In most cases, people were lost if they found themselves in a combat situation outside the tank. The Russians, noticing that people were getting out of the tank, immediately opened fire with rifles or mortars. In addition to the fact that soldiers were being unjustifiably wounded, there was also the problem of finding suitable replacements from deep behind the front lines. Thanks to my strict orders, we lost only 2 more people outside the tank, and even they were working with another task force. Of course, As tank commanders, we sometimes had to work with the infantry. The guys didn't like that either. As soon as I was about to climb out of the turret, Kramer would grab my legs, fearing that I would be shot. On February 27th, bomber squadrons made their first appearance. From then on, they harassed us every night, sometimes even twice a night. Obviously, they wanted to prepare our positions for a subsequent assault. Shortly before nightfall, a Pathfinder flew in from the south and dropped the familiar New Year's tree behind our positions. Immediately after that, twin-engine bombers appeared. They dropped their payload behind us on both sides of the road. During the attack, the Ivans lit us up with red and pink flares. The lights helped the pilots navigate so they wouldn't drop bombs on their own positions. In addition, the Russians stacked wood piles in the shape of a Soviet star behind the front line and set them on fire at nightfall. Despite all this, they sometimes dropped bombs that fell short. Overall, we had nothing to worry about immediately behind the front line. In the weeks that followed, the Russians turned the entire area on both sides of the highway from Narva to us into a lunar landscape. Due to the marshy terrain, the bombs buried themselves deep in the ground before they had time to explode. We were strongly advised to take a good look at the terrain in the morning so that we would not venture there in case of combat. Whatever might happen would be reported to another section. Our anti-aircraft gun only managed to fire at the trackers because it then ran out of ammunition. Unfortunately, they did not always manage to hit the trackers, and although we felt safe to a certain extent, all this still made us feel uneasy. As soon as these guys dropped the bombs, we had the feeling that they were rushing straight at us. It didn't leave us until the bombs finally landed at a safe distance, causing the soft ground to shake. In the tank, we felt as if we were standing on a trampoline. Of course, we quickly took countermeasures. When we saw the Scout approaching, flying over the bridgehead in the evening, he was nicknamed the non-commissioned officer on duty for his punctuality. We quickly moved back to our house in Lembetu and didn't move again until the New Year's tree appeared in the sky. This move out of the danger zone was not a retreat. We drove westward, parallel to the front. Then we settled in the so-called boot. That is, the Ivans were to our right. The bombers could not bomb us in the narrow boot. That same evening, after our guests from the air had left, the divisional surgeon arrived with a supply truck. He was going to conduct a medical examination of the personnel. No one was sick, but everyone's feet were so swollen that some even cut their boots open to make it a little easier. We couldn't take off our boots because no one would be able to put them back on. That's when the respected division surgeon appeared and examined our feet. His recommendation to take foot baths in the evenings caused an explosion of laughter. We didn't even have water to wash our faces, nor did we have a place for a stove. It would only have given away our presence to the Russians. The surgeon recommended that 2 of my subordinates be sent to the rear because their feet were in very bad condition. But nothing could convince them to go to the rear and get treatment. Such was the spirit of our comrades at the front. Only the damaged imagination of a third-rate hack could lead him to come up with the myth that a pistol was sometimes necessary to force our subordinates to go into battle. The calm before the storm. The signs of an inevitable Russian offensive were becoming increasingly apparent. On the morning of February 28th, we carried out another maneuver against Russian anti-tank positions. The Russians had already made another attempt to install an anti-tank gun. According to infantry reports, they had already built a bunker in the embankment near the railroad crossing. The Russians did not allow themselves to be distracted by our direct strikes. Every evening, they built something new, just like moles. Without a doubt, the Russians surpassed us in the construction of field engineering structures. And all thanks to half natural talent and half diligent training. They always managed to dig in before we noticed them. It should also be noted that Russian anti-tank guns did not engage in a duel with us. The gun crew usually withdrew from their position before we had time to take up a good position. A few days later, we received a report from the Corps that a Russian radio transmission had been intercepted. It mentioned a ban on frontline units firing anti-tank guns and tanks on the bridgehead. From this, it was clear that they did not want to reveal their positions. Only in the event of a German attack on the bridgehead were they allowed to open fire. This order revealed two things. On the one hand, the Russians were clearly afraid of our tanks. On the other hand, it was clear that they had already deployed their tanks on the bridgehead. This clearly indicated their intention to attack. The tanks could be imagined in an attack. They were completely unsuitable for defense in the swampy forests, which made it impossible to change positions. It did not take any particular strategic talent to understand that the Russians would take any risk to attack the troublesome bridgehead at Narva from the south. We were terribly unlucky that evening. Rations had already been distributed, and we were chatting with our comrades when Russian bombers appeared in combat formation. As a rule, we didn't need to worry too much here, behind the front line. But this time, when the Russians dropped their bombs, clearly falling short, some of us crawled under the tanks, while the rest hurriedly scattered. A significant number of bombs fell among the Russians. One landed right behind one of my tanks. Both crew members under it were killed instantly by the shock wave. The men sitting on the tank were blown off it and escaped death, but suffered concussions. This unfortunate incident was another lesson for us, teaching us to remain vigilant even in relatively calm periods. As we lay in our bunker, still reeling from the shock of the event, the old saying that misfortune never comes alone was confirmed shortly thereafter. We had not been lying there for an hour when the sentry woke us up. We heard a suspicious crackling and rustling sound. A few idiots from another unit, who knew nothing about the Russian heating system, had lit the stove in the room above us. The sparks immediately set the thatched roof on fire. With great difficulty, we managed to escape from the burning house, which collapsed immediately afterwards. The Ivans, of course, opened fire on the clearly visible target. Needless to say, there was no such thing as even a halfway peaceful night. The next day brought new surprises. The first thing we did in the morning was to destroy the enemy's anti-tank gun, after which the Russians did not put anything in position. Observations showed that they had also brought artillery and heavy mortars to the front line and were occasionally firing at us. In the evening, after our air duty non-commissioned officer again gave the order for his bomber units to take action, we retreated. We found a small abandoned bunker in a forest clearing shaped like a postage stamp. It was located north of the road and 1,000 meters west of the burned-down house. It now became our place of rest at night. The tanks were positioned and well camouflaged among the trees, and we were more or less satisfied. However, that same night, a sentry reported that he could see the light of a large fire in the direction of our infantry strongholds, and that the units were under heavy fire. We immediately drove out and saw from a distance that the farmstead and 2 other strongholds were engulfed in bright flames. The Russians had fired incendiary shells at them to destroy our last shelter. I had long feared this. I had always been upset that at least trenches had not been dug between the three strongholds, if nothing else could be done. Naturally, our soldiers had to leave their shelters during the fire. They were lying in open terrain. The losses would have been even greater in daylight. The expected Russian attack never happened. They probably just wanted to improve their visibility. Fortunately for us, the houses in the Narva sector had stone foundations. They provided cover. The next night, the foundations had to be covered with new beams. This situation meant that we were completely exposed. We had to constantly watch the railway embankment so that the Russians would not take us by surprise. So far, they had shown no desire to engage us in intense firefights. This also indicated their intention to launch a large-scale offensive. By early morning, we had transported the seriously wounded back behind the children's home. We had already become jack of all trades for the infantry, saving them from even greater losses. However, the company's personnel had already been reduced to 10 to 12 people. Almost every night, I went to the regiment's command post behind the orphanage and asked the commander to strengthen the positions in our sector and dig trenches at night for this purpose. Unfortunately, my suggestions were not approved. In my opinion, everyone could already see that this was the weakest point of our front. But Major Haas was always concerned only about his 2 battalions in the boot, even though he should have seen that further east we had to cover the border area between 2 divisions. The enemy likes to choose such areas for an attack. After the houses burned to the ground, the situation became practically hopeless for the infantry in the event of a Russian attack on the highway from the eastern pocket. From then on, these 3 houses could be considered the ruins of 3 houses. I was finally able to organize the placement of a platoon of 4 well-camouflaged assault guns on the same level as the children's home, but to the east of it. 3 2-centimeter quadruple anti-aircraft guns also took up position 100 meters behind our estate. When the radio transmitter broke down, we drove to the children's home and picked up a new one. We also risked picking up provisions by moonlight. I may have gotten too carried away with this business. It would have been all over if we had lost the car during this venture. But what else could I do? After all, I had to help people as much as possible. They were grateful for this and sent us their best wishes long after that, when we were already working in a completely different area. We were also worried about our faithful Berman. Every morning he showed up punctually with hot coffee, even though he was risking his life by going on such a trip. We just couldn't bring ourselves to tell him that we would rather rest than drink coffee. The fact is that the Russians accompanied each of Berman's trips with bursts of heavy fire. One morning, he barely managed to escape. During the trip, he was caught in 2 explosions. In the end, he took my advice and stopped bringing the dangerous coffee. The infantrymen and anti-aircraft gunners were also happy. After all, it always took a good half-hour from the moment Berman's car appeared until the Ivans calmed down and stopped firing like madmen. During one of those nights, an interesting event took place in our bunker. I myself became the center of attention. I must say that every night we were visited by an uninvited guest, the so-called cripple or sewing machine. That's what we called Russian biplanes. These little planes flew back and forth behind the front lines, so low that we could almost reach out and touch them. In addition to hand grenades and mines, they dropped small bombs. These machines could also be called Kolyma bombers. because the engine always started to vibrate before the pilot dropped anything. He clamped the control stick tightly between his knees when he did this, so we already knew that something was about to be dropped, and we were prepared for it, unless, of course, we were asleep. However, one night we were fast asleep when one of these strange birds appeared. By chance, one of the bombs fell right at the edge of the bunker, raising a large cloud of dust. 2 guys were slightly injured by shrapnel. Everyone rushed out of the shelter, but when they saw that I wasn't outside, they came back. They found me lying there as if I were dead and started to undress me to see if I had been hit. And while they were undressing me, I woke up. I didn't have a scratch on me. I was sleeping so soundly, as if I were dead. Only a completely exhausted person can sleep like that. Today, all this may seem unbelievable, but even the most skeptical can be easily convinced by my Sergeant Kirchner. Even today, he still likes to recall this, in essence, curious incident. Frontline soldiers do not need a bed or sleeping pills to sleep soundly. Living in a tank for weeks on end is nothing special, nothing to make a big fuss about. It takes only a little imagination to picture what it was really like. The confined space and the bitter cold soon take their toll. Our health was put to an incredible test. We didn't even want to admit it to ourselves, but the results became apparent later. The moisture from our breath soon froze and turned into a thick, white ice growth. If any of the crew fell asleep and leaned their head against the tank wall, their hair would actually freeze to it when they woke up. To a certain extent, we could warm ourselves by huddling together and shivering with our whole bodies. The infantrymen in their positions hardly envied us. Our movements in the tank were limited, and we had no opportunity to warm ourselves by the stove. So I was not surprised when I once caught pleurisy, as the doctor later diagnosed. My left leg, which often rested against the wall of the tank, developed frostbite spots. The deceptive calm before the storm lasted until March 15th. On that day, we were hit by a mine. Until then, we had always managed to avoid being hit, thanks to skillful maneuvering. I radioed the company that the radiator was punctured and leaking. Fortunately, 2 vehicles had just returned from the repair shop and were operational. They were able to pull us out the next morning. Over the previous 2 days, the Russians had emerged from the depths of their stronghold each time with increasingly heavy weaponry. However, they did not open fire very often, and we decided that they were simply sighting in their guns. The infantrymen heard the frequent sounds of moving tracked vehicles behind the front line. They believed these were tractors pulling artillery guns. In any case, the striking silence of the previous 2 days was alarming. By evening, Sergeant Kepshap had towed my car back to our shelter. The next morning, on the 16th, Sergeant Major Pz.VI arrived with 2 cars to pull us out. Before dawn, I went with him to the peasant house and oriented him to the area. Then, towed by Kircher, we set off in the direction of the house. We were extremely happy that we could finally rest for a few days, wash, and sleep to our heart's content. Moving parallel to the front line along the western pocket, we passed the location of 3 vehicles under the command of Oberfeldwebel Göring. This was where the road turned north toward the motorway. His position was more advantageous than ours in the eastern pocket. The crews settled down for the night in a cemetery. The tanks were parked right next to the cemetery wall, and the men spent the night in a burial vault, which was lined with bricks and reinforced with beams. From the perspective of a person living in peacetime, this could be considered sacrilegious. But the laws of war often trample on the laws of peacetime. People were happy to squeeze into the frozen ground by any means available. Those who were unlucky enough to be later captured by the Russians had the opportunity to witness even greater sacrilege in cemeteries. Our forward support base and company commander were located at that time in Silemai, a town on the Baltic Sea coast, about 25 kilometers west of Narva and north of the highway. First of all, we greeted all our comrades in the company. We hadn't seen each other for a long time, and they barely recognized us with our beards. They had already heated up the sauna for us, which was located right on the shore. We were just eager to wash, which we hadn't done in so long. Then I had a meeting with the company commander. His tank was parked next to the house in front of the window to protect it from shrapnel. He did not give me a very warm welcome. "You're not wearing a tie again. No wonder I'm constantly having to reprimand someone when you set such a bad example. How can we expect to be respected if we allow ourselves to look like this?" It should be noted that I always wore only a black scarf. I knew that von Schiller didn't like that. His speech could not be called strict, but he spoke quite seriously. I said, "If the respect of my subordinates depends entirely on whether I am wearing a tie, then something is wrong with me." I had known von Schiller since I was a recruit. He immediately suggested that I address him informally after we arrived in Russia with the 502nd Battalion. He was my only commander in the battalion, but in fact, he never gave me any orders, knowing that I always acted on my own initiative, at least when left to my own devices, which was always the case at the front. The reason we addressed each other informally was also because I constantly had to be on the front line. In the presence of my fellow soldiers from our company, I observed military etiquette, and the informal form of address was no longer used. I was always between the company and its commander, and had to mediate for one side or the other. Anyone who claims never to have experienced an overwhelming feeling of fear has certainly never been at the front. Fear is a prerequisite for courage, just as the fear of death and uncertainty about the afterlife are prerequisites for the emergence and existence of any religion. True bravery consists in overcoming the fear of one's own death through an even greater determination to set an example for one's soldiers and support them. There was probably no one among us who was not afraid. Before some combat operations, I did not feel my best. But as soon as the tank started moving, I had no time to think about the danger. After the first shot was fired, my nerves calmed down on their own. Everything went haywire if we were nervous. During the battle, I often conveyed my inner calm to others with a joke during a brief radio communication session. Von Schiller should not have been surprised to learn that his subordinates did not like him, since he failed to impress them in battle. As a result, no one could stand his arrogance. Perhaps it served as a kind of self-defense for him. We knew each other too well to deceive each other. I forgave him for things that another close acquaintance would hardly have been able to forgive. It was impossible to demand the same tolerance from the soldiers. After all, it was taken for granted that they were fighting at the front, risking their lives for their country. Sometimes his criticism was entirely justified. There was a shameful incident involving the use of codes on the radio. Von Schiller briefly outlined the situation on the bridgehead to me. He looked at me reproachfully and said, "These games on the radio must be stopped. You are endangering not only your own people." I wisely remained silent. He was right, of course. I didn't know how, or rather, I simply didn't want to get used to stupid code names. During an operation, I had to say over the radio, "Nightcap," "Teeter," and similar messages. Our guys much preferred to address each other by name. Naturally, I used code names when radioing the battalion and the supply point. However, I addressed the people on the front line by their real names. Even more careless were the unofficial radio conversations. You could often hear on the radio, "What's the password for smokers?" This meant that cigarettes had become scarce again, and Otto Carius had to prove that he was a true friend. It should be noted that I was well supplied from home. 10 to 15 packs of cigarettes were delivered with each mail. I immediately distributed the packs among the tanks. The packs had short greetings to each person on them. The soldiers carefully preserved these greetings. The Russians, of course, were eavesdropping. Since the transmission was in plain text, when they heard the names of the same people, they immediately knew that the Tigers had appeared in a particular place. The code names changed after a few days at the latest, while our names, of course, remained the same. And the Russians would have noticed anyway if we had, say, left Neville and appeared near Narva. We were a thorn in their side. Once, for example, they used a loudspeaker in the eastern pocket near Limbitu to appeal to our infantry to hand me over to them in exchange for 30 captured soldiers. They called on our soldiers to pacify the bloodthirsty dog who was constantly forcing them to defend themselves. My comrades in the infantry let the guy talk for a very short time, and when it became completely unbearable, they shot the loudspeakers. The Russians seemed to like the inappropriate expression, bloodthirsty dog. They stubbornly continued to broadcast over the loudspeaker again and again, which showed their respect for our battalion. After I was wounded at Dunaburg, the Russians announced on the radio that I had been killed. The Soviet officer who presented the lost tablet with my name on it as proof of his success was awarded a medal. My sergeant informed me of this in a letter to cheer me up. After all, everyone knows that those who are reported dead often manage to live longer than others. We naturally enjoyed our unexpected forced rest. The sauna gave us the opportunity to feel human again, and we felt as if we had been reborn. Thanks to this opportunity, I also got rid of my pleurisy and was completely healthy again. However, we had no idea how long our rest would last. At the front, you always want to take advantage of temporary blessings, pushing away thoughts of what will happen later and how long. Just as we were getting used to the cozy, warm room, a report came from Oberfeldwebel Pz.VI that the radiator on his Tiger had also leaked and the running gear of the second vehicle was damaged. The Russians were probably quite satisfied with damaging 3 of our vehicles. It is known that they had a grudge against Tigers. For the time being, Sveti remained in the village. In the event of combat, he could at least provide fire support to the infantry. I went to my guys from the maintenance crew to see how the repair of my radiator was progressing. I had no doubt that we had been sitting around doing nothing for quite a long time. The work that the repair platoon was doing cannot be described using familiar terminology. Nowadays, what they did with their hands would be described as something beyond human capabilities. This selfless work behind the front lines could not be organized by orders alone. On the contrary, it required inner conviction and a desire to help the troops at the front in every way possible. Oberfeldwebel Delzeit, commander of the repair platoon, could not be called an easy person to get along with. His positive qualities were hidden behind a very rough exterior. He often grumbled so much that his subordinates tried to change into their work clothes as quickly as possible. He treated his superiors in the same way, but we could not imagine what would have happened if his subordinates had allowed him to do the same to them. Pz.VI, a first-class professional, used all his skills to repair the damaged vehicle. He was also a good comrade, who never left his people in trouble. The situation in his platoon was much better than in all the others. During combat operations, the repair platoon worked day and night, and of course, were as steadfast as the soldiers on the front lines. If Pz.VI promised to repair a vehicle by a certain time, you could count on him. People of this caliber are needed at the front. And did it really matter that someone was a little rough around the edges? Smooth talkers and nice guys are no good where you need to show what you're capable of. On March 16, 1944, our friend Pz.VI acted in his usual demanding and trustworthy manner. After visiting the repair platoon's bunker, I learned that my tank would be ready by midnight. This meant that there were no obstacles preventing the other tankers from taking over. Our break lasted exactly 24 hours, but we made good use of it. I told Kircher's crew that they should not completely unpack their belongings. Instead, they should keep everything ready and lie down to get a few hours of comfortable sleep. Meanwhile, the other two companies and the battalion headquarters were sent to the Pskov area. We were left alone at our position near Narva. As it happened, I never saw Major Yed again. He was awarded the Knight's Cross on March 15th and then transferred to command a non-commissioned officer school in Eisenach. This meant recognition of his merits and a few steps up the career ladder, but the departure was certainly not easy for him. We didn't want him to leave either, because we had such a wonderful relationship with him. Comrades who were present when we celebrated his Knight's Cross and his departure told me later how difficult it was for Yed to part with the 502nd Battalion. He couldn't hold back his tears as each of his comrades shook his hand. After the war, I learned through indirect channels that the Russians had brought him to the so-called war crimes trial in Eisenach. I was never able to obtain information about the verdict. Unfortunately, all traces of him were lost. In the evening, we sat for a long time with von Schiller over a bottle of good schnapps. He couldn't understand why I wanted to lie down before leaving. He wasn't far off when he said that I would have a good opportunity to rest at the front, despite the inconveniences. Of course, the Ivans also added something in this regard. We knew all too well that the deceptive calm would soon come to an end. So I left my company commander and went to bed. We were going to leave at 4 in the morning. This way, our comrades could take their watch before dawn and get their patched-up vehicle out of sight of the Russians. I instructed the guard to wake me up. Unfortunately, I did not take into account his delicacy. When Kircher himself finally came to me at about 5 o'clock, I was still fast asleep. The guard stubbornly insisted that he had woken me up as ordered, and I even answered him. But now, I don't want to admit it. On top of that, I had a hangover. To make matters worse, I yelled at the innocent guard and rushed to my car. Everyone was already waiting for me there. Time was running out. We arrived at Sveti's position at 8 o'clock. He managed to disappear just before dawn. Communication with the infantry was in perfect order, and the battalion commander told me that the front was calm, so I went straight to bed. If we were needed, we were always on hand. The soldiers at the front also felt calmer when we weren't in their way, giving the Russians a reason to start firing wildly. The Ivans are attacking. Shortly after dawn, I was awakened more rudely than I would have liked. This time, the Russians were my alarm clock. Against the blue sky, they created a curtain of fire that left nothing to the imagination. It covered the entire front of our bridgehead. Only the Ivans could have created such a wall of fire. Even the Americans, whom I later met in the West, could not compare with them. The Russians fired a multi-layered barrage from all types of weapons, from continuously firing light mortars to heavy artillery. They showed us that they had not wasted any time in the last few weeks and had no time for sleep. The entire sector of the 61st Infantry Division was covered by such a barrage of fire that we thought hell had descended upon us. We were right in the middle of it all, and it was completely impossible to get from our shelter to our tanks. When we were ready to make a dash after another volley, the whistling sound of the next shell forced us to retreat to the entrance of the bunker. Due to the intensity of the fire, it was impossible to understand where the main target of the attack was. In the end, it was no longer a secret that the Russians were attacking. Naturally, the line of infantry field fortifications was broken after the intensity of the fire increased. Everything blew up. We believed that the Russians were attacking our section near Lembitu, but we also had to consider the possibility of being surrounded by enemy infantry before we could get into our tanks. The Russians moved their fire further north after a good half hour of shelling, which seemed like an eternity to us. We jumped into our tanks belatedly. The Russian attack was apparently in full swing. The sky above us also came alive. The close air support aircraft, which had been completely absent in previous weeks, reappeared above us. The planes flew so low that we had the impression they wanted to take off our hats and carry them away. They roared around the area and dropped smoke bombs north of our positions to blind the artillery observers. Apparently, the Russians had planned something quite ambitious. They probably wanted to advance to the coast that day to cut off our bridgehead on the Narva front from the rear. This would have surrounded individual units of the SS Panzer Corps, the Feldherrnhalle Division, and Wengler's infantry. It was important for us to know whether we were inside or outside the pocket. Meanwhile, the situation had become extremely critical. Shortly before 10 o'clock, several groups of infantrymen ran past me in a westerly direction. Then, a 37mm anti-tank gun with a 12-ton tractor appeared. After that, another 20 to 30 people appeared, all unarmed. All this was happening against the backdrop of incessant enemy barrage fire. Although we were only about 30 meters away in the forest, they paid no attention to us. I had to run to them to find out that all 3 strongpoints had been abandoned. One of the assault guns east of the children's home was burning, and the other had retreated. Russian tanks and infantry were already rushing towards the highway. There was no time to lose. It was clear that they were advancing north with considerable forces in order to widen the breach in our bridgehead at Narva. I immediately moved quickly towards the manor house. Kircher was right behind me, and I turned so that he was on my left. He had to focus on what was happening on the open plain. The Russians were advancing with a force of up to a regiment north of our strongpoints. 5 T-34s were approaching at full speed along the highway. A 6th Russian tank had almost reached the orphanage before we noticed it. But first, I noticed 5 anti-tank guns on the railroad embankment threatening our flank. At that moment, they were the most dangerous enemy. I soon dealt with them, but not before taking several hits to the running gear. Fortunately, none of them caused serious damage. While my gunner, Sergeant Kramer, was firing at the Russian anti-tank guns, I looked to my left, and just in time. I saw the T-34 turn around when we appeared and aim its gun almost directly at Kircher. The situation reached a critical point. Everything was decided in a matter of seconds. We were lucky that the Russians acted hastily, as they always did, and did not have time to assess the terrain quickly enough. Kircher also did not notice the tank because it was approaching from behind. It passed him at a distance of no more than 30 meters. I managed to warn Kircher in time. "Hey, Kircher! There's a T-34 behind you! Watch out!" It all happened in the blink of an eye. Kircher met the Russians with a point-blank shot. They fell into a bomb crater and didn't come out. We had a chance to catch our breath. If the Russians had kept their nerve and opened fire, we would probably both have been finished. However, the other 5 T-34 tanks did not open fire. Apparently, they could not figure out who had hit them and where the shots were coming from. All the Soviet tanks had to pass the railroad crossing one by one before they could turn around properly. This maneuver, of course, significantly delayed their attack. We appeared too early. They were just a few minutes short. For the same reason, we could not reach the other tanks moving on the opposite side of the railroad embankment with our shots. The Russians immediately retreated under the cover of the swampy forest when we began to cause confusion in their ranks. Most of the enemy infantry also managed to retreat while we were busy with their anti-tank guns and tanks. Our strong points were, of course, completely abandoned. Not a single German infantryman was to be seen anywhere between Lembitu and the point where the railway embankment disappeared into the woods. Only a machine gun on the right flank of the Feldherrnhall division opened fire again in the evening. We soon reached our former front line, where there were only ruins, and found ourselves alone on the plain. My report that the strong points had been abandoned by our infantry was for some reason refuted by the division. Towards evening, I finally decided to go to the children's home myself. I wanted at least a few people to go with me to occupy the strong points, which we had previously prevented the enemy from entering. But by the time the men finally arrived, the Russians had already captured the forward broken fortifications under cover of darkness. Overall, that day brought us all kinds of disappointments in connection with the commanders in the rear. Meanwhile, after half an hour of barrage fire in the afternoon, the Russians, supported by armored vehicles, attacked our sector again. We repelled this attack as well, and were able to knock out 5 more T-34s and 1 KV-1. Knocked out tanks can sometimes be very treacherous. Once, we had to duck when several tanks exploded and various metal debris flew through the air. It infuriated me that our artillery could not be persuaded to open barrage fire. It should be noted that the observers were destroyed, and the division was given the false impression that there were troops in the ruins. As a result, our own troops were forced to remain in the barrage fire zone. An hour and a half later, the Russians were again preparing to attack with large forces at the railway embankment. I could not guarantee that I would be able to repel a third attack due to limited ammunition. In the meantime, I received a third tank and asked my company commander to drive up in his vehicle as well. He had repeatedly radioed me that he was right behind me at the edge of the forest. However, I never even caught a glimpse of him, and later learned that his tank was not heading towards us at all. Once again, I had plenty of reasons to be angry with my commander. But I didn't say anything, because I was glad that von Schiller had at least managed to get to the artillery so that it could finally open barrage fire. It was so skillfully conducted that the Russians in their starting positions for the offensive were destroyed. Exactly 1 hour later, the Russians concentrated a battalion-sized force for a new attack, supported by armored vehicles. They wanted to capture our strongpoints at any cost, but they failed to achieve their goal and lost 3 more T-34 tanks. It was after this last unsuccessful Russian attack that I left 2 Tigers at the ruins and went to the regiment's command post in the orphanage to report on the actual situation. It should be noted that they still believed that the ruins were occupied by our infantry. It was from me that the regiment commander learned the true state of affairs. He then gathered his staff of several people for a meeting. Since this took some time, I had to position myself about 200 meters from the ruins in the darkness that had fallen, in order to have a firing range and protect myself from anti-tank groups. Only one Tiger remained near the estate. The estate was also protected from enemy infiltration until 10 specially selected fighters arrived and occupied it. Another 25 men scattered along the road behind us. The Russians made no attempts to attack again during the night, but could have occupied the ruins without encountering any resistance. 2 hours before midnight, we returned for supplies. Less than 10 minutes after we arrived at the shelter, 2 trucks from the company's rear units appeared, which had been called to the supply point in Silame that afternoon. Hauptfeldwebel Sepp Rieger also arrived at the front with the supply group, taking advantage of the successful day. He did not fail to congratulate each of us personally on our success in the defensive battle. Rieger was an excellent guy, the likes of whom you rarely meet. I think it would be difficult to find a dozen guys of his stature in the entire Wehrmacht. He was an example to everyone, both as a soldier and as a person. Intelligent, not prone to pedantry or calculation, without the slightest hint of stinginess. He was awarded the Iron Cross First Class as a tank commander and platoon commander at the front. He also knew that, despite any sense of justice, it was impossible for everyone to act according to their conscience. Sometimes, some soldiers complained because Riga kept a very close eye on property. But he was responsible for that property and knew how much was missing. I also never heard of him taking a single cigarette or bottle of schnapps from the mess hall beyond what he was entitled to. For him, combat units and subunits came first. Then came the repair unit personnel, followed by the reinforcements, and finally, the rear units. He was kind to everyone in the company, both superiors and subordinates. As a commander, Riga knew how to command respect without raising his voice. Everyone respected him and recognized that he was right. That was our Sepp Riga. Certainly, none of those who ever had the good fortune to serve under him ever forgot him. We delivered gasoline and ammunition to the tanks to replenish their supplies. Each Tiger tank required 100 shells and 200 liters of gasoline. We had to get this difficult job done before we could think about hot food. But then we switched to eating and talking about our experiences in the war. Riga told us how they celebrated our day in Silame. The company commander ordered a communication line to be run from the receiver on his Tiger outside the window to the loudspeaker of the field radio station. This way, they could hear our radio communications. For every enemy vehicle destroyed, which was announced, Riga treated his men to schnapps. However, there was one thing that people did not understand: why the commander did not condescend to us, even though I had so often appealed to him with urgent requests. They also spoke unfavorably of him because he had failed to provide us with artillery support from the very beginning. It was also annoying that he did not speak to the staff officers in person, but only by telephone. Only in the evening, when I reported that the position could no longer be held, did he finally drive to the Corps headquarters in his car to insist on opening barrage fire. And the fire was opened half an hour later. The commander's behavior caused an outburst of indignation. I made every effort to calm my comrades down. Of course, I was disappointed in von Schiller. However, I told the guys that there was no need to express our emotions after the fact. In the end, we took care of the matter completely on our own, and the barrage was opened just in time. Closer to midnight, we drove back to the ruins to provide moral support to our infantry. I popped into the children's home, where I talked to the regiment commander about plans for the next day. We agreed to recapture the ruins at dawn. In any case, we had to try to do this so that the Russians could not threaten us on our side of the railway embankment from 2 piles of ruins. This would have made our position even more precarious. For our planned counterattack, we took an additional 16 men from our already limited forces. At around 5 a.m., we gathered to launch an attack in Tirtsu, a small dot on the map between the children's home and Lembitu. Sergeant Kirscher and I had 16 men with us. The attack began at exactly 5 a.m. It was still completely dark, of course. Sergeant Gruber was tasked with pinpointing the location of the Russians during our assault. First, we fired direct fire at the western ruins from our 3 tanks. Then, we moved straight at them, and 8 of my soldiers took them. The attack was a complete success, and our only complaint was that one of our men was wounded. In comparison, the attack on the eastern ruins near the railroad crossing was more difficult. It seemed to be extremely important to the Russians. In fact, during the night, they had set up 5 anti-tank guns, 2 field guns, and a 57mm anti-aircraft gun. We had to fight them for some time. It should be noted that this was typical of the Russians. If they were entrenched somewhere for just a few hours, especially at night, they would carry their equipment like ants and dig into the ground like gophers. We encountered this constantly, but never understood how they actually did it. Despite all our efforts, we were unable to recapture the second strongpoint. During our firefight, the Ivans launched a counterattack with 2 of their T-34s and a small infantry unit. We were able to repel them and destroy their tanks during the battle. Shortly thereafter, they began firing at us with artillery and large-caliber mortars. We lost 2 men killed and 2 more wounded. It was simply impossible for the 4 remaining men to capture the stronghold, let alone hold it. Unfortunately, the infantry commander, a staff lieutenant, was killed as he stormed the ruins, shouting, "Hurrah!" The Russians continued to fire machine guns incessantly. Under no circumstances could they afford to surrender their position on our side of the railway embankment. Retreating would have been even more hopeless than holding their position, as they would then have been left without cover in our firing sector. For now, we had to take care of the wounded. Under the cover of both Tigers, we got as close as possible to load the wounded without fear of machine gun fire. The Russians probably lost 30 to 40 men killed, but the ruins, which were the scene of the battle, remained in enemy hands for the next few days. Shortly after noon, following a 15-minute barrage, the Russians attempted to recapture the strongpoint and the farmstead. They attacked with up to a company of infantry supported by armored vehicles, but were thrown back, suffering heavy losses in infantry and losing 1 T-34 and 1 T-60 tank. Finally, they probably decided that was enough for one day and did not bother us until the next morning. When we returned to our shelter in the evening, the supply vehicles had already arrived. Problems arose again with our commander. His behavior was upsetting our men. I radioed a request for a vehicle to take us to the command post of the 61st Infantry Division at night. I didn't want to walk to the regimental command post, covering a distance of 8 kilometers there and back across rough terrain. It was undesirable to go by tank so as not to attract the attention of the Russians. Besides, my crew deserved a little rest since the opportunity presented itself. However, the car I requested never arrived. Berman reported that the company commander probably did not have a spare vehicle. It was only after the war that I learned from one of the former soldiers who was on duty at the company command post that von Schiller had driven several times in the evenings to visit a woman he knew who had been brought with them from Narva. So that's why he needed a car. Had I known about this at the time, I would certainly have been furious. However, this fact was kept from me throughout the war so as not to make me see red. My subordinates were also shocked by the fact that the 2nd Company of the 502nd Battalion, under the command of Oberleutnant von Schiller, was mentioned in the daily Wehrmacht report. After all, the commander had made no contribution to our success. This time it was difficult to calm people down. I explained to them that the entire company was mentioned in this way. Otherwise, only one platoon would have been mentioned. If you think about it, the whole company was involved in our success. It was a good thing that I knew nothing about the flagrant violation, the use of a vehicle for recreational trips. Otherwise, of course, I would not have tried to calm my guys down. It should be noted that we were rewarded in another way, with a special mention in the daily Corps order, which was announced publicly. Only our tanks were mentioned in this order. It was emphasized that, thanks to our active actions and initiative, we had stopped the Russian breakthrough on the coast and prevented the possible isolation of all combat units east of the children's home. In addition, we held the restored front line without infantry support. The Russians did not give us a moment's rest, striving to attack our flanks and encircle the Narva bridgehead at any cost. Around noon on March 19th, the enemy attacked from the eastern pocket in the western direction after artillery and mortar preparation. They wanted to cut off the southern part of the boot, which we still held. Then they intended to connect the eastern pocket with the western pocket and create a bridgehead for a further offensive. We knocked out 6 T-34 tanks and 1 T-60 tank and destroyed a 76.2 millimeter anti-tank gun. Despite all this, the Russians successfully broke through our front line. Even before our infantry had time to counterattack, we had to intervene in an emergency situation in another place. A report came in from a strong point north of the railway embankment that 4 Russian self-propelled guns had been set up on the far side of the railway crossing in a small wooded area. In addition, 2 Russian tanks had moved up to the right of the crossing. Sergeant Kirscher and I arrived just in time because the infantry was already in a state of panic. Apart from our Tigers, we had no anti-tank weapons at our disposal. We managed to knock out the enemy tanks before they went on the attack, and we pulled back in time to support our infantry's counterattack to the south. We operated from point 39.9, along the road from the children's home to the sole of the shoe. The marshy terrain there caused us a lot of problems. It was simply impossible to move off the road. Only with fire support could we help our comrades in the infantry to hold back the enemy. Fighting in the marshes is not a pleasant business, and it does not bring satisfaction to any tanker. After 3 hours, the enemy was driven out, and our infantry was back in its previous positions. One of the officers deserves special mention. Major Hassa, at the head of his battalion, stormed the Russian positions with impressive force and courage. This kind of action reminded me of the stories my father told me about how, in World War I, officers with drawn swords led their soldiers into battle. During the attack, we were able to destroy 2 more T-34s. But the Russians attacked again at dawn the next morning with a company-sized force at Lembitu. They were repelled after an hour of fighting. The same fate befell the attack launched around noon. Again, they lost 2 tanks and a 45mm anti-tank gun, but they did not give up. They chose an unusual time to attack and descended on our positions at 3 o'clock in the morning. We only sleepily fired back in the darkness, and the enemy finally managed to capture the ruins in the center. We had learned from the bitter experience of our defeat at the railway embankment, and this time we did not hesitate. I led a counterattack with 10 infantrymen, and 2 hours later, the ruins in the center were back in our hands, and we secured them. Although we didn't give the Russians much time, they managed to bring in 2 76.2mm anti-tank guns, which initially caused us a lot of trouble. The recaptured row of ruins in the central part was crucial. If they had been lost, the estate would not have held out for long either. The entire defensive front in our sector would have been destroyed. Of course, they were just as important to the enemy. The Russians resumed their attack 2 hours later. In the end, we had to abandon the ruins again after 4 infantrymen, including the strongpoint commander, were killed. The remaining 6 men could not hold back the Russian infantry and took cover in the manor house. Then we positioned all 3 tanks around the manor house. It had to be held at all costs. Since the infantry radio station had been destroyed by a direct hit, I sent Sergeant Gruber in a tank to the regiment's command post for reinforcements. The infantrymen could not return on foot. The Russians were indeed playing cat and mouse with us, constantly attacking where we were not. After noon, the sergeant managed to knock out 2 more Russian tanks at point 33.7. Before nightfall, we launched a new counterattack against the central ruins. Half an hour later, they were in our hands. This attack was to be our last before we later attacked the eastern pocket and established a more advantageous front line further south as part of Operation Pz.VI. Huge losses in manpower and equipment forced the Russians to take a breather. The credit for this belonged mainly to our glorious infantrymen. They demonstrated superhuman capabilities during those days. In terms of numbers, they were too few to hold their positions against superior forces. Despite this, the infantrymen constantly attacked and drove the enemy from their positions. This achievement can be appreciated by anyone who has been in a similar situation. Words cannot describe such combat activity. After the situation had been restored, I deployed my Tigers on the plain to cover the railway crossing. The Russians forced us to constantly change positions with their artillery and mortar fire. We operated without any cover. The enemy could monitor all our movements, especially after they occupied the eastern ruins on our side of the railway embankment. They gave us no respite. As was always the case in such situations, I ordered that no tank should reverse without receiving instructions by radio from a neighboring tank. The commander of a moving Tiger could not see directly what was happening behind his tank. He was always in danger of getting stuck when moving backward, especially since the driver was completely blind. The path of the neighboring tank also had to be monitored at all times. When a tank moved backward, the track could slip off the drive wheel teeth even when making slight turns, especially in mud or snow. If this happened, the tank became immobilized. There was nothing left to do but disconnect the track. Despite experience and constant reminders, this was a serious problem. Coming under fire, Sergeant Gruber suddenly turned the tank backward and drove straight into a bomb crater. He probably hadn't tuned his radio properly and didn't see my signals. So I couldn't prevent him from driving into the bomb crater. Only the muzzle brake of his gun was visible above the crater. Suddenly, he established radio contact with me and cursed like a drunken sailor about his bad luck. None of the crew members could get out because the Russians were firing furiously at Gruber's tank. The situation was not pleasant. Of course, I immediately thought about the fun prospect of freeing the tank that night. To top it all off, my Tiger's clutch was damaged and it couldn't be used as a tow vehicle. So we were very lucky that Pz.VI arrived at the front that night in his newly repaired tank. Together with Kirscher, they rescued Little Max and his crew from their predicament. Unfortunately, not everything went smoothly. The Russians opened fire again when the two tanks appeared. They knew, of course, that we would try to pull out the damaged Tiger. They had been watching that stupid bomb crater all day. One of the mines, specially designed to combat tanks, pierced the radio operator's hatch on one of our tanks. The shell hit almost vertically, and the full force of the explosion fell on the unfortunate radio operator's legs. There had been no casualties in the last few days, and now, while rescuing another vehicle, this guy became a victim. He had just arrived at the company. He was probably barely 18, and this was his first combat operation. In the bunker, we bandaged the poor guy. He must have been in unbearable pain. He complained of pain in his left foot, not yet realizing that it was gone. This terrible sight shook me more than all the operations of the last few days. In his eyes, I saw a mixture of hope and fear. After all, he was still half a child, finding himself lying there in a tank with a shattered foot and excruciating pain. He just kept repeating incoherently, "Lieutenant, she'll probably never see me again. Oh, my left leg hurts so much. Will they amputate it? Will she be able to bear it? She's already lost 2 sons, and now me. Lieutenant, will you write to her?" The lamentations of the seriously wounded young man, who kept talking about his mother, shook me to the core. I made him as comfortable as possible and made sure he was taken immediately to the field hospital in an ambulance. I was happy to learn that he had survived. The lower part of his left leg had to be amputated, but he saw his mother again, and that was the main thing. Later, I met him in the reserve battalion, and we were very happy to see each other. Who knows? Maybe the leg he lost saved his life. On March 22nd, the Russians attacked Point 33.9 in the boot for the last time. Their attack was repelled, and they lost 2 more tanks. After that, it finally became quiet in the eastern pocket. Between March 17th and 22nd, we knocked out 38 Russian tanks, destroyed 4 self-propelled guns, and 17 artillery pieces in heavy defensive battles, so we could be quite satisfied with our success. The only casualty was an 18-year-old tankman who was seriously wounded. This might not have happened either if we hadn't had to rescue Gruber's tank. The enemy made another attempt to achieve its goal. Realizing that it would achieve nothing by attacking from the eastern pocket, it set about implementing the idea of landing troops from the sea. We knew about this intention from the testimony of prisoners. Even the trains near Silemai were prepared for Operation Sea Lion. This was the code name for an operation that included defensive countermeasures. The Russians attempted to land north of the children's home near Maracula. We immediately moved towards the coast with several tanks. Most of the landing craft had already been destroyed at sea by the anti-tank guns of the Feldherrnhalle Division. When we arrived, we saw burning ships drifting in the water. A few Russians managed to reach the shore, but they were soon captured behind our front line. As we later established, these were well-armed elite units. According to them, the operation had been carefully rehearsed. It was not supposed to begin until a breakthrough had been made in the eastern pocket. But even though the Russians failed to achieve this, they still attempted to land their troops, only to sacrifice good soldiers in the process. Although the Russians lost, the specter of Operation Sea Lion haunted us for a long time, especially at night. However, during the rest of our stay in the Narva sector, no attempts were made to repeat this operation. At the end of March, our tanks were withdrawn from the 61st Infantry Division sector. We were preparing for a new operation. It was called Elimination of the Eastern Pocket and Western Pocket. Its execution was entrusted to Colonel Count Strakovits. When we gathered in Silemai, all of our Tigers needed routine maintenance. Mutiny in the bunker. At the rear base on the Baltic coast, we finally had the opportunity to spend a few days repairing equipment and resting our personnel. The crews of our 3 tanks were in dire need of rest. During several previous operations, they had not had a moment's respite, day or night. Despite all their fortitude and desire to go into battle, human capabilities have their limits, so we needed to relax. And we succeeded. I particularly enjoyed being able to listen to good music on the radio again. We sometimes argued with the commander about this. I liked more serious music, while he preferred modern light music. In our recreation area, I became attached to a 4-legged friend, a German shepherd named Hasso. Von Schiller traded him to the military police for a bottle of schnapps. The dog became useless to the police after he broke his teeth on a brick. Hasso, who was exceptionally well trained, brought me great joy. He climbed stairs with ease, jumped remarkably high, and even retrieved objects from the water despite the strong currents in the Baltic Sea. He guarded a small forest area until he was given the order to be released from service. Hasso was a one-of-a-kind dog. For example, he could drop a piece of meat on command, even if he was already holding it in his mouth. He followed me everywhere and laid his head on my feet when I slept on the sofa at night. If he needed to relieve himself in the morning, he would lick my hand until I woke up and took him outside. Although he was a companion dog and had already had many owners, he became particularly attached to me, although he never forgot what he had already been taught. So, during my entire vacation, I had all kinds of entertainment. But my joy was not unclouded. The commander was somewhat jealous of me because I got along well with everyone. But he was not jealous of me to the same extent in all the hardships that accompanied my successes. He marveled at our hunting luck, while he still hadn't been able to knock out a single tank. The fact that, unlike him, we were constantly at work must have escaped his attention. If the 2 Tigers in our company were combat-ready, I was always in one of them. After all, how long were we forced to stay in Limbitu without performing any tasks until we finally earned our bread and butter? Von Schiller reminded me of a lucky hunter who believed that one could simply go into the forest and shoot a deer waiting there. I got along with him when we were alone because I was aware of his shortcomings. Everything was fine when I was on a mission and he was with his company at the rear base. However, there was often some tension in Silemai. I got into the habit of communicating frequently with my subordinates. The commander didn't like that. He believed that distance should be maintained. Thank God I didn't think that was necessary. I never knew of a case where someone treated me inappropriately, so I was always a kind of buffer between the axe and the stone. I had to calm down the sergeants when they complained about their commanders, and I also had to constantly convince the commanders that our personnel were great guys who could be relied upon. Probably because of the fierce fighting, my subordinates were on edge, and one day the bomb exploded, with consequences far more serious than I had expected. What's more, it was the Russians who triggered what happened. They didn't allow us to enjoy our well-deserved rest, even in our reserve positions. They were constantly firing, and their long-range artillery, located south of Narva, was firing shells over our heads at sea. In fact, they wanted to hit the highway, but the shells fell too far. When they flew over our heads, we had the feeling that they were carrying the roof with them. This kind of unpleasant barrage occurred above us about once every 2 hours. We heard a muffled sound from afar and could calculate to the second when they would fly over us and where. The sentry had to immediately report the start of heavy artillery fire. There was an order that everyone should run to the basement of the house during shelling. This order was entirely justified, as confirmed by an incident when a Russian shell fell short. A non-commissioned officer from the repair platoon and the company clerk were killed by shrapnel as they made their way to the shelter, but did not make it in time. Therefore, caution was absolutely necessary. However, the sergeants who slept in another room next to ours were annoyed that the commander was always the first to jump into the basement through a hole in the floor, even though there was no need to rush. Moreover, according to military tradition, the commander should think about his personal safety last. The company signalman, Sergeant Shotrov, who was otherwise a calm, reliable man and an exemplary soldier, lost his temper and insulted von Schiller. It almost came to blows. The sergeant was taken into custody as a mutineer. Von Schiller insisted that I accompany him immediately to the military tribunal. In any case, we had to go to a meeting with the commander of the tank regiment of the Great Germany Division, Colonel Count Strachwitz. On the way, I urged von Schiller not to ruin the life of such a reliable soldier as Shotrov. In the end, I managed to make him hesitate. He probably realized that at the tribunal he would have to say things that would be unpleasant for him. Be that as it may, to my great relief, he turned to me and said, "All right, Otto, I've thought it over. For your sake, I will punish Shotrov for his disgraceful behavior. I will put him under arrest and then take him with me into combat." I remained silent. A huge weight had been lifted from my shoulders. Sergeant Shotrov was given the most severe punishment that the company commander could impose. He was forbidden to leave the company's location. He then had to perform the duties of a radio operator in the commander's tank during the next few battles. The latter punishment was doubly false psychologically. Assignment to frontline units could not be a punishment, but only a duty for each of us. It was required of all of us as a matter of course. It should be noted that Shotrov often asked to be allowed to participate in at least a few attacks. However, he was always refused because it was difficult to find a replacement for him. Finally, von Schiller would never have been allowed to take him into his tank, which was soon confirmed. Operation Strachwitz. Reserve Colonel Hyacinth Graf Strachwitz was the kind of person you would never forget once you met him. An excellent organizer, he gave his subordinates the opportunity to show their ingenuity and considered this a matter of course. We were very fortunate to have participated in several operations under his command. They were excellent examples of successful operations. Count Strachwitz received the Knight's Cross on August 25, 1941, while still a reserve major and commander of the 1st Battalion of the 2nd Tank Regiment. On November 17, 1942, he was awarded the Oak Leaves to the Knight's Cross. As a colonel and commander of the tank regiment of the Great Germany Division, he received swords to the Knight's Cross on March 28, 1943. We contributed to the operation in question. For its successful completion, he was awarded diamonds to the Knight's Cross on March 15, 1944. Rumors claimed that Strachwitz was removed from command of the tank regiment of the Great Germany Division due to excessive losses. I have legitimate doubts about these claims. Count Strachwitz and his personnel were always deployed in hotspots on the front line, where they had to carry out extremely difficult operations. Heavy losses could not always be avoided in this kind of combat, but it was precisely these operations that saved the lives of many soldiers from other units. Count Strachwitz brought personnel with him from Greater Germany, as well as several tanks and armored personnel carriers. Our company played only a minor role in the first operation, which was designed to cut off the eastern pocket and destroy it. The attack was carried out from west to east near the heel of the boot. An offensive front was formed, and the pocket was finally eliminated. The road that had to be used for this was not wide or solid enough for our Tigers, so they had to make do with T4 tanks, which were 30 tons lighter. Their count took them with him. He rode in the lead tank and thus won our trust from the very beginning. In this operation, we were only responsible for holding back the onslaught that other areas of the western pocket were naturally subjected to as a result of the attack. The entire operation was supported by Stuka dive bombers, or rather, it was supposed to be supported by dive bombers. However, they proved ineffective in the densely forested area and even posed a danger to our troops. The pilots were unable to identify their targets. The Junkers 87s arrived on time and bravely dove on their designated targets. One of their bombs fell on the only road that the attacking tanks could use. Had it fallen a minute later, Count Strachwitz himself would have been a victim of this bomb. He burst out with curses, and the infantry had to carry out the attack without the support of armored vehicles. It should be noted that the planned objectives had to be achieved at any cost before nightfall. Otherwise, there was a danger that the Russians would break out of the pocket to the south or move on our own positions, which were hanging by a thread. In fact, Strachwitz achieved his goal without tanks or dive bombers. The next day, the pocket was eliminated. Most of the Russians were taken prisoner along with their military equipment. Only a few of them managed to escape south at night, where the Russians were preparing a counteroffensive. This powerful setback led the enemy to concentrate even more soldiers and military equipment in the eastern pocket than before. He did not expect that we would reach him in a completely different way. The Count had his quirks, but no one treated him worse because of that, because he had already won our respect and recognition. For example, he did not allow anyone to address him as Colonel. People who knew him when he was still a major said that he was also not shy about letting his superiors know that he was a Count. He said that the title of Count meant more than a military rank. At the first briefing, he left no doubt as to how he envisioned the operation. His bold plans surprised us, but soon we realized that they made a lot of sense. "Well, gentlemen, this is how I see it," he said somewhat haughtily. "Our combat group will launch a frontal attack on the so-called Eastern Pocket. From the Children's Home, we will move across the plain to the railroad crossing. 4 Tigers will follow in the vanguard. After crossing the railroad embankment, they will turn right and strike the flank. The next 4 Tigers, each carrying infantry, will rush like devils to the fork in the road, which is 100 meters southeast of the railroad crossing. This fork must be reached as quickly as possible and guarded to ensure passage through it. In this way, 4 T4 tanks and armored personnel carriers will be able to move forward and occupy the plain that descends to the base of the pocket. He pointed to the map. This is how it can be done. At night, a ring of encirclement will be established and held until another infantry regiment forms a front line. Then contact will be established to the west and east. The main thing I want to draw your attention to is that the entire operation must proceed exactly according to plan. This means that no tank should remain on the road and interfere with me. Delays could jeopardize the success of the entire operation, and I will not allow such delays to occur. So I categorically demand that every immobilized tank be towed into the swamp by any means possible and not delay other vehicles. The responsibility for the success of the operation rests directly with the tank commander, regardless of his rank. Is that clear to everyone? Yes, sir, Count. The colonel twisted his lips into a sarcastic smile. He knew that we had made some comments about the treatment he demanded. None of them would be found in a textbook on good manners. Very well. So far, everything had been quite simple. But now there was a question for the Tiger crews. Which battalion would you like to fight with? We looked at each other, amazed at the generosity of such an offer, and immediately chose the infantry battalion with which we had already been operating. Very well, you shall have it. The colonel turned to his aide. Make sure these infantrymen are taken from the front in Narva, where they are now, and transferred here. We'll talk later about the use of flamethrowers, engineering units, artillery observers, and everything else. Fire superiority in this area will be provided by attack aircraft. An agreement has already been reached with the air group. You will have the necessary radio communication with the dive bombers via the armored personnel carrier provided to you. Anything else? Oh yes, of course. You will receive maps and aerial photographs. They were made specifically for this operation. All areas important to you are marked with numbers. This will prevent misunderstandings and unnecessary questions. Moreover, you will be able to quickly and accurately report your location. That's all for today. Any questions? No? Good. Thank you, gentlemen. A few days ago, a new type of mine-clearing device for tanks was ordered for delivery by air. This was done just before the start of the operation, which was scheduled for April 6th. The device was a heavy roller that moved in front of the tank. It caused mines to explode before the tank ran over them. However, the new device did not catch on because it significantly slowed down the movement of the tanks. We refused to use it, despite the danger of mines. Operation Pz.VI was then rehearsed twice far behind the front line, in an area resembling an eastern pocket. This was done without the Luftwaffe and artillery, of course, but with live ammunition. The commander of Army Group North was personally present and had a brief conversation with us after the training. He pointed out the importance of this operation. The bridgehead at Narva had to be held at all costs because of the oil shale deposits in Estonia. Oil was extremely necessary to ensure the operation of our submarines. Again, we did not think about why Estonian oil was so important for Germany's war effort. We were completely absorbed in the mission ahead of us. Shortly before the attack began, we moved to our assembly areas behind the children's home hill. We had to be extremely careful, avoiding any noise so as not to attract the attention of the Russians. As usual, the artillery opened diversionary fire to provide background noise. The Count had thought of everything. The infantry was already in place, and each squad quickly found its tank, as we knew each other well from training. Everything worked like clockwork. Our 4 Tigers moved in the following order: Kircher, me, Zveti, and Gruber. Count Strachwitz strictly forbade the unit commander from leading the column. This way, the attack would not be delayed if the first tank hit a mine. Therefore, contrary to custom, I had to drive second this time, even though in wooded terrain, the situation can only be properly assessed from the lead vehicle. It was only natural that the Tigers were in front. Thanks to the fact that we had been operating there for several weeks, we knew the Limbitu area like the back of our hands. We were familiar with every crater, and we even briefly surveyed the area behind the railway embankment. The 3 commanders I had gathered around me were the ideal type of tank commander. Such perfection is rarely found. During the previous difficult months, I had worked side by side with each of these comrades in all operations. Therefore, I hope I will be allowed to single them out without trying to diminish the importance of the other commanders: Linka, Vizeli, Carpenetto, Gering, Riel, Meyer, and Hermann. They were simply less fortunate with their tanks. They sometimes had to borrow another vehicle, so they did not stand out, even though they were highly skilled. Our advance group did not have any motorized infantry. Gruber and Zeti took 3 sappers each as guests on their tanks. They were supposed to help us if we encountered mines along the way. It should be noted that nothing happened to these sappers during the operation. As soon as we stopped, they immediately disappeared from view, so they were better off than us in the tanks. Count Strachwitz built 2 shelters in the children's home, one for himself and the other for his adjutant. This amazing count really thought of everything. Attacking infantrymen are better off moving without winter clothing. For this reason, the clothing was collected and tied up by a special team. Each bundle was marked, and the clothing was to be delivered by armored personnel carrier immediately after the operation was completed, so that the soldiers would not have to freeze after the attack. In the days leading up to the attack, the deputy commander had to determine at what time in the morning it would be light enough for good visibility and accurate shooting. The time of the attack was set based on these calculations. Artillery preparation was to begin 5 minutes before the attack, and fire was to be transferred after another 5 minutes. By the end of the first 5 minutes, we were to have already crossed the railway embankment. Shortly before the attack began, the Count approached us with his usual cane to observe the breakthrough from our position. Then we witnessed a barrage of fire that we never saw again until the end of the war. 37mm rapid-fire anti-aircraft guns, 20mm quadruple anti-aircraft machine guns, and 88mm anti-aircraft guns were arranged in a semicircle around the eastern pocket. They fired tracer shells, which created a veritable dome of fire under which we could move to its southern edge. A regiment of rocket mortars fired on the areas, first with incendiary rockets, and then with high explosive shells. The effect was devastating, as we later saw for ourselves. It should be noted that the low-growing forest among the swamps prevented the pressure of the blast wave from rising, so the fire burned the trees and the flames rose several meters high. All Russians who did not take shelter were fatally wounded on the spot. At the same time, artillery units with 280mm howitzers fired for total destruction. Under cover of a curtain of fire, we moved at high speed toward the railroad crossing. We saw Russians running from a series of destroyed fortifications they had occupied to the trenches of the railroad crossing. Our machine gun fire was completely ineffective while moving at speed. In the blink of an eye, we crossed the crossing. Contrary to expectations, it was not mined, as the Russians needed the road to the south to transport their own supplies. Our attack must have come as a complete surprise to the Russians. After our tanks had passed the railroad crossing and turned right, we saw a Russian standing rooted to the spot in a gymnasterka and galife right in front of us. He couldn't believe his eyes that we were already there. Kircher dealt with the anti-tank gun, which was apparently supposed to cover the road. Its barrel was still covered, and the crew was not there. Then we drove along the embankment, heading west. The plain between the railroad and the forest line was mined, so we drove in single file, keeping an eye on each other. Fortunately, the mines were exposed. The Russians had not had time to cover them with earth because of the frost. In addition, the box mines that had been dug in were damp in this marshy area. So we reached our intermediate goal without any losses. Then we turned right and saw what the Russian positions looked like from the rear. The enemy had built bunkers in the railway embankment every 2 meters. Of course, they no longer provided them with any protection. 7 anti-tank guns, which the unsuspecting enemy had not had time to deploy, were immediately neutralized. We were in high spirits because our breakthrough, on which everything depended at that moment, had succeeded, contrary to expectations. The brilliantly planned operation had borne fruit. However, our good mood was suddenly spoiled by an unpleasant surprise. Right there, our own battery of 150mm infantry howitzers suddenly started firing heavily at us from the direction of the children's home. The observer mistook our tanks for enemy tanks. The silhouettes of our vehicles had barely appeared from behind the railway embankment when we started firing in the direction of our own positions. We were clearly shown how unpleasant the fire from these guns was. We could clearly hear every command and see the large caliber shells flying in a gentle trajectory straight in our direction. It was not a feeling for the faint of heart. We were forced to drive back and forth across mine-infested terrain to avoid the dangerous parcels. These movements could be called continuous position changes, but who would want a 150mm shell to hit them in the head? On top of everything else, our guys were shooting very well. Of course, I immediately radioed the observer in the children's home to report the mistake. It was becoming more and more uncomfortable because our guys didn't stop firing all 4 guns. I had no choice but to fire a few shots in the direction of the observer. This forced him to change position, and we retreated without waiting for him to start causing us trouble again. Later, I gave the guy a dressing down. He really didn't recognize us, refusing to believe that we were moving so fast behind the railroad embankment. The friendly fire had other unpleasant consequences. We did come out of it unscathed, but the tension and constant maneuvering back and forth distracted our attention, and we didn't notice the anti-tank gun that had taken up position in the forest behind us. That's when we got scared, caught off guard. I was hit in the stern. Pz.VI got the guy and covered us to avoid any more surprises. Almost at the same time, they hit Gruber on the right. The Russians quickly managed to turn the anti-tank gun, which was in a small grove near the railroad crossing. We didn't spot it, and it hit Gruber. The first shot severely damaged the running gear, and the second shot pierced the tank. Gruber and the loader were wounded. First of all, we silenced the anti-tank gun. Then Pz.VI drove the tank out of the minefield towards the railroad crossing. My tank could barely move under its own power. Pz.VI covered it and took it back to the children's home. Every cloud has a silver lining. We didn't have to tow Gruber's tank because all hell had broken loose in our area. Even the Russian heavy artillery south of Narva had entered the fray. The Russians wanted to turn the tide at any cost. We had no time for the remaining Russian infantry because we had to follow the advance guard, which had long since passed the fork in the road at the railroad crossing. Von Schiller, with his 4 vehicles and the support of the infantry, ensured free passage to the swampy forest. Unfortunately, the infantry battalion suffered heavy losses from Russian artillery. Reaching the fork in the road, the infantrymen jumped into a trench in search of cover. The Russians, realizing that we had broken through to the south, fired artillery and mortars precisely at this spot. One shell hit right in the thick of our infantrymen. Since they were lying quite close to each other, the losses were very heavy. As we drove south through the forest, the Russians were waiting for us everywhere. We had to be extremely careful to avoid new, unpleasant surprises. We saw mortars positioned to the left and right of the forest, with infantry howitzers and anti-tank guns next to them. We had only one goal: to push forward at any cost. Therefore, we only engaged in combat with those Russian guns that were aimed directly at us. In the middle of the forest, we came across a cemetery where the Russians buried their dead. They always buried their dead just behind the front line. When the encircled group of Russians was later eliminated, we discovered that the wooden crosses did not even bear the names of the dead. One example alone can show how much our operation depended on chance. In addition to conscientiousness and bravery, a soldier needs a little luck. A T-34 tank that suddenly appeared on a forest clearing turned sharply to the side. It was heading south in the same direction as us. Of course, it had no intention of attacking. It just wanted to break away from us in a southerly direction. For our part, we had no intention of shooting it down, because then it would have blocked the most important and only route for us. So this time, our intentions coincided. Too much time would have been lost before our sappers could blow this tank off the road, and I doubted that our operation would have been successful in that case. It was quite clear that the Russians in the tank were more interested in breaking through to the south than in preventing our attack. Several Russian tanks in separate sections of the cauldron to our left and right were still firing indiscriminately. Later, they were captured because even the Russians could only move on dirt and log roads, so a breakthrough to the south was impossible for them. When we reached the place where the advance units turned east, I left 2 vehicles to provide security. I myself drove back to the plain to reinforce the defensive line. The advance units reached their destination without significant losses. The situation made us realize how lucky we were to have such good cartographic materials. Thanks to this, we easily found every road and clearing. This would never have been possible with a regular map. The night was hell. Up to that point, everything had been going quite well. However, we would have been happy if we could have dealt with everything during the night. It was clear that the Russians would try to counterattack us. When darkness fell, 2 of our crews remained on duty to observe the western and eastern directions. The night of April 6th to 7th was probably one of the worst for us during the entire war. We were surrounded by Russians and did not know if they would cut off our retreat. Our armored personnel carriers had left earlier in the day to fetch winter clothing. During the night, they had to deliver ammunition and provisions to the front. This extremely difficult task required courage, endurance, and an extraordinary sense of duty. The men had to fight their way through again and again, first to the north, then to the south. The Russians did everything they could to block their way. Many armored personnel carriers were blown up by mines. Free passage was ensured thanks to the courage of Count Strachwitz's adjutant, Lieutenant Günther Famule, who was entrusted with this difficult mission. On April 22nd, Famule was killed by a bomb dropped from a Russian plane during an operation near Krivasu. He never got to wear the Knight's Cross, which he was awarded on May 15th. The Russians attacked our defensive line with considerable forces from all sides. The forces we had cut off in the north tried to break through to the south. From the south, the enemy carried out fierce counterattacks, trying to destroy us and consolidate their advanced positions. It was a difficult night for the battalion, which was subjected to intense enemy fire throughout the night and suffered heavy losses. The seriously wounded were transported to the rear in armored personnel carriers. The lightly wounded preferred to stay with us. Our dive bomber squadrons could hardly help us because they did not risk dropping bombs near us. In addition, the heavy bombs sank so deep into the marshy ground that they made large craters without causing much damage. The Russians also concentrated so many anti-aircraft guns, mainly rapid-fire ones, that our Stuka aircraft could not dive low enough. The days when the Stukas were capable of demoralizing the enemy were long gone. The forward observers of the artillery units helped us the most, sometimes giving us a respite thanks to their skillful fire correction. We could hardly believe that morning had finally come and we were still alive. The Russians were still trying to drive us out, but the situation looked different with the onset of morning. The oppressive darkness, in which it was impossible to see friend from foe, was gone. We could see who was in front of us again. In the morning, the ground began to thaw under the rays of the April sun. Soon, our tanks were so deeply stuck in the swampy ground that they were practically sitting on the bottom. We had just managed to get out onto the road and organize a guard there. Then, the first units of the infantry regiment moved forward and formed the front line of defense. The rest combed the encirclement area from north to south. One of our tanks, the Pz.VI tank, had been hit the night before, right at the fork in the road. It had been damaged by a heavy artillery shell and now stood helplessly in the open, unprotected from possible Russian attacks. Our commander left in the evening to return to the children's home. I called Shotrov several times and told him that he was needed to tow the Pz.VI. Von Schiller was not in his tank, and he still had not returned. Finally, I went myself and rescued the Pz.VI. We barely recognized the commander and soldiers from the infantry battalion who had gone through hell over the past few days. They looked older. At the end of the operation, we were called back. Then we drove back to Silame on the highway. Quite far behind the front line, a Russian observation balloon surveyed the ridge of hills that the road crossed. It was well known that the Russians opened fire on any movement on the roads. I gave an urgent order to close the hatches when passing this section, or, at least, not to stick out of the tank. Sergeant Link ignored the order and leaned out of the turret up to his belt buckle. 3 tanks had already passed the hill when the first volley thundered to the right and left of the road. At that moment, I saw Link collapse into the turret as if struck by lightning. As the tank continued to move, I ordered it to stop by radio. The crew, it turned out, had not noticed that their commander was seriously wounded. He didn't make a sound. It was only when we tried to pull him out of the turret that he screamed in pain as if he were being torn apart. A huge piece of shrapnel had entered his thigh and torn his entire side apart. Link looked terrible, and we feared we would not be able to get him to the hospital alive. To our relief, the doctor determined that his vital organs were not affected. A few weeks later, we were informed that Link had been granted leave due to his injury. Once again, we got off lightly, but these unnecessary injuries always upset me more than heavy combat. Fact or fiction? Finally, we had a few days of rest and were able to repair the damaged vehicles. One morning, a vehicle from the propaganda company's radio department arrived unexpectedly. These people's mission was to record how the defensive battles of March 17th unfolded. It was supposed to be an original recording from the scene, made on a wax phonogram. We told all kinds of stories until an electrical engineer ran a wire from the commander's tank to our room. He connected the radio in the tank to the recording device next to us. When the system finally worked, I had to climb into the tank while the propagandist took the place of the radio operator. The beginning of the drama was set. I had to imitate radio communication and give orders, as I did during the battle. Of course, orders to open fire and the like were given. Von Schiller sat in the room and played the role of my partner as company commander. After all, he was mentioned in the daily Wehrmacht order. This had to be reflected in the report from the front line. When I got tired of this disgusting game, we said we'd had enough. The recording was immediately played back, but it did not meet with the approval of the demanding experts. We had to repeat everything from the beginning. In certain places, the propagandist gave his own description of events, prompted by his imagination. In a realistic manner, he described how tanks were burning, how they were firing, how they were being hit, and what kind of hellish atmosphere prevailed around them. The second recording was finally met with approval. Then some of our comrades who had gramophones at home were allowed to make recordings as audio letters. These recordings were sent home to their families. No one recognized their own voice when the recording was played. Only the text made it possible to identify who was speaking. Overall, we disliked these propaganda guys. But at the same time, we have to admit that there were some amazing guys among them who took their work seriously and were also good soldiers. But the exception proves the rule. On the whole, they were strange types who looked like soldiers in their pseudo-officer uniforms. This hybrid, neither quite a soldier nor quite a civilian, was a very unfortunate creation. In addition, we saw the propagandists as the darlings of the propaganda ministry. They viewed the war as nothing more than a pleasant diversion in their lives. They were also given all kinds of privileges compared to the infantrymen on the front lines. That is why we liked the exceptions, as I have already noted, especially for this reason. Some, unfortunately, died fighting for their country. A few days later, we heard a propaganda report on a regular radio broadcast and were amazed at how well the noise of battle had been edited in Berlin. We could barely hear our own voices over the roar of gunfire, and for that reason we rolled with laughter. After that, we never took reports from the front seriously again. When our guests left, I had to sign a paper certifying that the propagandist who made the report was sitting in my tank. I let the company commander do it, since it was his tank. We couldn't understand why we were so lucky that the operation was successful until the prisoners were interrogated. Among other officers, our advance guard captured an operations officer from the division headquarters in the Eastern Pocket. The tanks of the Great Germany Division reached the divisional command post at the base of the Pocket so quickly that the Russian division commander did not have time to receive reports of the breakthrough. All positions were destroyed during the artillery preparation. The surprised operations officer was in his shirt sleeves when we appeared, and he had to quickly get dressed before being taken prisoner. The Russian general, it must be said, managed to escape southward. We learned from the prisoners that the entire Russian division, equipped with a large amount of heavy weapons, was concentrated in the pocket. The Russians did not anticipate such a catastrophe. The remnants of their tank brigade, which had been badly battered in previous defensive battles, also remained in the swampy forests, where they had no room to maneuver. They fell into our hands practically without a fight. The interrogation of the Russian captain yielded a lot of valuable information. It should be noted that he gave the impression of being a higher-ranking officer. I noticed that the Russians had returned to wearing wide epaulets, which had once been banned. Medals were also being awarded again and worn. Our enemy also came to the conclusion that the world can judge the merits of a warrior who has demonstrated his combat skills by the medals he wears. Judging by the statements of the Russian captain, our attack was completely unexpected for them. They were not prepared for a frontal assault from the north, believing that the northern front at Lembitu was well fortified. I would also not have wanted to experience the ordeal we would have faced if we had been stuck at the railway embankment and the Russians' 10 anti-tank guns had been deployed. The Russians were expecting our attack at the base of the pocket from the east and west. This was the shortest route, and the western pocket had already been eliminated in this way. To avoid a repeat of such a disaster, the Russian positions on both sides of the base of the pocket were mined in ingenious ways. Even the trees were connected by wires crossing the path. No infantryman could pass there, regardless of whether he was moving straight ahead, crouching low to the ground, or crawling. But this mining proved fatal for the Russians themselves. After our breakthrough, they could no longer withdraw their troops to either side. The Russians cursed their commissars as much as we cursed our Nazi political officers, who were causing us more and more trouble at the front. However, they usually hung around the division headquarters. We only noticed their presence when circulars were sent to the frontline units from time to time. Politics played absolutely no role for those of us who were at the front. It would have seemed idiotic to me to suddenly say, "Heil Hitler!" in front of my subordinates during morning roll call. After all, a wide variety of people had gathered here, thrown into the same battle for the same reason, under the same cruel laws. There were Nazis, opponents of the regime, and people who were completely indifferent. They were united in a brotherhood in arms. It did not matter who performed their duties in the name of the Führer, who in the name of the country, and who out of a sense of duty. No one cared whether you held any political views or stood outside politics. The main thing was that you were a good comrade and a more or less good soldier. If that was the case, then everything went as it should. After all the hardships we had endured, we enjoyed a brief respite in Silimai. But something compelled me to return to the scene of the bloody battles. I wanted to see it again in a more peaceful atmosphere. Since I no longer had to focus on the enemy, I noticed how unsightly the area had become after such fierce and prolonged fighting over the past few weeks. As I drove back in the dark, I felt a chill run down my spine. The air was still filled with the stench left behind by burned-out tanks. Russian military equipment was scattered all around the place. On the plain, I saw the torn-off turret of a Russian tank. We had knocked out this Russian tank at the beginning of the battle. The explosion tore the turret off the hull and sent it flying into the air. We ducked our heads. The turret fell not too far from us. The gun sank into the marshy ground almost up to its mast, while the turret stood upright, as if mounted on a rod. Almost all the trees in the forest south of the railway embankment were charred black and shattered into pieces by gunfire. They created an impression of unreality, as if all life had died out. Not a single living creature was visible in this dead forest. Even the birds flew away, after all of nature had been trampled by humans. We were always curious how the Russians managed to equip their positions so well, even in the most difficult conditions. Artillery guns and mortars were mounted on wooden platforms and were completely protected from shrapnel by beams. No one could dig deep into the ground in this swampy area. The shallow Russian bunkers, if you can call them dugouts, actually protected against heavy weapons fire, unless there was a direct hit. We had the opportunity to see for ourselves that all the Russians who were in their temporary shelters got away with a scare. Even the communication routes between the railroad crossing and our former eastern stronghold were exemplary. This told me that it was possible to dig in quickly, despite the frost and swampy terrain. Our regimental commander considered this impossible. Strongholds without heavy weapons and without contact with each other will inevitably be lost if a massive attack begins. A person who is dug in is psychologically opposed to being defeated. He is in a state of constant fear that he may not have time to get out of his trench during an enemy breakthrough, because he is doomed in the open. Consequently, he will do the same thing our guys did when the Russians broke through. That is, he will try to protect himself during the artillery barrage. Praise to the Tiger. So far, my book has talked a lot about damaged tanks and destroyed Russian anti-tank guns. This description may give the impression that, to a certain extent, these successes were child's play. If so, then this book has been misunderstood. The main task of an armored unit is to conduct combat operations and destroy enemy tanks and anti-tank weapons. Psychological support for the infantry during a cover operation is of secondary importance. There was no such thing as insurance for a tankman's life, and yet our Tiger was the most perfect tank I have ever known. It will probably remain unsurpassed even with the current state of armaments. Be that as it may, this, of course, applies to the West. The Russians may surprise us with new models. The power of a tank lies in its armor, its mobility, and finally, its armament. These three factors must be balanced with each other in order to achieve maximum effectiveness in action. It seems that this ideal has found its embodiment in the Tiger. An 88mm gun is good enough to destroy any tank, provided you hit it in a vulnerable spot. Our Tiger was strong enough at the front to withstand several artillery attacks. However, we could not allow ourselves to be hit from the side, from behind, and especially from above. This required calculation and experience. The rules we followed were shoot first, and if you can't do that, at least attack first. The prerequisite for this, of course, was fully functioning communication between tanks and between crew members. Moreover, a fast-acting and accurate gun-aiming system was required. In most cases, the Russians lacked both of these prerequisites. For this reason, they often found themselves at a disadvantage, even though they were not inferior to us in armor, armament, and maneuverability. With their Joseph Stalin tanks, they even surpassed us. The most important thing, when all the technical conditions are met, is the personal initiative and decisiveness of the commander observing the course of the battle. This was the key to success in confronting enemy units with a significant numerical superiority. The lack of proper observation by the Russians often led to the defeat of large units. Tank commanders who close the hatches at the beginning of an attack and open them only after the target has been reached are useless, or, at best, second-rate commanders. There are, of course, 6 or 8 observation devices installed in a circle in each turret to provide observation of the terrain. but they are only good for observing individual areas of terrain limited by the capabilities of each individual observation device. If the commander looks at the left observation device while the anti-tank gun opens fire on the right, it will take him a long time to recognize it from inside a tightly closed tank. Unfortunately, shell hits are felt before the sound of enemy gunfire is heard, because the speed of the shell is faster than the speed of sound. Therefore, the eyes are more important to the tank commander than the ears. As a result of shells exploding in close proximity, the sound of gunfire is completely inaudible inside the tank. It is a completely different matter when the tank commander occasionally sticks his head out of the open hatch to observe the terrain. If he looks a certain distance to the left, while an enemy gun opens fire from the same distance on the right, his eyes will unconsciously catch the flash that colors the gun barrel yellow. His attention will immediately shift in the new direction, and the target is usually recognized in time. It all depends on quickly recognizing a dangerous target. Usually, seconds decide everything. Everything I said above also applies to tanks equipped with periscopes. The destruction of an anti-tank gun was often considered by amateurs and soldiers of other branches of the military to be nothing special. Only the destruction of other tanks was considered a success. On the contrary, experienced tankers believed that anti-tank guns posed a doubly serious threat. They were much more dangerous to us. Anti-tank guns were ambushed, well camouflaged, and skillfully installed, taking into account the terrain. For this reason, it was very difficult to spot and even more difficult to hit due to its low height. We usually did not see the anti-tank gun until it fired its first shot. We were usually hit immediately if the anti-tank gun crew was at the right height, and also because we ran into a wall of anti-tank guns. Therefore, it was necessary to remain as calm as possible and take the enemy into account before the second aimed shot was fired. No one will deny that many officers and tank commanders died because they stuck their heads out of the tank. But their deaths were not in vain. If they had driven with their hatches closed, many more people would have been killed or seriously wounded in their tanks. The significant losses in the Russian tank forces prove the truth of this statement. Fortunately for us, they almost always drove across rough terrain with their hatches tightly closed. Of course, every tank commander must be careful when looking outside during positional warfare. This is especially true because enemy snipers were constantly watching the tank turret hatches. Even if the tank commander leaned out for a short time, he could be killed. I acquired a folding artillery periscope to protect myself from this. Perhaps every combat vehicle should have such a periscope. For a long time, Russian tank crews consisted of only 4 people. The commander had to constantly observe, aim at the target, and open fire. For this reason, they were always at a disadvantage compared to the enemy, who divided these important functions between 2 people. Shortly after the war began, the Russians recognized the advantages of a 5-man crew. As a result, they changed the design of their tanks, installing a commander's cupola on the turret and adding a commander's seat. I cannot understand why, for example, the British developed a new heavy tank after the war with a crew of only 4. We were quite satisfied with our Tiger, and no less so with our infantry. After all, we stuck with them during all the tough defensive battles in the East and West. Many tankers owe a debt of gratitude to this first-class tank. Failure and farewell. The objective of the new planned operation was to destroy the remaining Russian bridgehead. Its depth from north to south was nearly twice that of both parts of the bridgehead that had already been cleared. On April 15, 1944, we were invited again to a meeting with the Count. The topic of conversation was the preparation of the third Operation Pz.VI. And although we were already somewhat familiar with his leadership methods, we were once again struck by his meticulousness and methodical approach to preparing the operation. When he appeared at his command post, where we had all already gathered, he once again surveyed us with a somewhat caustic glance. Setting aside his hat and cane, he approached the table with the map. "Very well, gentlemen. This time we intend to destroy the remaining Russian bridgehead, which is a thorn in our side. As you know, its depth is nearly twice that of both sections of the bridgehead we have already cleared. But that shouldn't worry us. The combat group to be formed for this operation possesses the same firepower and organization as the one we used in the Eastern Pocket. You gentlemen already know each other. That simplifies matters somewhat." Saying this, the colonel pointed to the map. "We will concentrate in this section of the forest. To get there, you need to turn south off the highway, east of the orphanage. Our own forward positions, approximately 2 kilometers from the assembly area, will be overrun during the artillery barrage. A rapid breakthrough through the Russian forward positions will be carried out in a single, continuous offensive surge. Now, I'd like to ask you to pay attention to the additional information on the maps that were distributed to you at the beginning of the meeting. These maps are photocopies of aerial photographs taken in the area of operations. They turned out to be first-rate and put our other cartographic materials to shame. The first objective in the battle is point 312. You can see how the road turns south at a 90-degree angle at this point. From there, it runs almost in a straight line all the way to Narva, near a larger village. The road from the north, which joins our approach route at this bend, will be guarded by an advance unit until the entire column has passed point 312 heading south. The combat group will reach Narva. It will capture and hold the aforementioned village until the bridgehead is split into separate parts by other units and destroyed. At the same time, the second combat group will advance south along the orphanage to boot sole axis. It will then follow this route eastward and reach the axis of the advance via this road. The third combat group's mission is to break through enemy positions 1,500 meters to the south and parallel to the aforementioned road. As you can see, there is a low-lying wooded line of hills running from east to west between this combat group and you. That is the current plan of attack. The Count paused, looking at us expectantly. Since no questions followed on this point, he continued. At first glance, this operation is very similar to the previous two. Only this time, carrying it out will likely be much more difficult. Mark my words. The main objective has not changed. You will need to move forward without stopping. You must reach Narva before the Russians have a chance to react. It is undoubtedly clear to all of you that you will not reach your objective if, for any reason, the advance units are forced to stop. And this is especially dangerous for the Tigers. To the right and left of your route of advance are swamps. The road is just wide enough for only one of your Tigers to travel along it without difficulty. The only advantage you'll have compared to previous operations is that the road is slightly elevated and has good pavement. From point 312 onward, it runs through sections of fairly dense swampy forest that stretch all the way to Narva. For us tankers, this is absolutely undesirable, but there's nothing we can do about it. How far we can advance while remaining completely undetected is another matter. We have already caught the Russians off guard twice at their bridgehead. They know that this bridgehead is a tough nut for us to crack. Consequently, there probably won't be a third surprise, since they know that a new attack could be launched along this road. This, of course, reduces our chances of success compared to previous operations, when we manage to exploit the element of surprise. Fortunately, we also know something. According to prisoner testimony, the road from the Russian front lines to point 312 is mined. The enemy has filled the drainage pipes of the road embankment with explosives. They are located every 30 meters. The Russians can detonate all these pipes at once from a bunker which, as you can see, is located in the woods, somewhere east of point 312. We want to try to prevent the explosion. During the artillery preparation, the fire of our entire 280mm artillery battalion will be concentrated on this bunker. This will undoubtedly sever the wires to the detonators, and the road will remain passable. To provide cover for the advance units, a sapper platoon will follow behind the Tigers. After the breakthrough, it will move out along the ditches to the left and right of the road. The sappers will cut the ignition cords from the pipes containing the explosives. Better to be safe than sorry. Presumably, the Russians will not detonate the charges until the tanks are in the mined areas. Otherwise, their preparations are pointless. If, contrary to our expectations, the wires remain intact despite the artillery fire, the sappers will still be able to prevent the explosions in time. What's happened? The Count reluctantly turned to his adjutant, who had just entered the room, flushed with excitement. The officer stood at attention. "My lord, I am pleased to report." The news announced that the Führer has awarded you diamonds to go with the Knight's Cross. If I may, I would like to be the first to congratulate you. We were also extremely pleased with this award and wanted to congratulate him ourselves. After all, we had also made a significant contribution to his achievements. However, before we could utter a single word, the Count made a disapproving gesture. First, the news is not an official source of information. Second, I have absolutely no time for this now, and I do not wish to be disturbed. The adjutant blushed deeply, saluted, and quickly withdrew. The colonel turned to us as if nothing had happened. Behind the Russian positions on the advance route, there is still a damaged T-34 tank. It is clearly visible in the aerial photograph. In my opinion, it is blocking the road and must be removed. To do this, an armored personnel carrier with sappers will follow the second Tiger. They will blow up this wreckage to clear the path. Do you have anything to say, Karius? Yes, Count. In front of the T-34 tank, there is a trench behind the Russian positions. It is also clearly visible in the photograph. A wooden bridge had been laid across this trench. Then it was removed. A small footbridge remains in its place. Naturally, our Tigers won't be able to cross it. A wooden bridge with a small span could still hold a tank, but a footbridge... The Count interrupted me. You'll manage to get across that insignificant trench without a bridge? With all due respect, no, Count. I've known this area since the time when the Russians hadn't advanced this far yet, and were only preparing to infiltrate through Narva. At that time, of course, I studied the terrain thoroughly. Therefore, even if the trench isn't an obstacle for infantry, it certainly is for tanks. The Count shoved his hands into his trouser pockets and looked at me with interest. Under his gaze, I momentarily doubted the persuasiveness of my explanation. The corner of his mouth turned up, and he repeated in his haughty manner, "It is an obstacle for tanks?" The question could not be ignored. I stepped forward. That is what I mean, Count. The area around the trench is completely swamped. It is absolutely impossible to cross the marsh without a bridge. Furthermore, you can see quite clearly on the aerial photograph that the trench is cut in such a way that it has steep edges. This suggests that the Russians deliberately created an obstacle. They turned this trench in the marshy terrain into an anti-tank ditch. It is perfectly clear that this is an obstacle, and it was deliberately made as such. I did not hide my opinion, considering it my duty to my comrades to voice my doubts. After all, if anyone were to get stuck in this damn ditch, it would be one of us, not the Count. I looked him straight in the eye, firmly but not insolently, as the regulations clearly prescribe. The colonel took his right hand out of his pocket and ran it along the trench on the map. "Pay attention to this, Karius," he said amiably. "If I say that this trench does not exist for me as an anti-tank ditch, then it does not exist. Do we understand each other?" In my entire military career, I had never encountered such an elegant and at the same time flawless rebuke. Count Pz.VI did not want to see an anti-tank ditch, so there was none there. Period. End of discussion. I was so stunned by this that all I could manage was a brief, "Aye, sir." Still smiling in his sarcastic manner, the colonel nodded and continued the briefing. The other officers also joined the conversation and asked questions, none of which went unanswered. After the meeting, when no one said anything following the usual, "Any more questions?" the Count turned to me again. "Karius, do you still foresee difficulties with the trench?" "Yes, Count." "All right. I don't want to spoil your celebration, especially since there really could be complications here. Do you have a suggestion?" "I believe we should prepare wooden beams and, at the right moment, transport them to that spot using an armored personnel carrier. Then we'll be able to throw those beams across the trench, which won't take much time." Count Pz.VI nodded. "Accepted. I'll take care of everything necessary for that." Then he took his cane and cap and turned toward the exit. Deep down, for some reason, I was left with the impression that even the colonel didn't fully believe in the success of the plan we'd just discussed, and personally, he'd prefer to call the whole thing off. The preparatory measures were the same as for previous operations under the Count's command. Our fighters from Reval ensured absolute air superiority. Our comrades piloting the Stuka dive bombers had the difficult task of destroying the main bridge and both pontoon bridges erected by the Russians across the Narva. This was necessary to cut off supply routes to the bridgehead and block the enemy's retreat across the river. Undoubtedly, the plan was grand, the preparation brilliant, and the organization of the entire operation superb. Despite this, we believed our chances of victory were slim. It seemed illogical. However, we must not forget that we were incredibly lucky and had the element of surprise in the first two operations at Pz.VI. But no one dared to hope for the luck we needed in the new operation. We knew that if we actually reached Narva as planned, we would find ourselves trapped, surrounded by the Russians. They would have a perfectly understandable desire to hold the bridgehead at any cost. All they would have to do is slam the door shut behind us, and no one would be able to get out. A self-propelled gun or tank positioned behind us on the road would make it impossible to move either forward or backward. So we drove back to Silame with mixed feelings. We informed the tank commanders of the new plan. Von Schiller insisted on personally leading the advance units. I tried, unsuccessfully, to dissuade him. He probably wanted to prove to all of us that the negative opinion of him was mistaken, but somehow he managed to save an operation that was almost hopeless. No one else would have had such success. This operation was the last one for both him and the company. In accordance with the plan, we arrived at the assembly area early in the morning on April 19th. The Russians were still behaving peacefully and suspiciously quietly. We expected an artillery attack on our section of the forest at any moment. It was easy for the Russians to survey it. They must have been able to hear us as well, since the terrain was fairly flat. Strange. Nothing was happening. Absolutely nothing. These guys are most likely armed to the teeth and simply want to let us get closer. I was firmly convinced of this. Count Strachwitz ordered his command post to be set up in this section of the forest. The drivers of the armored personnel carriers with deck beams were also in shelters, waiting there until they were called to move forward and supply us with this material if needed. The other armored personnel carriers formed a column on the road alongside the T4 tanks of their regiment. They were taking part in the breakthrough and the transport of infantry. They were positioned behind our 8 Tigers. One armored personnel carrier followed the second, Tiger, of the advance group. It was carrying sappers and was also supposed to deliver the forward artillery observer. A squad of infantrymen was seated on each of my 4 Tigers. There were probably about 10 minutes left before the attack began. I was walking along the column, checking to see if everything was in order. The last minute was ticking away when an unpleasant incident occurred, which served as an ominous omen. I had only managed to walk 50 meters toward the rear of the column when I flinched, hearing a burst of machine gun fire behind me. I immediately realized that someone overly impatient had already loaded their weapon. Several shots hit the unfortunate guy. I nearly had a heart attack when I realized it wasn't just anyone who'd been hit, but my loader. Misfortune never comes alone. He'd also pulled the trigger, and 2 infantrymen on the Tiger in front of me were seriously wounded. Of course, our comrades from the infantry battalion were furious, and their trust in us was completely shattered. The wounded were urgently evacuated in an armored personnel carrier because the attack was about to begin. If the Russians really hadn't noticed anything until then, this incident must have made it clear to them. There was nothing that could be done about it now, but my unease wouldn't leave me. I just couldn't understand how something like that could happen to an experienced man. It should be noted that it was strictly forbidden to load a weapon or pull the trigger of an unloaded weapon until the attack began and the firing sector was clearly designated. In the staging area shortly before the hour of X, only radio operators were allowed to tune their equipment. Everyone else had to wait. And it happened that morning, when we had more time than ever to load our weapons. We soon found out about it. Needless to say, my loader turned out to be practically useless that day. Later, we managed with great difficulty to avoid a court-martial, though who needs to press charges against an unlucky guy? And despite the fact that the accident was caused by a malfunction in the machine gun's mechanism, the loader's guilt seemed indisputable, if for no other reason than that the weapon was supposed to be raised and pointing upward. The gunner was also at fault for failing to fulfill his supervisory duties. I was extremely relieved to have avoided punishment on both counts, and yet the attack began on time. Our lead scout had just crossed the front line when the column suddenly stopped. After a while, a radio message came through stating that the lead tank had hit a mine and could not move. Thus, the attack stalled, and it became clear to me that we would never reach Narva. We waited for a long time in completely open terrain, presenting a prime target. The Russians had already begun to show signs of life. They were firing artillery and mortar rounds from guns of all calibers and, in addition, had scrambled close support aircraft. Fortunately, our fighters were at least able to prevent enemy planes from appearing in the sky. they shot down 2 Russian ground attack aircraft. After that, the others did not come too close. 3 Russian observation balloons hovered over the bridgehead. They were directing the heavy artillery fire. We didn't take a single direct hit, even though we were there for several hours straight. We also had limited ability to move back and forth because we couldn't leave the road. This just proves how difficult it is to keep a tank safe over a long distance, especially under directed fire. In some respects, the Russians are magicians. For example, it is striking how quickly the balloons disappeared from the sky and were brought down to the ground when a German fighter approached them. But just as quickly, these guys reappeared in the air. Our fighters couldn't fly low because the Russians used numerous anti-aircraft weapons. These weapons, especially twin and quadruple light guns, created a devastating wall of fire as soon as the fighters appeared. The Stuka dive bombers, which attacked the Narva bridgehead throughout the day, had just as hard a time as the fighters. It is difficult enough to strike a bridge from a steep dive. There, it was impossible because the bombs had to be dropped from a great height. Even 2 of our planes were shot down by Russian anti-aircraft guns. It should be noted that we later discovered that the bridges had been designed by engineers in such a way that they were barely visible from the air. They stretched right beneath the water's surface. They could only be recognized by a slight ripple on the water. It was impossible to even approach such underwater bridges from the air, let alone hit them with a bomb. Be that as it may, the enemy was not idle, and its defensive measures created an insurmountable problem for us. The other 2 attacking groups were just as stuck as we were. The group attacking from the former Boot was unable to use the only fortified road. The T4 soon got stuck in the mud. At a staff meeting of the command, we joked that the Count wanted to report the destruction of the Narva bridgehead to the Führer as a birthday present on April 20th. Just a few hours later, this plan already bore very little resemblance to a gift. Our Stukas dropped bombs several times on the ridge of hills to the south and near Point 312. Perhaps these attacks had a psychological effect, but they did not inflict serious damage on the enemy. The smoke had barely cleared when the Russians came to life again. Company Commander von Schiller remained calm in his tank, making no attempt to do anything. At regular intervals, Count Strachwitz inquired about the situation. Each time he received the same answer: position unchanged, advancement impossible. We held out there until noon. But then the Count lost his patience. Von Schiller and I were ordered to return to the command post. Of course, I didn't expect anything good and trudged along on foot with the commander. Finally, we somehow made it to the command post, more crawling than walking. Count Strachwitz was already waiting for us in front of his bunker. He was nervously waving his cane back and forth. And then he exploded. "Von Schiller, I'm in shock. You haven't given a single order the entire time. I suspect you'll still be in the same spot tomorrow, doing nothing. I would have expected a little more personal initiative from the commander of a Tiger company. It's simply unbelievable. Just shut the hatches and wait until the situation clears up on its own. I will investigate this matter, and then I will take appropriate measures." The Count's words finished off von Schiller. Strachwitz was beside himself with rage and spoke without stopping. Then he ordered me to take on the desired mission and resume the stalled operation. He announced that he would soon arrive at the frontline units. "You haven't seen anything yet," he said, "if I have to personally restart the entire operation." With mixed feelings, I made my way back to the front. I radioed the troops to inform them that command had been transferred to me. Corporal Carpano, who was in the lead tank and had hit a mine, immediately tried to steer his vehicle to the right into the swamp using only one track. I helped by giving him a little push from behind and then drove past without any trouble. Of course, we could have performed this maneuver in the morning. However, Carpenedo hadn't moved because von Schiller had done nothing to make it possible to drive past him. Carpenedo couldn't stand the commander and had probably been waiting a long time for him to be removed. The incident with the mine helped him do just that. Perhaps his stubborn refusal to follow orders could be seen as unbecoming of a soldier and contrary to the spirit of comradeship. Or perhaps not. But in the long run, he saved us all with his stubbornness and his dislike of von Schiller. There was no doubt that even with a swift offensive, the enemy would finish us off this time. Non-commissioned officer Alfredo Carpenedo was educated at the Academy of Fine Arts in Vienna. He was a fearless and outstanding tank commander and a wonderful comrade. He would do anything for you, as long as he trusted you. As one might guess, he was not cut out for parade drills on the parade ground or ceremonies, and he looked far from dashing on the parade ground. He would never have made a Prussian, but his military valor and his selfless sense of comradeship were not too far removed from the true Prussian spirit of days gone by. Of course, people of this sort always irritate those like von Schiller. That is why I could not understand why von Schiller chose him, of all the non-commissioned officers, to ride at the head of the column. This demonstrated von Schiller's ignorance of human nature and, once again, his lack of insight. This ultimately led to his downfall. We overran the Russian positions with a swift dash and reached a menacing anti-tank trench that forced us to stop. I immediately reported our new position. Count Strachwitz then ordered that our attack not be delayed until the next morning. The sappers were to make the trench passable during the night and blow up the T-34 on the right side of the road. By God, our situation was unenviable. Russians were all around us, and we were practically doomed to complete immobility. When I describe the events here so dispassionately, it is hard to imagine how difficult this standstill seemed to us, even though we were used to anything. Each tank along the line of advance provided protection either to the right or to the left. Only the lead tank provided cover from the front, while the others had no firing sector in that direction. Each of us had to maintain constant, vigilant surveillance so that the Russians wouldn't spring an unpleasant surprise on us. Waiting under such conditions, naturally, got on our nerves. We couldn't wait for the night to end. The tank trench was covered by a Russian anti-tank gun, which was set up in a wooded area to the right at a distance. A barrier is useless for a tank as long as there is no cover. We exchanged fire with these guys until, finally, everything fell silent. It should be noted that the exchange of fire wasn't particularly intense. I suspected that the Russians wanted to let us advance even further because they were confident in themselves. They could survey the entire combat group on the open road and pick out targets for themselves. Our left flank posed a particular problem for our uninterrupted advance toward Point 312. Running parallel to it was an elevated, wooded area that seemed tailor-made for defensive fortifications. For this reason, the tanks moving along the road had to continuously fire at the self-propelled guns that had advanced onto the high ground from the south and were threatening us. If the Russians had shown more aggressiveness, our artillery observers would have given us a hard time with their reports. Soon we could see Russian infantry marching up the hill. They acted as if our tanks had been put there for their amusement. This also indicated that the Russians had taken the initiative and had no intention of retreating, believing that we posed no serious threat to them. The Russian artillery was firing exceptionally well. However, for the time being, it seemed as though they were just zeroing in. No massive artillery barrage had been unleashed at this location yet. The prisoners we took in the eastern pocket reported during interrogation that the Russian heavy artillery crews consisted of women. Perhaps that was why their aim was so much more accurate. Experience had shown that Russian women in military uniform were even more fanatical than the men. For the Russians, resupplying in rough terrain was never a problem. If, for example, vehicles could not reach the front lines, the local population, regardless of age or gender, was used to deliver supplies. Everyone did their best to fulfill their duty. We were incredibly happy when darkness fell. As a rule, squadrons of Russian bombers flew past us and bombed the city of Narva and our bridgehead. We assumed the city had already been razed to the ground. As soon as lights began to glow behind us in the evening sky, we could hardly believe our eyes. Could something have been left unburned? The darkness was impenetrable. Some of the tank crew members from my units climbed down from the tanks with submachine guns to provide cover to the right and left of the road, a short distance away from it. The Russians could easily have caught us off guard in our tanks, since we wouldn't have seen them approaching. With Kircher and Pz.VI, I headed back to the assembly area, where our supply troops had delivered ammunition, fuel, and provisions. From there onward, supplies were delivered to the troops by armored personnel carriers. These soldiers from the Great Germany Division and their commander, Lieutenant Oola, proved themselves to be outstanding. No matter how often I came to their bunker with one request or another during those nights, I never heard them complain about being woken from their sleep and having to drive out to the front lines again. Kircher delivered ammunition and fuel to the front based on reports of the needs of individual tanks. I followed a platoon of sappers who were carrying beams for the anti-tank trench. The Russians were hardly firing their heavy guns anymore. Occasionally, you could hear a machine gun rattling off, now to the left, now to the right of the road. There was wild commotion behind the Russian positions ahead, at a distance equal to that of the anti-tank trench. The Russians were surveying the area with numerous reconnaissance groups. Often, we would call out to someone standing on the road and realize it was a Russian only when he ran away. Of course, none of us dared to get involved in the fighting. But despite this, or perhaps precisely because of it, the night was particularly nerve-wracking. The Russians must have been interested in capturing one of us as a tongue, so we exercised the utmost caution. Toward evening, we wished for night to fall quickly, and at night we eagerly awaited morning. Then, at last, we would be able to see what was happening right next to us. For this reason, we could not initiate any combat operations. We were afraid of firing on our own comrades. We had already had enough tragic incidents of this kind. In the early morning hours of April 20th, the Führer's birthday, the anti-tank trench was leveled with the surface, and the T-34 tank was prepared for destruction. Our sappers packed it with everything imaginable so that it would effectively vanish from the road after the explosion. So we decided to retreat to our tanks for a while. As they passed by, the sappers shouted to us that the detonation cord was already lit. The tank was blown to pieces by the immense force of the explosion. We assumed the Russians would come to life after that, but nothing seemed to bother them. They had time, and they knew how strong they were. I made my way back to the command post to discuss the operation with the infantry battalion commander. Count Strachwitz allowed himself to be disturbed at night only under exceptional circumstances. Lieutenant Famula reported that the Count was fast asleep and, as always, in his pajamas. Things couldn't be that bad, he said, if the Count was so calm. Since the Count was not there, we discussed the issues with the battalion commander. At the appointed hour, the Rocket Mortar Regiment was to lay down a 5-minute smoke screen over .312. The observer could call in artillery fire according to our instructions. Meanwhile, the infantry battalion had already arrived at our positions. It had taken up positions in the ditches along the road to the left and right of the tanks and was awaiting the order to attack. I glanced at my watch, somewhat nervously. There were probably about 5 minutes left before the artillery barrage began. We were already warming up the engines. We were all feeling a bit uneasy. Everyone was thinking to themselves that the Count would call off the operation during the night. That would have saved a huge amount of manpower and equipment. But it turned out that we would have to wait hour after hour for 2 whole days for the order to withdraw. H hour. We heard the howl of the rocket batteries behind us, opening fire right on schedule. I was just about to look to see where they had landed when the ground shook from the terrible explosions all around us. It felt like hell had broken loose. We had the sensation that our lungs were about to burst. My first thought was that the Russians had been listening in on our radio communications and had launched their attack at the same time as we did. Unfortunately, that was the wrong conclusion. But how was I to know that our own Miracle Boys were firing short-range rockets? These uninvited rockets came at us from the rear with a deafening roar. I had often experienced Katyusha fire myself, but the Russians were nowhere near what had just happened. I immediately radioed the command post, but to no avail. If the order to open fire had indeed been given, then the planned salvo should have been fired. We very rarely managed to stop it. So we had to endure those terrible 5 minutes, and anyone who experienced it will never forget it. We were helpless in the face of the barrage from our own rocket mortars. Even the Russians, if they had wanted to destroy our position for an attack, couldn't have fired any better. I never managed to figure out, either then or later, how such an unfortunate situation could have arisen, and who was responsible for it. The mortar units had the same maps as we did. It was simply a mystery how something like this could have happened. When we were operating in the eastern pocket, I requested rocket fire, and it was denied because I asked for the strike to hit a target 80 meters ahead of us. That distance was considered too short. Those very same people were now firing at their own discretion right over our heads. Unfortunately, we couldn't call them out to act more responsibly because the rocket batteries moved quickly and vanished after each engagement. Thus, the Russians were given an invaluable service. As a result of this failure, the infantry battalion was scattered to pieces. Most of the soldiers were wounded or killed. It was a horrific sight. The neatly stacked beams in the anti-tank trench were also smashed. Despite all this, I crossed to the other side of the trench without any trouble. I moved forward with 3 tanks so that the Russians could not seriously hinder the evacuation of the wounded and fallen infantrymen. Lieutenant Famula immediately sent the armored personnel carriers forward to pick up the wounded. We thought that the time had finally come to abandon our plans. Instead, an order was issued. Make sure you can move forward. A new battalion is being sent to you. Some might consider this madness, or, depending on the moment, a crime. But one cannot judge the demands of such a decisive battle from the perspective of civilians or those living in peacetime. At the very least, I wanted to reach .312 to have a better starting point for an attack to the south the following morning. At the same time, it was also perfectly clear to me that we would never reach Narva. The Russians had long since mined the road through the forest. We had advanced only a very short distance. One of the tanks had already been put out of action, and the road had to be cleared again. I wanted to light a cigarette. Kramer gave me a light, and at that very moment, a powerful blast shook our tank. It was probably a very large caliber shell fired from a self-propelled gun. However, this time it came from the Russian side. The guns were positioned on high ground to our left. The soldiers to my left had already identified the target and opened fire on it. The commander's turret was completely blown off my Tiger. Shrapnel grazed my temple and face. The wounds, of course, bled profusely, but that was all. Kramer always scolded me for smoking, but if I hadn't bent down to light a cigarette, my head would have remained in the turret at that critical moment. Needless to say, I would have lost my head in the most literal sense of the word. And I wouldn't have been the first person to whom this happened. The cause lies in a design flaw. On the first Tigers, the commander's turret was still welded on. It protruded high and had straight observation slits. The hatch cover jutted straight up when open. Thus, it should be clear to anyone that the tank was vulnerable from above. With a high explosive charge, all it took was a hit on the hatch, and the entire charge would come crashing down on the commander's head. If the commander wanted to close the hatch, he had to lean over the side of the vehicle and climb out up to his hips to release the safety latch that held the cover in place. This ill-conceived design was eventually modified. Subsequently, the commander's turret became rounded. The commander did not look out directly through the observation slits, but indirectly, using mirrors, and the hatch swung open and closed horizontally. The shell that tore off the commander's turret struck right along the weld line. I was lucky, because if the shell had hit a little higher on the hatch, I wouldn't have gotten off so easily, despite the protective slant designed to deflect fire. To finally get out of the Russian sight, we quickly moved toward .312, which meant we were in the woods. I turned right to cover the path leading to our road from the north. The tank following me was supposed to provide security to the south. I immediately spotted a Russian self-propelled gun to the north and ordered the gunner to take aim. However, the Russian withdrew upon noticing that we were targeting him. Kramer fired, and at the same moment another Russian self-propelled gun hit us between the turret and the hull. The next tank had not yet reached .312. It remains a mystery to me how we managed to get out of the Tiger. The column moved back toward the anti-tank ditch, providing cover in all directions. At that moment, another tank was hit, and we had to push it into the swamp to the left of the road. We planned to repair the damaged tank later, since we were already fed up with everything. If we had been able to assess the situation as a whole and had continued firing for a little while longer, we would all have had to make our way back on foot. This was the culmination of our birthday present to the Führer. On the way back, we suffered no further losses. Meanwhile, the Count had withdrawn a battalion from our former front line to provide us with cover. The combat group that had advanced from the north had also become bogged down. According to reports from its command, the combat group advancing south of us had reached the road between .312 and the town of Narva. This was likely the reason why we had to keep waiting. They were probably able to clear the road from that point. The next day, we destroyed 2 enemy tanks during a Russian counterattack. The sappers had to blow up our damaged Tiger on the spot because it could not be repaired. On April 22nd, we moved our positions slightly forward to facilitate the towing of the second tank. That night, we towed the Tiger back. The Russians no longer spared their ammunition once they realized our operation had failed. We took several hits from anti-tank guns because both of our tanks' exhaust pipes had glowed red hot and made for a good target. We dismounted from one Tiger in front of the trench. Further back on the way to the rear, we picked up a disabled tank. Russian biplanes, étagères, significantly hindered our movement to the rear. The remarkable Lieutenant Famula also fell victim to one of their bombs. Finally, we reached our assembly area and took up a position there in case of a Russian counterattack. At the same time, the infantry returned to their old positions. Von Schiller, together with Oberfeldwebel Delzeit, went ahead to retrieve another disabled vehicle. As we were climbing into the tank, a fragment of an anti-tank shell struck Delzeit in a vulnerable spot. He vented his indignation with a torrent of curses. The Tiger we had left at the far edge of the trench also had to be blown up on the spot, because the infantry could not hold back the Russian onslaught. They had to retreat that very night. That is how the third Operation Strachwitz ended. We did not capture a single inch of ground, and in the course of it, we lost many soldiers and tanks. Our operations on the northern sector of the Eastern Front, especially the last few along the Narva, did not please us, despite the successes achieved. However, each of us understood that our presence was absolutely essential. The infantry alone was too weak to fight a superior enemy. We had to reinforce the front, becoming the ribs in the corset. The psychological support alone, which often only we could provide, was enough to keep our infantry from ceasing resistance. Unfortunately, the losses we suffered from indirect fire, resulting from too frequent and disorderly movements, were too great. Problems with breakdowns in marshy terrain also arose more frequently than usual. Terrain suitable for tanks, where an entire company could operate as a combat unit, was rare in the roadless regions of the north. Because of this, we often had to substitute for missing defensive weapons. "The spirit of the armored forces is the spirit of the cavalry," said one of the former company commanders. He, like many tank officers, had come to the tank forces from the cavalry. This comparison is very apt and shows just how much tank operations require room to maneuver, which was never available in the sector in question. Only by attacking and counterattacking were we able to fully utilize our mobility and the long-range capability of our 88mm gun. In the northern sector, where the Russians always avoided us, we could only occasionally inflict serious damage on them. But without our presence, it would have been impossible to hold the Narva sector at all. We made every effort to overcome the difficulties posed by the terrain, and in the process came close to the limits of human capability. Even though we often complained about languishing in the marshy terrain, we were proud that the infantry believed in us and was generally satisfied with us. The final Operation Strachwitz was our farewell tour on the Narva sector. We concentrated at our tank base in Sileme. Most of the tanks were under repair and had to be inspected in the workshop. Fortunately, the Russians also seemed to need some rest, and there were no major battles in the following weeks. The Knight's Cross in the hospital. Our time in Narva was coming to an end. In late April, the company received orders to follow our battalion to the Pleskau area. Pleskau is located at the intersection of roads along the Leningrad-Dunaburg highway. The town is situated directly south of Lake Pleskau, Lake Pskov, which stretches northward toward Lake Peipus. From Sileme, we headed west toward our supply base. Even without direct enemy intervention, a tank is quite a headache. A miserable period of rain and mud had set in, and even the road was barely passable. Wheeled vehicles were sinking up to their axles in the mud, and we feared our tanks would get stuck up to their hulls. Each Tiger was towing 1 or 2 trucks. The trucks could not move forward under their own power. Mud was clogging the radiators at the front. If the tow rope was strong enough, it would pull out the truck's front axle along with the wheels. When we finally arrived at the train station, most of the vehicles were in need of repair. Most of them had to be towed onto freight cars. We looked forward to the train ride. We could stretch out on the straw in the crew cars and finally sleep peacefully for the first time in a long while. We didn't anticipate any emergency wake-ups during the trip, so we took advantage of this welcome opportunity since no one knew what awaited us in the Pskov area. I, of course, took our company dog, Hasso, with me. But when I woke up at the stop, the dog was gone. According to the soldiers' reports, he had jumped out of the moving train, perhaps to retrieve something someone had thrown away. So I lost a good friend whom I missed dearly, even though he was a four-legged friend. The battalion had reserved a village for us where we were supposed to be quartered. Apparently, we were supposed to enjoy a few weeks of rest. I didn't realize this until our new commander, Major Schwanner, visited me shortly after our arrival. We didn't know him yet at that time. He asked me to draw up a training schedule for the next 4 weeks. I didn't particularly like that assignment. I believed the men needed to recover their strength after long, difficult operations. Naturally, even while resting in the rear, we had to carry out our assigned duties during the day. But I lacked the patience to listen to instructions on artillery fire and similar nonsense, especially since there were no green recruits among us. Surprisingly, the rest did me no good. I realized that even with the best of intentions, there are limits to human physical capabilities. I began having asthma attacks, which soon became so severe that I had to stop every few steps. The battalion doctor, Dr. Schenbeck, took care of me. I was ordered to stay in bed and was not allowed to smoke or drink alcohol. The fact that I had no desire for either of these things showed just how bad I was. But after a week, I had recovered enough to resume reconnaissance missions along the approaches to the front. We were to inspect roads and bridges in our new sector behind the front line. We were also to establish contact with the troops at their positions in order to familiarize ourselves with the surroundings in case we had to operate there. For operations in the Narva sector on May 4th, I was awarded the Knight's Cross. The company said I had fallen ill solely out of a desire to avoid the formation of a battalion, which was planned to be entrusted to me. So they brought the award to where I was staying. The guys drank to my health, while the commander made sure I didn't drink alcohol with everyone else. Everyone rejoiced with me. My comrades knew I would be with them when we set out on our next operation. New officers, Lieutenants Ninstedt and Eichhorn, arrived a few days later to relieve me. My health had improved significantly by then. Given that the situation on this section of the front was calm, I was granted a 4-week sick leave. However, as the saying goes, you count your chickens in the fall. I had barely been home 5 days when I was summoned back to my unit by telegram. A frontline soldier must always be prepared for such surprises. In wartime, usually only soldiers in occupied territories could enjoy uninterrupted leave, even if they had already rested enough during combat operations there. One gets the impression that these privileged soldiers complain the most about the unfortunate army and the horrible war. Among them are those who are unfair to the valiant German soldiers and passively support the hatred deliberately generated by other countries. In Riga, on my way back to the front, I met Lieutenant Schur from the 3rd Company. He had received the same telegram as I had. He cursed like there was no tomorrow and probably didn't even notice how glad I was to have a traveling companion. This made the unexpected departure from home not quite so hard. When we both arrived at our destination and asked about our units, we learned that they had already been redeployed somewhere else. Then we tracked down Hauptmann Schmidt, the commander of the self-propelled gun battalion, whom we both knew well. He promised to provide us with a car and a driver to take us to our units. But first, he wanted to throw a party for us, so we could drown our sorrows over our cut-short leave. The party was so wild that we didn't even remember how we left. We didn't come to our senses until we stopped in front of the battalion command post. Instead of an enemy attack, as we had assumed, another party awaited us there. Schur had been promoted to first lieutenant, so we had plenty of reasons to temper our anger. Our comrades had recalled us from leave, even though there was no operation on the horizon that might require our presence. The next day, I went to the company. It was stationed in a village located a fair distance away. At first, the sergeant major didn't recognize me at all. He was already about to greet me according to regulations, mistaking me for a new officer transferred to the company. The mistake was soon corrected. Delighted to see each other, we exchanged hearty handshakes. It should be noted that I had brought back from leave a new field cap, in full compliance with regulations. It noticeably changed my usual appearance. Before that, I had always worn a cap that in no way met the requirements of the regulations. My mother had sent it to me when I was promoted to second lieutenant. By that time, the cap had completely faded, becoming more gray than black. Neither the cockade nor the eagle above it remained, but it still fit me well. This cap had always been a sore point for my battalion and company commanders. However, despite numerous demands, I simply could not part with it. It had always served me well and was so comfortable that the headphones didn't bother me. Even in bad weather, with strong winds, I wasn't afraid of losing it. It was a new field cap, but I wore it only in the rear areas. As soon as I put on my old combat cap, my subordinates understood what was going on. The first sentry to see me immediately alerted all the crews. He knew for sure that something special was about to happen. I had the opportunity on my first night to put my official cap back in my suitcase. This happened because the Russians had broken through at Ostro, south of Pleskau. I could have been grateful to them for waiting for my return. We set out in the early morning hours. We reached the Rositin-Pleskau highway and approached our area of operations. The Russians had broken through from the east to the highway and were controlling it. We had to drive them back immediately with our counterattack. We arrived at the infantry command post exactly 15 minutes before the attack began. As always during our movement, I sat outside the turret with the gunner. I was on the left, next to the gun. Positioned this way, we could see better in the dark and assist the driver. I must have dozed off and suddenly lost my balance, flying over the driver's hatch and falling onto the road. And once again, luck was on my side. My driver, Beresh, reacted with lightning speed and slammed on the brakes before the track ran me over. Had it not been for his excellent reflexes, I would have met a far from heroic death. Unfortunately, the messenger was less fortunate than I was. He was crossing the road in front of the tank, lost his balance due to a pothole, got caught under the tracks, and was killed. Our new commander, Major Schwanner, was participating in his first operation with the entire battalion. He was proud to have gathered all his companies together and went to the regiment's command post to discuss the operation. Schwanner was just as easy to talk to as the unforgettable Yede. I explained that it was impossible to launch the attack at 8 a.m., and I insisted on postponing the attack until at least 9 a.m. Schwanner held a different opinion. He soon returned from the command post, and despite my concerns, we had to move out immediately. Thus, the operation was doomed to failure from the very beginning. Coordination between commanders took a back seat. However, it was crucial that the tank crews be given the opportunity to establish contact with the commanders of the infantry units. They had to approve the measures necessary for coordination with us. There was no time left for this, and the consequences were not long in coming. After a short distance, the infantry dismounted, and they were no longer visible. The inexperienced soldiers marched in tight clusters, like bunches of grapes, behind and alongside the tanks. This provoked heavy Russian artillery fire, and the infantry suffered heavy losses. Those who were not wounded threw themselves to the ground on the left and right. Naturally, under heavy fire, none of them dared to get up. It was a complete failure. None of us knew any of the officers, and no one knew who was under whose command. There was no benefit whatsoever in the fact that we had reached our objective with our tanks. As darkness fell, we had to abandon our position because we had no way to clear the trenches of Russians and occupy them ourselves. The Russians understood this perfectly well and had no intention of leaving. They remained in their dugouts in front of us, feeling completely safe. The hill from which our men were driven off was called, quite simply, Jewish Nose. Readers who suspect something sinister should not jump to conclusions about this name. It has nothing to do with anti-Semitism, but simply describes the shape of the hill using an expression that everyone understands. Jewish Nose was fortified in such a way that it remains a mystery to me how they could have lost it. The Russians captured it during a night raid. The fact that it fell into their hands can only be explained by the carelessness of our soldiers, who felt safe and were not on their guard. The ridge of hills rose steeply upward. The shortest route to them lay through a narrow gorge, perhaps 50 meters long. Only one tiger could pass through it. To the left and right of the gorge were systems of trenches, arranged in terraces along the slope all the way to the crest. The trenches, which connected the bunkers to one another, were dug into the hillside and were presumably completely protected from direct fire. The Russians had a reverse front in this defensive system. We had a detailed map of the fortifications at our disposal, so we knew the location of every bunker and every trench. I was to lead a frontal assault with my company. At the same time, the rest of the battalion, nearly at full strength after rest and replenishment, was to advance to our right along the ridge of hills leading to the Jewish Nose. This would have meant concentrating the entire battalion there, tank after tank, which would have made us easy prey for Russian artillery and provided yet another opportunity to wipe out the battalion along with its commander. He was already displeased with me because of my objections regarding the timing of the attack. I said that I considered it absurd to attack such a small target with the entire battalion. A company would have been quite sufficient for such an operation. If I were allowed to decide, I would have taken 4 tanks with me, and 4 more would have advanced along the line of hills so that, in the worst-case scenario, no more than 8 tanks could be lost. If those 8 tanks couldn't accomplish the mission, neither could the entire battalion, because the vehicles would block each other's firing sectors. My arguments, however, were not accepted. According to the conclusions drawn using models in a sandbox, the entire battalion was to be deployed. Unfortunately, there was nothing I could do to change that. However, it was always more reassuring to have a few vehicles in reserve that could pull the others out. I quickly broke ahead and reached the gorge before anyone else. We weren't in the best of spirits as we made our way there. The Russians could have dropped high explosive shells on us from the trenches and the upper edge of the gorge with very little effort. Each of us had to keep an eye on the others to avoid a major pileup. However, We reached the ridge without any problems. 2 tanks turned left at the foot of the Jewish nose. They followed the road that ran diagonally up the slope toward the ridge and reached the edge of the small patch of forest at the other end of which we were positioned. But as soon as I stuck my nose out from behind the ridge, a decent-sized shell flew past me. This made it wise to stay on the other side of the ridge. Later, I discovered that the Russians had set up self-propelled guns and artillery in front of the far side of the slope. They completely dominated the ridge. Any advance would have been suicidal. Besides, we had reached our former positions. We just had to occupy them. However, our infantry was miles behind us and seemed to be asleep. In any case, for the rest of the day, I didn't see a single infantryman. Meanwhile, the main force of the battalion approached us from the right. Although I was in radio contact with the battalion commander, he was hit by an anti-tank shell between the upper front sloped armor plate and the turret of my vehicle. The shell slowed us down. Had it hit just a little to the left, probably none of us would have even had time to utter a sound. Fortunately, he finally recognized us, and the incident ended with just that one hit. He simply couldn't figure out how I'd managed to reach the target so quickly. Lieutenant Neman, a new recruit in the battalion who was going into battle for the first time, was driving at high speed at the front of the combat group on the right. He was leaning out of the turret up to his belt buckle. Such bravado has nothing to do with bravery. It's suicidal madness. The lives of the entire crew were also being recklessly put at risk. I immediately switched to his company's frequency and began repeatedly telling him to slow down and be more careful. When that didn't help, I told him the exact distance remaining until the Russians would spot him and shoot him down. After all, I could see everything, and I knew how far ahead we could safely drive. But Neman either didn't hear me or didn't want to hear me. He drove to the spot I had indicated and immediately took a devastating direct hit. His tank disappeared from view for a while. His crew became the only one in our battalion listed as missing in action. None of those inside the tank returned. None of us approached the Tiger because it was in the epicenter of extremely intense enemy fire. How could a commander so recklessly sacrifice his crew? No matter how much I thought about it, I could not understand the actions of this young comrade in arms. Recently, the 3rd Company received a new commander, Hauptmann Leonard. We were lucky because Leonard was the kind of person everyone would want as their company commander. I am extremely grateful to him. He always helped me, the little lieutenant, when I wanted to convince the commander of something that was necessary for the company. And so there we were on the crest of the hill, waiting for our infantry. In reality, only the optimists were waiting, because the infantry usually didn't follow behind. If we wanted them to come with us, we took them along during the advance. In any case, there were so many wounded among the infantry that they didn't have the strength to hold the position through the night. The Russians were firing with ever-increasing intensity and accuracy. Their observers were likely sitting in trenches behind us on the left. They had no intention of surrendering. What were we to do with them? So we lost one tank after another, especially in the group on the right, which was in an even more unfavorable position than we were. Von Vesely, who had been our neighbor on the right the whole time, at the far edge of a small patch of forest, soon reported that an anti-tank gun had damaged the turret of his vehicle, and it was no longer combat ready. Von Vesely advanced to engage the enemy and give us a brief respite. However, the Russians were accurate and didn't even let him fire a shot. He had barely poked his nose out from behind the ridge when he heard the report that the gun was firing. After 4 tanks from the group to our right, one of mine, and Vesely's tank were put out of action, the commander withdrew with his remaining Tigers to engage the infantry. I was to hold the ridge for as long as necessary. During the day, we could still manage it, though we could see that the Russians were constantly building up their forces and beginning to harass our rear. We wouldn't stand a chance at night. As darkness fell, and without waiting for instructions, I decided to withdraw through the gorge. No sane person would have demanded that I stay there overnight with only 3 operational tanks, or attempt to make my way back through the gorge in complete darkness. We passed through this dangerous area without incident, and along the way picked up Lieutenant Eichhorn's crew. His tank wouldn't start, and no one paid any attention to it. This meant that another Tiger remained in the open, which was truly a sad end to our efforts. Upon arriving at our starting position, I discovered that none of the infantrymen had any desire to move forward that night. So I was quite satisfied with my decision not to stay there any longer. Major Schwanner raised no objections, and probably realized that I had been right when I expressed my dissatisfaction and grumbled that morning. Everyone has to pay a high price for gaining experience. In the early morning hours of the next day, we moved our infantry halfway to the Jewish nose. The soldiers formed a firing line there and were able to take up their old positions without any trouble. The terrain was fairly flat, but covered with woods in places, which provided a good opportunity to remain unnoticed. To the left of the road leading to the Jewish nose, about 800 meters away, was a ridge of hills running parallel to us. That's where the Russians were attacking. Through my binoculars, I could see that hand-to-hand combat was underway, and without hesitation, I opened flanking fire on the enemy. This helped our guys a little. The Russian columns rolled down into the ravine opposite and to the left of us. They were about a kilometer away from us, and they were clearly visible from above. The Russians were moving so recklessly that we had to fire several rounds to force them to be more cautious. Their audacity was often simply astonishing. In broad daylight, they drove their tractors, artillery pieces, and ammunition trailers out into the open areas of the forward slope, as if we didn't exist at all. We let them drive far enough down so they couldn't quickly disappear behind the ridge, and then we fired on them. The distance was too great for a direct hit, and the drivers managed to escape before we set their vehicles and tractors ablaze. The Russians realized we had relocated and refrained from attacking that day. It was clear they were planning to fortify their positions on the Jewish point. They could, of course, have anticipated that we would attack a second time. Ultimately, capturing these fortifications was absolutely essential for us. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to hold the defensive line to our left and right. The hill we had lost completely dominated the terrain, and we had to recapture it at all costs. No German fighters are in sight. Infantry reinforcements arrived the following night. Using precise blueprints of our fortress, I discussed the attack, which was to take place in the morning, in great detail with the battalion commander in his bunker. So each squad was assigned a specific task. The upcoming operation was also supported by artillery. Since all 4 of my tanks had been knocked out during the day, I was assigned 4 vehicles from the 3rd Company. This meant I would have to operate with unfamiliar people. Despite this, everything went well because they already knew me. As the artillery barrage began, we moved out quickly. We reached the foot of the hill in front of the gorge before the batteries shifted their fire to the high ground. The Russians didn't even stick their noses out of the trenches, and we were already covering them with fire. As agreed with us, the infantry had advanced almost as far as we had by this time. We subjected the trenches to intense fire while our soldiers went on the attack and occupied the first trench along the lower edge of the cliff. The two rear tanks were firing at two Russian anti-tank guns positioned on a small patch of woodland. In doing so, they were protecting our flanks. These two tanks also had the task of moving diagonally to the left and up the slope. At the same time, I was to advance through the narrow pass with my two tanks. I waited until our artillery shifted its fire and then quickly moved deeper into the terrain to leave the pass behind us. Fortunately, I noticed in time that the path was mined with German mines lying on the ground. The situation became critical because time was running out. After all, we couldn't let the entire operation fail because of a few German mines. So I had no choice but to climb out and throw them aside. I climbed out with some trepidation, while my comrades provided cover, forcing the Russians to duck into the trench. By some miracle, I managed to climb back into the tank in a single motion, and we crawled along our corridor. Today we look back on this with a smile, but back then a huge weight was lifted from our shoulders. We reached the top safe and sound. Without a shred of luck, even the best soldier won't achieve much. Our infantry was clearing the trench system when we came under incredibly heavy fire from Russian artillery. We were lucky to avoid a direct hit. But what did our good old Tigers look like after that barrage? They were so caked in mud that we could have planted mini gardens on them. It's a miracle we came out of that mess unscathed. To top it all off, and to our greatest surprise, several attack aircraft also attacked us. The planes flew so low over the ridge that it seemed they were about to swat us down. But neither the numerous bombs nor the rockets caused us any harm. Unfortunately, as always, there was no sign of our pilots. We remained on the ridge for a long time, presenting a prime target for Russian artillery. We were not destined to emerge from this mess unscathed. While changing positions, one tank lost a track as it turned and backed up the slope. The Tiger came to a standstill, immobilized. The two other tanks, which had advanced further to the left down the opposite slope, were not deterred by the fact that the Vasily tank had been knocked out. They too decided to try their luck. Both of these tanks, of course, were hit immediately. I had to rush to their aid at once, as the crews could not climb out of the vehicles under heavy fire. The Russians were watching every move, and none of the tankers would have managed to get out alive. I took up a position next to both tanks so that the men from the first tank could climb out of the hatch and make their way into my vehicle without coming under enemy fire. They all sustained minor injuries. Then I rescued the crew of the second tank. The tank commander had a severe head wound. I had to take him immediately to the battalion command post because otherwise his life would have been in danger. The conscientious major's eyes widened, likely in surprise, when I returned alone with my Tiger. Before I could report, he was already yelling at me. How could I return alone, abandoning my comrades on the front lines? My answer was very brief. Reporting, all tanks are damaged. The rest are returning on foot and will be here any minute now. Then I turned sharply and walked away, so he wouldn't see the tears welling up in my eyes, because I had lost 3 of my faithful Tigers. My nerves were stretched tight as a spring after being pushed to the limit. Despite everything, we had reason to feel satisfied. The infantry had retaken their old positions, which meant our objective had been achieved. We took advantage of the night's darkness to rescue the damaged tanks. As soon as twilight fell, I set out with 2 tanks to tow the vehicles that were positioned directly behind our lines. We took the repair platoon's crew with us. They were to weld the track of one of the Tigers at the Jewish nose. The tank was standing right in front of our positions in no man's land. Protective masks shielded us from the inevitable bright light of the welding. I positioned my tank in front of the other vehicle to serve as cover for the workers. We ran into problems with the infantry again. We had to constantly drill into the soldiers' heads not to fire flares while the repairmen were working on the tank. However, there were people who did as they pleased and fired these flares high into the sky. The Russians could easily figure out what we were doing there, since we stood there like statues in the light of the flames. Fortunately, there were no casualties during this operation. It is hard for an outsider to imagine such work. You have to experience for yourself what it's like to tow a Tiger with a single track across rough terrain. In our case, this also meant moving down a hill and through a narrow pass. As soon as we passed through the gorge, machine gun fire opened up on us from the wrecked Pz.VI tank. The Russians had already taken up positions behind the Tiger at the top of the hill. To make matters worse, the towed tank landed in a small bomb crater. We were relieved when we finally managed to pull it out of the danger zone. That day, Lieutenant Ihorn's driver, Obergefreiter Lustig, which means funny in German, lived up to his surname. Without saying a word to anyone, he went to inspect his disabled tank, which was located right in front of our forward positions in no man's land. It was in such a state that it was easy to see the Russians had already been there. However, to our great delight, Lustig found a bottle of liquor that they had probably overlooked. Taking a swig from the bottle for courage, he got his tank moving again. As we moved up the narrow pass, ready to tow the next Tiger, Brother Lustig approached us. We immediately hooked up to him so that we could pull out both tanks, which were still on the hill, at the same time. But Lustig was so drunk that he couldn't drive in a straight line, and we kept nearly colliding. Freeing the tanks required a great deal of patience on our part. By morning, we had recovered all the Tigers, with the exception of Vesely's tank, which the Russians had taken up positions near. With support from infantry scouts, we attempted to reach that vehicle the following night. However, we soon abandoned the dangerous endeavor to prevent casualties among the infantrymen. In the morning, we set fire to Vesely's Tiger. Despite the losses that were weakening us, we could only lament a single definitive loss. We were convinced, once again, saving a tank after an operation usually takes more nerve than the operation itself. For this reason, when we found ourselves on the defensive, I preferred to engage in battle using as few Tigers as possible. Our success proved me right. We reached the previous combat lines on the Jewish nose on our own, that is, the objective that an entire battalion had failed to achieve. Our second attempt was made even more difficult by the fact that the Russians had managed to better fortify their positions in the meantime. They were also prepared for a new attack during the second operation. I would like to note that the element of surprise would undoubtedly have contributed to the success of the operation during the first attempt. But there was nothing miraculous about the fact that we succeeded on the second attempt, despite the absence of that advantage. On the contrary, the success demonstrated the value of a detailed discussion of each phase of the operation together with the infantry and artillery. If our commander had allowed us to postpone the first operation in order to prepare the attack in detail, everything would have gone as easily as a Sunday stroll in the countryside, especially since the entire battalion was attacking and the Russians were not yet properly prepared. The decisive factor in any operation is how well the units interact with one another. I have always noticed that a good infantryman who has already been to the front cannot be forced to climb into a tank, even under threat of force. He certainly appreciates the advantage that armor gives us, but he also knows the shortcomings of our tin can. We present a much larger target to the enemy, and we have to withstand a barrage of fire that seems to be concentrated on us. The infantryman, on the other hand, has room to maneuver. He skillfully uses every depression in the ground, burrowing into it in search of cover. The tank commander has always been responsible for the success of the attack, and it was in his own interest to ensure that the infantry followed behind. But this cannot be done if you close the hatches and blindly rush toward the target. The infantry will never follow the tanks if contact is lost. The battle on the first day of the attack, which ended unsuccessfully, proved this once again. Now there is talk of designing helmets with built-in receivers. Even if radio communication is maintained from the tank with every infantryman in modern warfare, the need for personal contact will never be sidelined. This is especially true when the tank commander does not know the number of soldiers. It can take a very long time to transmit before an infantryman switches to receive. Every good commander periodically has to leave his vehicle. He must show the infantry that there is life inside these tin cans, and that tankers are also ready to prove themselves in open terrain without our usual protection. I always managed to revive a faltering attack, and I had never before found myself in a situation where our troops would remain in place while the tanker outpaced them, setting a good example. And something else helped. None of us tankers were wearing helmets. This created a completely false impression that we were utterly fearless soldiers. We did, of course, have helmets, but they hung outside the turret of each tank so as not to take up too much space inside the vehicle, which is why they were easily lost. Attentive infantrymen would offer me a helmet when I went on reconnaissance with them, but there was never one in the right size. Tank crews who were new to the front also had a thing or two to learn in this regard. For example, they concluded that they were already close to the front line based on the fact that the infantry had helmets on their heads or hanging from a strap on their backs. In reality, the soldiers simply didn't know a more convenient way to carry the helmets they had. They got in the way when hung from their belts. While outside the tank, we tried to justify not wearing helmets with Lieutenant Rieger's words. "What good is a helmet if I get shot in the stomach?" These words contained a grim irony of fate. During the retreat to the positions on the Narva, Rieger did indeed die from a wound to the stomach. "Report to the unit immediately." After a successful operation at the Jewish Nose, the battalion returned to its assembly area in the rear. Lieutenant Karl Ruppel of the 3rd Company and I were sent to Reval, to a rest house in the front line zone, to recover a bit. Presumably, this was intended to compensate for the unexpectedly cut short leave. Moreover, if necessary, we could always be summoned immediately from Reval. We were destined to find out just how much we were needed sooner than we would have liked. More details on this will follow below. I was sent to the rest home in Reval based on a report written by the battalion doctor. The medical examination was conducted after my premature return from sick leave. The document noted that no further signs of heart problems had been detected. The symptoms of the illness were first detected in the spring of 1943. This meant that I had recovered surprisingly quickly. But the doctor's conclusions went on to state the following. A 4-week period of rest would be advisable due to the instability in heart function and the deterioration of overall health despite the leave. Strict abstinence from nicotine and alcohol is another necessary requirement to ensure full readiness to perform duties. In the event of future prolonged physical stress, there is a likelihood of new heart attacks and asthma attacks. Karl Ruppel and I took the express train to Revel. Today, it is hard to believe that we were on the road for 8 days. For us vacationers, there was little joy in this. No sooner had the train covered any distance than the locomotive would drag the cars onto another track. For a change, there was another stop due to partisans. And so it continued all the way to Revel. The house manager, who had known me since 1943, sent a car to the train station. We were given wonderful rooms with running water, a toilet with a flush tank, and a bathtub. Everyone was accommodated with such amenities. The excellent food and complete peace of mind left no doubt that we would return to the front in superb physical shape. On the first morning, we had breakfast with the house manager's family. We were just telling them about what we had been through recently when a messenger appeared. He handed each of us a telegram. We exchanged glances because during our trip I had made a bet with Ruppel that there was no way we'd manage 3 weeks of rest in Reval. Now I knew I'd won the bet. On the evening of our arrival, we heard from the Wehrmacht news bulletin about a Russian breakthrough on the front near Vitebsk. I, of course, had an idea of what the telegram said. "Report to your unit immediately." We cursed like mad, and only my good upbringing prevents me from repeating those words. We were upset not so much because we were urgently needed, but because we had made a tedious trip for absolutely nothing. We had the same exhausting trip back ahead of us, so we returned to the troops even more irritated than before we left. We discovered at the frontline checkpoint in Pleskow that our unit had already made a forced march to the area south of Dunaburg. It was aimed at the exposed flank of the Russians, who were rapidly advancing on Vilnius. The enemy had learned a lot from us and was now moving along the same route we had chosen in 1941, unfortunately, in the opposite direction. Originally, this was the Vilnius-Minsk-Vitebsk-Smolensk route. This time, the Russians were moving in the direction of Smolensk, Vitebsk, Minsk, Vilnius. The gods of war were against us. Refusal to obey orders. We had to form combat groups from the soldiers on the resort train for the Rositten-Dunaburg section of the route because partisans were active in the area. However, we arrived in Dunaburg without incident. We were immediately transferred to our units. Incredibly, everything looked just like in peacetime. The tanks were scattered about, so to speak, undergoing repairs. The crews had pitched tents, were sunbathing, and writing letters. Naturally, everyone knew that such a pleasant state of affairs couldn't last too long. Since we were considered combat units on the trains, we had absolutely amazing rations compared to what we usually received. The meager supplies during operations were more than compensated for here, reaching the level of luxury. No one ate the soup because it was too fatty. Who would eat standard rations when everyone was free to choose whatever their heart desired? It should be mentioned that each unit had a large herd of livestock and small animals, cows, pigs, geese, ducks, and chickens. A special unit was created to care for the animals. We lived in luxury during this period. So well, in fact, that those who had returned home envied us. We ate all kinds of delicacies. But no one knows as well as a soldier just how fleeting earthly pleasures are. The Russians often led us by the nose. They never once launched a massive attack to the north from the flanks. Sometimes the enemy harassed us with forces up to a regiment, but this led to nothing. On July 11th, near Karius, we had our first real combat contact with the enemy. The Russians were not entirely satisfied with the way our positions were being established and our efforts to gradually fortify them. Therefore, we had to help our comrades from the infantry occupy the commanding high ground. This did not pose much of a difficulty for us, since the Russians were not strong on their own and had almost no tanks. Moreover, they were focusing exclusively on the offensive to the west. During the operation, we had the opportunity to knock out a lone T-34 that appeared at the edge of the forest. Our joy was overshadowed by an incident involving our brave Oberfeldwebel Pz.VI, a poor fellow from the Styria region of Austria. We were refueling behind a hill, far out of the Russians' sight, when a bullet struck him by ricochet, like a bolt from the blue. Standing in his tank, he was helping load ammunition when a stray bullet hit him, choosing from all the parts of the body the one that is so often left unmentioned in literary works. In any case, in Germany during the Middle Ages, it was still acceptable to say in polite company that it had hit him in the ass. Besides, we all laughed about it, which really pissed him off. Pz.VI, who had never been injured in battle, had to be evacuated because of this unfortunate incident. You can't heal an open wound without hospitalization. Later, I met him in the 502nd Reserve Battalion. 2 days later, the Russians became active again near Karius. We were operating in the sector of the 381st Grenadier Regiment when I met Reserve Lieutenant Bernd Schätzl. He had been awarded the Knight's Cross for his combat actions that winter while serving as a platoon commander and was with us as a liaison officer. Like a true Swabian, he had a genuine Swabian name, which translates into English as something like Little Treasure. After that severe injury, I met him again on the ship that was to take us home. Schätzl had only been wounded in the arm at that time and was able to walk. Thanks to him, I didn't lie there feeling so helpless and forgotten. He made sure I could rest on deck and looked after me throughout the long journey. During a staff meeting in front of the command post of the 381st Infantry Regiment, we received an unexpected visitor. A newsreel reporter arrived, and his segment was included in the documentary film. To make his segment even more realistic, he asked my permission to accompany us on the next operation. I didn't want to take him with me because our vehicles were already cramped, but since the operation was unlikely to be too difficult, I let myself be persuaded. For the first and last time. The newsreel cameraman took the loader's spot so he could film through the turret hatch. Our mission was to realign the front line. Sergeant Kircher had advanced too far east, and as a result, he and 3 tanks were nearly stuck in a swamp. I took up a position on high ground, from which I had a magnificent view of the Russian positions. The enemy showed little understanding of the cameraman's intentions and was brazen enough to fire several shells in our direction. In short, the guy never once stuck his head out of the hatch with the camera. He always shouted, "Target!" as soon as we fired a shot, and he annoyed me so much with this that I stayed on the hill until Sergeant Kircher returned. Had I been alone, I would have crossed the hill long ago, but courtesy toward my guest demanded that he, too, get some kind of experience. Shortly before our return, the Russians appeared with 2 tanks moving along the edge of the forest about 1,200 meters ahead of us. However, they had no intention of engaging us. They were simply passing through our front lines. I deliberately held back long enough to give my guest time to get his camera ready for action. He could have filmed the actual destruction of a Russian tank, but that didn't happen. My first shell flew past, and the Russians quickly disappeared from view, taking cover in the woods. The effect of our shot turned out to be far more impressive for our cameraman. When the shell flew out, he dove into the turret as if he'd been struck. Our loader, whom he had obstructed, was of course unable to reload. Thus, both Russian tanks owed their destruction to our reporter's luck. Our cameraman friend is unlikely ever to express a desire to ride in a tank again during the war. Ambition and a willingness to go into battle are two different things, especially when the enemy is right in front of you. I was assigned to the division on July 15th and attached to a combat group that had established a defensive line near the village of Maruga with limited forces. The combat group was commanded by a former city commander in the occupied Eastern Territories prior to his participation in combat operations at the front. He did not fully have the situation under control. In my presence, the division commander reassured him over the phone and assured him that I would arrive with my Tigers by morning. At exactly 6 a.m., Lieutenant Ihorn and I arrived by car at the battle group's command post. I reported to the general, who was clearly surprised that he hadn't heard the approaching Tigers. He was even more astonished when I briefly reported that my vehicles were likely on their way, but would not arrive until 8 a.m. at the earliest. The high-ranking gentleman said in a friendly tone, "Well, my friend, you're just lucky. Our attack, for your information, begins at 8 o'clock. Sometimes it's not easy to talk to a general, especially at such critical moments. I tried to explain to him that there was no way we could be combat-ready by 8 o'clock, because I had to conduct reconnaissance of the roads leading to the front line. Besides, it was absolutely necessary to meet with the infantry battalion commander. The high-ranking officer disagreed and quickly lost his patience. The roads and bridges have already been inspected by the self-propelled gun crews. Where they were able to pass, you'll pass in your vehicles too." Many in my place would have clicked their heels and walked away. However, too much was at stake. I explained that a self-propelled gun is half the weight of our tank, and that, as a matter of principle, I do not rely on reconnaissance conducted by others, having already learned from repeated, bitter experience that the results are unreliable. At that point, my general lost his patience. "I will not tolerate prima donna behavior from a young officer," he roared. "You will begin the attack at 8 o'clock. All I could do was say, "I respectfully ask the general to excuse me," and turn toward the exit. Lieutenant Eichhorn had already disappeared. He had a bad feeling about this. I had absolutely no doubt that I would not be attacking at 8 a.m. However, I didn't want to push the old man to the brink of a nervous breakdown, so I left. The infantry battalion commander was extremely pleased when he saw my black tank crewman's uniform, but immediately told me that he would hardly be ready to attack at 8 o'clock. We immediately came to an agreement and set the hour H for 10 o'clock. By that time, the repair platoon had promised to fix Kircher's tank. As always, I could be sure the tank would be ready right on time. Besides, the infantry hadn't laid the telephone cable yet, and the commander had no communication with the companies. We drove together to the front line, and the major briefly described the terrain to me. The target of the attack was a hill that lay ahead of us on the right, about 3 to 4 kilometers away. It dominated the terrain in all directions. As soon as this hill was in our hands, we would be able to hold our positions with fewer troops. It should be noted that the Russians had entrenched themselves right in front of us along the edge of the forest. Since our positions were in open terrain, the Russians held the strategic advantage. Meanwhile, my Tigers arrived at the command post. The general himself arrived around 9:30 to observe the progress of the attack. We understood that he had agreed to the new H hour. We were just about to move out quietly to reach the forward positions on time when heavy fire broke out at the front. We were informed that the Russians had broken through. The general was completely beside himself, but I managed to calm him down. After all, only the infantry had attacked, and this kind of situation was no problem for us. We moved out. As I crossed the first hill in the area, Kirchner maintained radio contact with me. I could see him moving behind me. You could always count on Delzite and his men. We reached our old positions without difficulty. A few Russians were crouching and scrambling across the terrain because they hadn't managed to get away in time. Our soldiers were able to retake their former positions. I launched the attack at exactly 10 o'clock. The general sent me his approval via the battalion radio, which was in contact with the combat group. He was apparently satisfied, though there was no reason for it at that moment. The terrain was dotted with numerous hills, and the low-lying areas were marshy. We could only make our way forward along the edges of the elevations. We were lucky that the target remained directly in front of us the whole time. Otherwise, we would certainly have lost our bearings as a result of the constant changes in direction. When the target was finally right in front of us, Sergeant Kircher noted that the Russians were setting up 2 anti-tank guns at the very top. We drove side by side, climbing the hill and veering to the right to bypass the marshy area that separated us from the target. From that point on, 2 of us constantly provided cover for the other moving tanks. God knows what situations might arise, but there is nothing worse than exposing your side to the enemy. But we couldn't avoid it in that situation. We had to reach the hill no matter what, and soon Kircher took out the anti-tank guns. And it was all the more puzzling to me why the tank behind me wasn't following me. It was commanded by a sergeant who had recently arrived from the reserve battalion. Until then, it had been a given for every tank commander that he, at the very least, had to keep pace with me. I even had to hold people back so they wouldn't get too far ahead of me. Sergeant Kircher took care of the Russian anti-tank guns. However, he couldn't follow me because another vehicle was in his way. This was the last straw, and I ordered the gunner to replace the commander. The radio operator had to take the gunner's seat, and the new sergeant had to take a break in the radio operator's spot. How many in the company were waiting for a chance to become a tank commander? And this one didn't even show full dedication in that position. When we returned in the evening, I transferred him to the supply train, where he could be useful. He was unsuitable for action with us at the front. Then we approached the hill and remained there until nightfall. The area through which we were traveling had been completely cleared of the enemy, with the exception of the hill itself. The Russians, naturally, also considered it important, and were still holding a section adjacent to our front line with a small force. Only the strip leading to the intersection with our front line was still held by a small force. But for reasons unknown to me, our infantry was not advancing at all. For me, this was the deciding factor. While we were still able to make out the roads at least a little, I reported to the battle group command post that we were returning. I had no intention of staying alone among the Russians, only to be blown up at night. In the afternoon, we heard the sound of a small skirmish in that direction, but nothing more. Thus, our mission was over, and we returned to the battle group command post without incident. It is unclear whether we should have stayed there in the first place. After all, the loss of 2 anti-tank guns did not weaken the Russians, and we used up more fuel and ammunition than the whole operation required. Nevertheless, our general was extremely proud of our accomplishment. He said to me in a friendly tone, "Of course, prima donna behavior is forgiven, as long as one's actions on the battlefield are worthy of a prima donna." Above all, the high-ranking officer was overjoyed that he had not been criticized for his actions in his sector, which he had feared. In his opinion, we were the main reason for this. We received another small mission that took us further west. The Russians had positioned artillery to cover their flank. They reacted to any movement we made west or east of the front line with shouts of, "Tigers! Tigers!" Immediately after that, the artillerymen laid down barrage fire across the entire front. So it was better for us not to stick our necks out unless something special was happening. It should be noted that the Russians made no effort whatsoever to show their tanks to us. They would appear behind some high ground and cause confusion among our infantry, but before we could get close, they would vanish from sight. We could only hear the receding roar of diesel engines. The Russians simply wouldn't leave us alone. But there were no massive attacks. Our enemy didn't have enough forces for that either. Its main forces were steadily moving westward in columns, and, unfortunately, we were too weak to cut off their advance. For this reason, the situation on the flank where we were stationed remained relatively calm. As the general informed us, the new front line in the combat group sector curved northward, and he wanted to straighten it out in that area. To do so, we had to capture the village. By passing through it, the front line would run in a straight line. I drove there in my car to see for myself how things stood. The regiment commander briefly outlined the situation to me. When I told him about the general's intention, he exclaimed that the general was crazy. The village was located in a valley on no man's land. Our positions stretched across the plateau along a strip of forest to the north of it. The Russians were positioned on the slope south of the village. It would be sheer madness to capture the village. Doing so during the day was completely impossible, unless we were in tanks, but certainly not as infantry. By comparison, our current lines could be held without difficulty by small forces, because they dominated the approaches to them. Even if the existing front line did not look particularly attractive on the map, it was the only one possible in this terrain. The general soon summoned the regimental commander and ordered him to attack the village. The colonel was seething with indignation. To his relief, I announced that I intended to go immediately to General Berlin, to whom the combat group was attached, to prevent the announced operation. General Berlin acknowledged the validity of my arguments and laughed at the little rebellion. He summoned the commander of the combat group, and the front line remained where it was. Our infantry and tigers were too good to be involved in such nonsense. This example, like many others in my book, shows that even in the Third Reich, it was perfectly permissible to refuse to carry out an order, provided it was done in an acceptable manner, or at least not to follow the order to the letter. It goes without saying that the responsibility for such actions lies entirely with the officer in question. This, of course, is exactly how a soldier in modern Germany should act. Be that as it may, I would like to see how many officers, especially young ones, are prepared to refuse to carry out an order, one that no normal person would wish to carry out, should such a situation ever arise again. In most cases, they are not familiar enough with the situation to take such a step. We, however, were directly attached to the Army Corps and were therefore in a favorable position that gave us a general overview of the combat operations across the entire sector. We thus formed an objective opinion, but each of us had to bear full responsibility for any operation undertaken on our own initiative, especially when deviating from an order or refusing to carry it out. The willingness to take responsibility is the most outstanding distinguishing feature that must be inherent in an officer. There is nothing new in this, and anyone who has been at war can cite examples of it. If a rank-and-file soldier launched a small offensive on his own initiative and it succeeded, he would be praised. In some cases, he might even be awarded a medal. Conversely, if the operation failed, he would face a court-martial. Under such favorable conditions, we had the opportunity to make decisions at our own discretion. These were decisions whose necessity later became self-evident. It is clear that such an opportunity was granted far less frequently to a platoon commander or company commander in an infantry unit than to a subordinate commander at the army battalion level, as in our case. But the situation will be no different in the new armed forces. The demand to obey only reasonable orders stems from false premises. And in the future, it will be very rare to encounter a situation where people refuse to obey orders and do not face punishment for it. That is how it should be. Success in war is impossible if everyone carries out only those orders that seem reasonable and necessary to them. By this time, we were only providing security at the battalion command post with which we had attacked Maruga. One morning when I woke up, Sergeant Kirscher was nowhere to be found. I asked around and, to my surprise, heard that I had called him while still half asleep and ordered him to go to the front line and stand guard there. I didn't remember this, and besides, I would never have sent a tank to stand guard on its own, especially at night. However, Sergeant Kirscher was a good man and went there in accordance with my order. I called him back by radio. A similar incident happened to me with the driver of a wheeled vehicle. He began reporting to me because I had asked him to leave the support base on a reconnaissance mission. Half asleep, I sent my conscientious subordinate away, and when I finally woke up, I realized that I myself was left completely without transportation. To avoid further misunderstandings of this sort, I ordered that I not be considered of sound mind until I was fully awake. Of course, we were all so exhausted that we had great difficulty coming to our senses after falling asleep wherever we happened to be at the time. Sergeant Major Delzite found the best solution. If I fell asleep somewhere, even if only for a few minutes, and he needed something from me, he would grab me by the collar and sit me up straight. Then everything was fine. That actually woke me up. Looking back on it today, I realize that this was, of course, a rather eccentric method. Our former company commander von Schiller, whom I had to replace in command, was recalled home to serve as a tactics instructor at advanced training courses. He was lucky that Count Strachwitz had returned to Germany at that time to receive an award, diamonds for the Knight's Cross, and that we had been withdrawn from the Narva sector. I never looked into the matter regarding him, because no one wanted to bring up an unpleasant topic. As far as I knew, only Sergeant Major Pz.VI was interrogated. Otherwise, the matter was settled. Von Schiller remained an officer for special assignments in the battalion until his transfer in July 1944. I was given temporary command of the company. In fact, we were both lucky that fate brought us together. If I'd had a different company commander, I would never have received such a flattering offer or anything like it. Besides, von Schiller would never have been able to remain company commander for so long if he'd had a less prudent and sensible officer serving in his company. Someone else would probably have ratted him out long ago before things took their course. He even became a captain before the others, and thus didn't end up with just a bad reputation. I think we both understand this perfectly well, to be honest. Defensive battles near Düneberg. On the night of July 20th, 1944, that is, just a few hours before Count Schaffhausen attempted to assassinate Hitler, a report came to us from the battalion. It stated that the Russians had broken through northeast of Düneberg in the sector of the 191st Infantry Division and were advancing toward the Düneberg-Rositen Highway. The report indicated that the Russians had between 90 and 100 tanks. I was somewhat skeptical, because I knew from experience that not only drunks, but also infantrymen can see double, especially if tanks appear unexpectedly to them at night. Therefore, I assumed that there could be at most 50 tanks, but no one wanted to hear even that. On top of everything else, we were still about 50 kilometers from Dunaburg. The order to immediately move the company toward Dunaburg arrived at the same time as the report from the battalion. Our briefing was to take place at the entrance to the railway bridge, which was the only bridge across the Duna accessible to the Tigers. Our company was ready to move out in the early morning hours of July 20th. We reached the bridge across the Duna around 11 a.m. On the far side of the river stood two more of the company's tanks. They had arrived from the workshop after a recent repair. So I had a decent number of Tigers at my disposal, a full 8 tanks. This was a combat strength we almost never managed to assemble under other circumstances. Usually, 5 or 6 tanks were taken out of action by the enemy or due to mechanical breakdowns. The cemetery west of the Dunaburg-Rositin Road was chosen as the supply point for the battalion. It was located about 5 kilometers northeast of the city. Of all 3 companies, we were the last to arrive. We had certainly made the longest march. Oberleutnant Bettler and his 3rd company had already refueled and restocked. He just managed to call out my name as he drove past. He said I didn't need to rush. "By the time you arrive, we'll have taken care of everything ourselves," he said as he took his leave. I wished him luck, then headed to the battalion command post to find out what the situation was. What I learned there, of course, didn't look too promising. Using a massive armored force, the Russians had launched an offensive in the area of the 191st Infantry Division. Apparently, their objective was to reach the Dunaburg-Rositin Highway, cut it off, and then advance on the city from the north. They managed to wedge themselves into the front line of our defense. Our command still had no clear idea whether this was a breakthrough. Most of the infantry units were on the move, and they had already pulled the divisional command post back a considerable distance. The Russians had accurately deduced that the German command had transferred all available combat equipment to the Dunaburg area, and soon it filled the entire road to Vilnius in order to defend the exposed front. They also figured out how to tie down these forces. The Russians attacked here and there with small armored and infantry units, but never applied heavy pressure. The German front line was, in fact, deprived of heavy weapons, so the opportunity for an attack was more than favorable for the Russians. Success was not long in coming. The Russians' objective was to cross the highway, advance westward, turn south, and capture Dunaburg. During the attack, they surrounded and destroyed the 190th Infantry Division. The German command concentrated all its combat equipment south of Dunaburg. Then it went to the other extreme, concentrating all anti-tank, assault, and anti-aircraft units, as well as the Tigers in Dunaburg. From there, it redeployed them toward Polotsk with the mission of stopping the Russian advance and restoring the previous front line. At the supply point, my company was the last unit to arrive. Judging by the situation, the day promised to be glorious. It was hard to imagine that the firepower already raining down on the east would leave any tanks behind for us to knock out. It was noon, and we had just refueled and restocked. The engines were already running when, quite unexpectedly, a divisional vehicle arrived from the front. A major with General Staff red stripes on his trousers jumped out of the moving vehicle. He spoke excitedly to the first soldier he came across and demanded to be taken to the unit commander. I intervened immediately. It turned out that the Russians had resumed their attack that very morning. The division command post could no longer be found at its designated location. The entire situation was precarious and critical. On top of everything else, the entire division headquarters had moved further west a few days earlier. Only the operations officer remained, and he had no influence over the new commander, the colonel. We set off along the road toward Rositin, and then, after about 3 kilometers, took the highway eastward toward Polotsk. We stubbornly continued moving eastward. Eventually, we were bound to encounter resistance somewhere. The midsummer sun beat down mercilessly. We had to let our vehicles rest every 45 minutes. During these stops, the crew sat on the tanks. The drivers tended to the engines and checked the oil and water levels. We were preoccupied with only one question. What's the situation at the front? Suddenly, I heard the sound of gunfire in the distance. I called out to Kirsch and pointed north, from where gunfire could be clearly heard. Undoubtedly the muffled roar of tank guns. Had the Russians already advanced further west? That is, north of us and parallel to us? Without delay, Kirscher and I climbed into a Volkswagen. We drove along dirt roads to the northwest toward the Dunaburg-Rositin highway. What met our eyes is almost impossible to describe. It was no longer a retreat, but a panicked, reckless flight. Everything and everyone was moving toward Dunaburg. Trucks, wheeled vehicles, motorcycles, and all of them were packed to the brim with people. No one could be made to stop. It was like a river bursting its banks when fed by tributaries after torrential rains. The road could barely accommodate the torrential flow. This sight told us everything. It indicated that the Russians must have penetrated deeper into our territory than expected and had sown panic among the rear units. The stream of people fleeing in panic toward the south gradually thinned out. Only a few isolated vehicles still passed us by. Finally, we were able to head north to find out if the highway was still clear of the enemy. We had barely driven a few kilometers when we saw a non-commissioned officer running along the roadside ditch. He was running as if his life depended on it. Agitated, he stopped us and shouted, "There are already Russian tanks in the next village!" We were glad to hear something definite and took him with us in the vehicle where he could catch his breath. But he was clearly uneasy about the fact that we were continuing north. "I really did see 2 T-34s, he said, catching his breath. He probably thought we didn't believe him. The road soon began to climb slightly. Our guest explained to all of us that beyond the rise, in the valley, lay the village he had mentioned, where Russian tanks were already present. The village was called Malinovo. We got out of the car on the opposite slope, crossed the slope, and found a spot from which we could easily see the village through binoculars. It was right in front of us, about a kilometer away, and stretched for about a kilometer in length. A typical Russian village, long and narrow. We could clearly see 2 Russian tanks at the entrance to the village. They couldn't have been there very long, because movement in the village was still visible. Even more tanks were moving across the highway. We could clearly see that the Russians were positioning their tanks and waiting for the main forces. Soon, a new visitor arrived. A motorcycle approached from the south. An Oberleutnant dismounted, and we received the long-awaited information about the firefight that had prompted us to go on reconnaissance. The Oberleutnant reported on a battalion of self-propelled guns north of Malinova that was attempting to break through to the south. The commander ordered an attack on the village, but the only result was the complete destruction of 7 self-propelled guns. It was assumed that the adjutant would try at all costs to make his way to Dunaburg on a motorcycle and request a combat unit from the south to rescue his battalion. In utter despair, he was now returning from Dunaburg. He found out that there were no longer any anti-tank guns in Dunaburg. I managed to cheer up this dejected man when I suggested he join us and wait to see how things unfolded. There was no point in him circling around the village, veering further west and searching for his men. I promised him that in 2 hours at the latest, he would be able to take the highway to his commander. Then we drove as quickly as possible to the company and left our reconnaissance non-commissioned officer by the highway. We could no longer afford to waste any more time. Ambush. I led my company toward the village along the route we had just reconnoitered. Then we stopped, and I discussed the operation with the platoon commanders and the tank commanders. What I told them has remained in my memory to this day. We are acting completely on our own. Furthermore, the situation is absolutely unclear. It would be too dangerous for us to attack the village head-on. We must get out of this without losses, if that is at all possible. Behind the village, a battalion of self-propelled guns has already suffered heavy losses. But that won't happen to us. We will organize things as follows. 2 tanks will charge into the village at full speed and throw the Russians into confusion. We must not let them fire a single shot. Lieutenant Ninstedt will bring up the remaining 6 tanks. Mr. Ninstedt, you will remain on the opposite slope until I give you further instructions. Let's hope the guardian angel of the radio isn't asleep. Mr. Ninstedt, this is your first operation with us. Remember one thing above all else. As long as you don't lose your composure, everything is going fine. The first 2 tanks will be Kirsch's and mine. We'll figure out the rest as we go. What happens later will depend on how the situation develops. That was our brief briefing on the mission, and that was all that was needed. Then I took my route partner aside and discussed the most important points with him. The success of the mission depended on how we broke into the village, more precisely, on the element of surprise. I'll go ahead, and we'll both move toward the center of the village as fast as we can. We'll figure things out from there. You'll head toward the rear, and I'll head toward the front. Then we'll take care of everything that stands in our way. By my estimates, there's at least 1 company in the village, unless the rest of the Russian battalion has joined them. I patted Kirsch on the shoulder. After a brief, "Let's go," we were already sitting in our tanks. We quickly checked the radio connection and started the engines. In the blink of an eye, we had crossed a small hill and found ourselves within the Russians' line of sight. My first-rate driver, Beresh, squeezed every last bit of speed out of our old clunker. Each of us realized at that moment that speed alone was decisive. The 2 Russian tanks providing cover on our side didn't react at all at first. Not a single shot was fired. I drove straight through the center of the village. It's hard to describe what happened next, because events unfolded suddenly and in a flash. Kirsch, who was approaching the village and following behind me at a distance of about 150 meters, noticed that the turrets of both Russian tanks were moving. He immediately stopped and knocked out both of them. At that very moment, I began clearing the other end of the village of the enemy. Kirsch approached me and radioed for me to look to the right. The Joseph Stalin tank was standing sideways to us next to the barn. We had never seen this vehicle before on the northern sector of the front. We couldn't help but flinch, because the tank was equipped with an extremely long 122mm gun. It was the first Russian tank gun with a muzzle brake. Moreover, the Joseph Stalin tank's outline somewhat resembled our King Tiger. It didn't immediately occur to me, just as it hadn't before Kirsch, that only the chassis was typical of Russian tanks. I fired, and the tank burst into flames. After this brief delay, we destroyed all the enemy vehicles in the village, just as planned. Later, Kirsch and I had a good laugh because, for a moment, it seemed to us that we were facing a King Tiger captured by the Russians. However, in the heat of battle, such things sometimes happen. At the same time I opened fire on the village, I ordered Lieutenant Ninstadt to move slowly across the hill to warn us of the approach of the enemy's main forces if necessary. This measure proved useful for the subsequent course of the operation. The entire operation in the village took less than a quarter of an hour. Only 2 Russian tanks attempted to flee eastward. None of the others were able to move. After my entire company reached the village and 3 tanks took up positions to provide cover on its eastern side, we got out to discuss the situation. We had reason to feel satisfied. The surprise attack went off without a hitch because we arrived at exactly the right time. As it turned out, the Russians had reported to their unit that everything was fine on the road. The main forces could proceed without fear. Based on this information, we drew up a new plan. The Russian wounded were dragged out onto the road. I sent them, along with those who could walk, with the self-propelled artillery battalion to Dunaburg. Given our capabilities, there was nothing we could do for these people. Shortly thereafter, a motorcycle with a sidecar entered the village from the north. The commander of the self-propelled artillery battalion had extricated himself from a difficult situation. He was so happy that he nearly choked me in his embrace. He had already given up on his surrounded unit. On top of everything else, we also brought his adjutant to him. There was no Russian infantry in the village. Everyone who was still alive and able to crawl was from the tank crew. The Russian tankers felt completely safe when we appeared like a bolt from the blue. The village had been cleared of the enemy. At that moment, it was important to advance eastward to establish the front line as far as possible in that direction. This would make the highway passable again. I quickly assessed the situation and sent a report to the battalion. I was assigned a mobile radio on an armored personnel carrier. Using medium-wave radio frequencies, I reported my location and the results of the combat operation to the commander. 17 destroyed Joseph Stalin tanks and 5 T-34 tanks. I also informed him of the target of my new attack, which I had identified myself. It was a village located approximately 10 kilometers east of where we were at that moment. I then additionally requested that the scattered units of the infantry division be gathered together and wait for my arrival with the trucks at the battalion command post. During the brief time all this was happening, my covering tanks noticed that 2 Russians had climbed out of one of the 2 Joseph Stalin tanks, which had managed to drive several hundred meters to the east. They were moving through the terrain with remarkable skill. One of them had something resembling a tablet tucked under his arm. One of my Tigers went after him, but brought back only the tablet. The Russian officer, a major, shot himself at the last minute. He was the commander of the 1st Heavy Tank Brigade, as we later learned. His comrade was mortally wounded. The major was a hero of the Soviet Union and wore the Order of Lenin on his chest. I had never seen this award up close before. Both Soviet officers were buried in the village with their comrades later that evening. The major's maps contained valuable information for me because the anticipated Russian advance was marked with a bold pencil line. According to the maps, this Russian battalion was supposed to advance on Dunaburg along the highway after the arrival of the remaining companies. At the same time, another combat group was to advance past Dunaburg to the north and approach the town from the northwest. Later, it will be noted how little importance our senior staff attached to this important map. After delivering the necessary report, we headed east along a small path through the fields that led to the highway from the southern end of the village. We stopped before every village we had to pass through and quickly assessed the situation so as not to be caught off guard. But there were no Russians to be seen anywhere, so we reached our destination without delay by 5 p.m. The village I had chosen on the map was located about 10 kilometers east along the highway from the tank graveyard we had just set up. A small, unremarkable river stretched northward beyond the edge of the village. A rickety wooden bridge spanned it, which was hardly suitable for a Tiger tank. I parked my tank at the edge of the village, and the crew camouflaged it well. Together with Sergeant Kirsch and Lieutenant Ninstedt, I got into my Volkswagen, which I took with me on every operation whenever possible. The Volkswagen always had to be driven behind the tanks, except, of course, during combat. However, it always had to be on hand, and the Volkswagen driver honestly earned his Iron Cross. Because several Volkswagens were damaged during my favorite reconnaissance missions, the battalion nicknamed me Volkswagen Death. However, that was a huge exaggeration, because I don't recall a single instance where we lost a Volkswagen for good. In any case, even if the battalion commander ordered us to ride in an armored personnel carrier, we called them coffins, it was too slow and unreliable for me. The fact is, the tracks on these half-track vehicles often came off. Then the vehicle would stop, and we'd lose a lot of time. The armor plating wasn't much better than the sheet metal of the Volkswagen either. While the battalion radio operator was transmitting a report on our new location, we were already driving off. We wanted to reach a wider road, which the Russians had likely used. According to the map, it connected to the highway about 10 kilometers north of our village of Malinovo. We reached this road after about 4 kilometers and found that our suspicions had been confirmed. Fresh tank tracks. If luck continued to be on our side, we could wait here and catch the remnants of the Russian brigade by surprise. This, of course, was based on the assumption that no report of the new situation had reached them yet. One difficulty, however, still needed to be cleared from our path. The road was not visible from the company's position. On the way back, we searched for and found a suitable crossing. We carefully crossed the river in our tanks. Everything went well for the first 6 Tigers, but the 7th tank sank up to its hull, and it took great effort to free it by reversing. Therefore, it seemed sensible not to send the 2 remaining tanks fording the river. Our 6 guns would be sufficient for the task we had undertaken. Later, I would be glad that I had left those 2 Tigers on the near side of the riverbank. We needed them to help the 6 vehicles that had participated in the operation cross the river again. Time was running out, and I had to move the 6 Tigers as quickly as possible to a position behind a small hill. They were positioned so as to cover the road where we expected the Russians to appear. The position was perfectly camouflaged by my tank crews. Then the tank commanders climbed the hill. I outlined the road's course for them. From our position, we controlled it for about 2 or 3 kilometers. It was hidden behind a rise to our left. If the Russians were indeed coming, we had to let their lead tank approach right up to that hill before opening fire. By doing so, we could take out most of the enemy's vehicles. It was just a matter of patience and discipline to ensure no one opened fire too early. But thank God we'd done this so many times before that it was bound to work. The firing sectors had been marked out in full detail. However, the only important thing was that the left Tiger fire at the first Russian tank and the right Tiger at the last. All the Tigers were to open fire simultaneously on my command. I took a seat next to Kircher as the radio operator, since my vehicle was one of the 2 we hadn't taken with us when crossing the river. Kircher was on the far left. If we were lucky, everything would go exactly as it had on the training ground. I was happy for Lieutenant Ninstedt, who was trying with all his might to finally get the enemy tanks in his sights. We remained in a state of anticipation for about the next half hour. In such situations, minutes feel like an eternity. Finally, we spotted clouds of dust to the east. If these weren't our comrades from other companies, then they must have been the Russians. Through the optical sight, I was soon able to make out that they were tanks approaching slowly. Our hopes were justified. The Russians knew nothing of the failure of their advance guard, because the infantry was sitting on the tanks, the guns were in traveling position, and the Russians were marching along the road behind the front line. We could also make out trucks among the tanks. They were most likely carrying fuel and ammunition. The enemy was moving past us, right before our eyes, as if in a parade. They were no more than a kilometer away. There were 10 to 15 soldiers sitting and standing on each tank. They had no idea that we were lying in wait for them here. The first Russian tank was already about to disappear behind the protective hill, and I gave the order to open fire. What happened next makes every tanker's heart beat faster. I was so excited that I jumped out of the tank to get a better view of the spectacle. The panic was unimaginable. Not a single shot was fired from the Russian tank. Naturally, we had no time to waste on the fleeing Russian infantry. After all the vehicles had been destroyed, not a single Russian was to be seen. The soldiers, caught off guard in their tanks, had managed to slip away into the fields. The entire column of vehicles was ablaze. Some trucks had overturned. Not a single vehicle had managed to avoid being hit. By the time the Russians realized where the fire was coming from, all the vehicles had already been destroyed. Truly a terrifyingly mesmerizing sight. Before us, 28 tanks were burning and smoking. Every moment, a tank's fuel tank would explode. Ammunition would detonate with a roar, tearing off the turrets. We had done a great job. I was firmly convinced that we had given the Russians something to think about. That, of course, would be enough to guarantee us a few peaceful nights. Then we withdrew our tanks back toward the village, and I was glad when they all crossed the stream. That stinking stream provided suitable cover for the coming night. A liaison vehicle was sent to report our success. Then my crews were given a rest so they would be on alert the following night. I took a radio operator into my car to relay instructions to the supply vehicles. I raced back toward the highway to the forward supply post. It was set up right near where the eastern highway meets the main highway. We turned off here at noon. When we arrived at the base, we were given a grand, friendly welcome, because the self-propelled gun crews had already reported our ambush. However, when we reported the new tanks we had knocked out, the celebration was endless. The company sergeant major immediately handed out a bottle of cognac to each crew. Supplies, fuel, and ammunition were soon to arrive. My master of the air routes, Lunaker, took command of the supply convoy, so the crews quickly replenished their supplies. I hurried on to the battalion, whose command post was located alongside the divisions. I wanted to get an update on the situation and ensure that at least an infantry company was assigned to me before nightfall. Spending the night without our infantry comrades was out of the question, because without them we felt uneasy. Orders were given to keep trucks on standby for transporting the infantry. Halfway to the command post, I met my commander. He seemed like a different person. He congratulated me on our success and told me about the high spirits prevailing at division headquarters, because the situation had been saved so elegantly at a critical moment. It is also significant that this was the battalion's first major success since Major Schwanner became its commander. So he was completely satisfied, and our previous quarrel was forgotten. On the front lines, people do not harbor grudges. On the way to the site of our operation, we discussed the measures that needed to be taken. I also had to explain exactly how we had conducted our operation. I also mentioned that the Russians would not have suffered such a defeat if they had left 6 to 8 tanks in reserve behind the village. Schwanner seemed pleased with this remark. "But then, Mr. Carius, you would certainly have been defeated in the village." In response, I said that my 6 Tigers were ready to rush into battle to come to my aid in such a case, which was indeed the plan. But I admitted that, of course, not everything had gone quite so smoothly. On the way to the front, we met an officer from the operations department and headquarters of the infantry division, who was extremely unlucky, as he had to work with a new division commander. He inspected the damaged Russian tanks on the highway, and we discussed the issue of restoring the front line, as planned by the division. The new front line was to be established by the following morning. By that time, it was also supposed to establish communication to the north and south of it. Major Schwanner placed all our trucks at the disposal of the infantry for transporting soldiers. So we held out hope that the front would be back in order by the time dawn broke. Then we drove to the first target of our attack, the village of Malinovo, where some tanks were still smoking. We inspected the Joseph Stalin tank, which was still largely intact. Its 122mm long-barreled gun commanded our respect. The drawback was that this tank did not use unitary rounds. Instead, the shell and the powder charge had to be loaded separately. The armor and shape were better than those of our Tiger, but we liked our armament much better. The surviving Joseph Stalin tank was supposed to be delivered to Duneburg for further transport to Berlin, but the Russians didn't give us time to do that. A fateful disagreement. At division headquarters, I was introduced to the new division commander. The colonel, who had previously served as the commandant of a city in East Prussia or Lithuania, had now discovered a strategist within himself. He was the kind of man who wouldn't let his operations officer, who had been with the combat division on the Eastern Front from the very beginning, get a word in edgewise. I have always regretted having to work with 2 division commanders of such character, especially in the final weeks and days before my forced return home. This was particularly acute given that, up until then, I had dealt only with outstanding commanders. I still remember the men who held this position with endless gratitude and the greatest respect. They were skilled tacticians and good people. Of course, at first, the colonel was very nice and asked me for recommendations for awards. He brought cigarettes for my men. However, when we began discussing the value of the captured maps and the prisoner's testimony, our opinions diverged. After a while, Major Schwanner and I were put in our place, said a brief, "Aye, sir," and withdrew. It should be noted that the colonel held the view that the Russians had made markings on the map to mislead us. In his, the colonel's opinion, the Russians' main strike would, without a doubt, be delivered east of the Duneburg-Rositten highway, in the direction of Duneburg. There was absolutely no question of an encirclement around Duneburg. Unfortunately, just a few days later, I learned the hard way just how right we were. I took a few more men from the transport platoon to provide security at night. I was able to transport them by truck. Such cover, of course, was mostly psychological support. However, it was quite enough for these men to stand guard and keep watch. For us, this was always a bit of a help because I wanted to give the crews some rest whenever possible. At the forward supply post, I met Lieutenant Eichhorn. His tank had just come out of the repair shop. I rode forward to the company with him in a truck. We arrived there shortly before midnight. Lieutenant Ninstead reported on the situation. So far, everything was quiet, and the enemy was neither seen nor heard. Ninstead positioned our tanks to provide security at the edge of the village. They were facing the river, and at my suggestion, positioned so that the vehicles were turned with their rears toward the river. The guns were turned backward so that, if necessary, we could quickly retreat while moving forward. This method had already proven itself when we were operating on our own in no man's land. At night, we tankers were somewhat helpless because we could not fire accurately. Because of this, any infantryman was undoubtedly in a more advantageous position than we were, provided he was bold and did his job at least halfway competently. We entered an abandoned Russian house. The villagers had left the village in the evening, expecting nothing good. There, using a map, I discussed with both of my platoon commanders what might happen that night on the infantry's side. The infantry's task was to dig in about 3 kilometers west of us in the early morning hours, establish contact with our northern neighbor, and then pass by us across the new front line. Therefore, we had to hold out for several hours in no man's land. We spent about an hour in the abandoned farmhouse. We were chatting amiably when suddenly a sentry entered. He was agitated and reported that he had clearly heard Russians calling out to one another in the part of the village located on the other side of the stream. It seemed impossible to us, but we went to our tanks anyway. The young soldier hadn't misheard. We now had to remain completely silent so as not to attract the Russians' attention. By now, all the commanders had been informed. This turned out to be no easy task because our crews were sleeping so soundly after many sleepless nights that they could only be woken up by a vigorous shake. It was impossible to shout, and whispering in the soldiers' ears was pointless. I won't repeat the words that flew from the boys' lips in their half-asleep state when we roused them from their slumber. I breathed a huge sigh of relief when I finally got almost everyone together. It would have been so easy for the Russians to catch us off guard if they assumed we were still here and acted quietly. The enemy on the other side of the river was showing more and more signs of their presence. Soon we heard a tank moving on that side. Its movement was guided by a multitude of shouts, and its path was lit by flashlights. It was time to move beyond the village to have an open firing sector and the chance to assess the situation. After all, it would be much longer before the first Russians crossed the small bridge toward us. We opened up a barrage of fire from all the tank guns at once. I would have liked to see how disheartened the Russians looked. Then we drove out of the village. After about 600 to 800 meters, we took up a new position to hold until morning, so that the infantry behind us could dig in without interference. Using tracer rounds, we set several houses in the village on fire. Thanks to this, we wouldn't be caught off guard, and we could see something by the light of the fires. Aside from a few mortar rounds, we were generally left undisturbed. Only one Russian tank opened haphazard fire in our direction. It was not aimed and was fired with a wide spread. Apparently, this was the very tank they had previously shown how to get through. Lieutenant Ihorn took aim, using the muzzle flashes as a guide, and after the third shot, the Russians were literally blown to pieces. A complete success. At dawn, we heard the thunder of heavy tank gunfire from the east and northeast, but the Russians did not show themselves. At daybreak, we headed back the same way we had come and found that the positions on the new front line were already occupied. I established contact with the infantry battalion commander. I left 2 tanks with him. 2 more vehicles were assigned to the neighboring battalion. The rest of the vehicles went with me to the highway. We set up a guard post in Malinovo, where the Russians had been stationed with their own guard 20 hours earlier. The day was completely calm, But we knew the Russians were preparing a new attack, and this was the calm before the storm. The incessant thunder of heavy tank guns could be heard in the wooded area that began 1 to 2 kilometers to the northeast of us. We expected the Russians to launch their attack, but we were mistaken. We did not face any new attacks there. From time to time, we saw only the figures of individual men observing us through binoculars from the edge of the forest. When they became too bold, we sent them a few steel greetings, and then the scoundrels vanished into the woods. The most incredible rumors spread the following night, that Russian cavalry had broken through and enemy tanks were attacking. But the Russians had no intention of advancing on our defensive line. Unfortunately, we subsequently made their task much easier when the front near Dunaburg shifted and the highway was abandoned. The situation developed as follows. The division deployed all its anti-tank weapons, assault guns, Tigers, anti-tank guns, and anti-aircraft guns, along the road leading from the supply point to Polotsk. They were supposed to repel a presumed Russian attack from the south. Some were positioned every 50 to 80 meters, waiting for Russian tanks. But the Russians did not appear. The next day also passed quietly. However, the Russians were pulling more and more tanks into their concentration area. The Joseph Stalin tank played a cruel joke on me when it knocked out my right drive wheel. I didn't notice this until I tried to back up after an unexpected strong blow and explosion. Sergeant Kirscher immediately recognized that gunner. He, too, had been hit in the forehead, but our 88mm gun couldn't penetrate the Joseph Stalin's heavy armor at that angle and from that distance. Despite this, the Russians still chose to retreat. July 23rd also brought no surprise attack. An extraordinary silence reigned on both sides. The only surprise for us was the arrival of 2 propagandists who rolled up in a divisional vehicle. They questioned me about my tank and its features. They wanted to thoroughly understand the situation. However, the very first mortar salvo was enough for them. They vanished as quickly as they had appeared. I never managed to figure out what situation was being described in the report about our operation that appeared in the press. It spoke of incessant shelling and of how brave we, the tankers, were. Obviously, it is rare to find a correspondent who understands how to convey events as they are, objectively, and in a way that reflects reality. The following night, I received a report that our immediate high command had decided to pull back our front line of defense by dawn to positions north of the Dunaburg-Polotsk highway. The line, which we had previously held with such difficulty, was shifting. It ran from north to south. Now it was supposed to run from east to west. As I discovered the next day, the line ended at the last houses northwest of Dunaburg. An 88mm anti-tank gun had been set up there, whose crew had no communication with the troops to the east or west. The crew wasn't very happy with the latter direction, because there was absolutely no one to their left. Upon receiving this report, I immediately drove to the divisional command post. It was at a fork in the road north of Dunaburg, where the road to Polotsk crossed the road to Rositin. This was the spot where we had set out eastward a few days earlier. At the command post, I also met my battalion commander. We briefly discussed the division commander's new decision, and then immediately contacted him. We wanted to ensure that, at the very least, the bridges over the culverts beneath the road would not be destroyed. It should be noted that all of them had already been prepared for destruction. During my nighttime drive, I saw a sapper at every bridge. They were waiting for the moment when they could blow up each one. but that meant my Tigers would not be able to return. After that conversation, I had no choice but to immediately drive to our forward supply post. There, I picked up a few of my men and assigned one to each target scheduled for demolition. Each of them was to prevent the premature demolition of the bridge by our sapper comrades. I was absolutely opposed to destroying the bridges if we needed to pull the front line back because we were no longer able to control the highway. The Russians could drive unhindered along the road to their flanks, something we had not allowed them to do until then. Despite the support of the Chief of Operations, the arguments we presented to the division commander were not accepted. The high-ranking officer wanted our tanks, along with other heavy weapons, to await a Russian attack, which he assumed would come from the north to the east of the Dunaburg-Rositten highway. You didn't need to be a prophet to see that this attack would never happen. It was as clear as day to me, and to any sensible soldier, that the Russians would cross the highway as soon as we withdrew our tanks. They would do it so quickly that we wouldn't even notice, let alone be able to stop them. Then they would bypass Dunaburg from the north and break into it from the northwest. There wasn't a single German soldier there, and even fewer anti-tank weapons. So the Russians would enter the city without encountering enemy resistance and seize the bridges. Then they would surround us again in a cauldron. At dawn, I moved my tanks to a new line, just before the bridges began to be blown up. The explosions clearly indicated to the Russians, if they hadn't noticed already, that we were no longer there. They could move about as they pleased. Meanwhile, I still did not want to resort to that kind of suicide. Early in the morning on July 24th, I spoke again with the divisional command. I asked to be allowed to withdraw my company back in order to block the Dunaburga to Riga highway. But even this request was denied. At that point, I lost my patience. I asked Major Schwanner to give me at least 4 tanks and send them to that position. Following logic, he agreed and sent me off with those 4 tanks. After all, you wouldn't get anything out of the division anyway. However, I also knew that my Tigers would get stuck somewhere. I recalled Sergeant Kirscher, Sergeant First Class Gehring, and Lieutenant Eichhorn from the front line. They were to wait at the cemetery near the highway where we had refueled a few days earlier. The company headquarters was still in the same place, and we could refuel there. I intended to hold up the Russian tanks for 24 hours on the highway leading to Riga, which was completely unguarded. Then, when the pressure became too great, I intended to fall back toward the city and establish a bridgehead. In this way, we would cover the withdrawal of our combat formations to a new defensive line, preventing unnecessary losses. To conclude the operation, we would cross the railway bridge and ensure the passage of units through the new front line of defense west of Duna. Unfortunately, I was unable to carry out this plan to the end. Fate decreed otherwise. Many will wonder in bewilderment why we continued to fight so stubbornly after everything seemed to be lost. One need not look far to find the reason for our behavior. On the Eastern Front, everyone from the high command down to the last platoon commander was convinced that the enemy must not be allowed to reach the borders of Germany for as long as possible in order to save women and children from the Russians. Furthermore, it was unacceptable to turn the retreat into a panicked flight because we had to prevent the encirclement and capture of even more of our comrades. If events had unfolded according to the scenario desired by those who today denounce the malicious warmongers, many of our women and children, as well as many loyal comrades, would no longer be alive. I believe that every German, and perhaps the entire free world, has come to the conclusion that it would have been better for everyone if the Russians had not occupied half of Germany. After all, we did not fight for the sake of a single person or a single system. On the contrary, we strove and did everything for Germany, and in the course of this struggle, for ourselves as well. We must explain our decision to act on our own initiative. We simply didn't want to remain trapped. The army had to retreat across the dune, and for this reason, it was necessary to ensure free passage through the crossing points. On the brink of life and death. I will never forget the morning of July 24th for the rest of my life. I was at the refueling station at company headquarters with 4 tanks. Major Schwanner showed up. We briefly discussed the operation again. According to the plan, the Tigers, under Lieutenant Eichhorn's command, were to pass through Dunaburg and wait for me on the outskirts of the city, on the highway to Riga. I was going to drive ahead to reconnoiter the area and then meet my men at the designated spot. I still remember well how the battalion cook prepared my favorite cucumber salad, which I hadn't eaten in a long time. Major Schwanner joked to me, "Karius, don't eat too much. It won't be good if you get shot in the stomach." As before, the commander threatened to punish me if anything happened to me during my trip by car or motorcycle. Fortunately, none of us knew what lay ahead. That day could be called a day of combat contact with the enemy in the full sense of the word. Unfortunately, the last of the roadworthy Volkswagens in my company broke down. So I set out on a motorcycle with a sidecar belonging to the medical unit. A medic was driving it. I wasn't worried about this vehicle. I've never been superstitious. It wouldn't have been any better if I'd taken another vehicle. There was also an incident that wasn't without its curious aspects. In the early morning hours, the driver of my Volkswagen came running up to me, out of breath. He excitedly reported that he had been hit by a Russian anti-tank gun. The engine had broken down, and he had left the car on the highway. I drove back 2 kilometers on high alert, constantly expecting the anti-tank gun to fire its first shot. However, everything was quiet, and I finally found myself in front of our Volkswagen. I carefully got out to inspect the side that had taken the hit, but I couldn't find any holes. An oil slick on the ground helped us solve the mystery. The piston had punctured the oil pan. The powerful blow, which echoed like thunder in the silence of the night, startled the poor guy, and he, thinking he'd been shot, bolted like lightning. This could have happened to even a seasoned fighter. No one should be confused if something like this happens to them sometimes. The worst part of the whole affair was that my last car had broken down. I rode my motorcycle through Dunaburg, then turned northwest onto the highway leading to Riga. After riding about 8 kilometers, we turned off the road to the northeast and passed several small villages. We crossed the railroad tracks, after which a wooded area spread out before us. It stretched north of Dunaburg from west to east, along the entire length of the Dunaburg to Rositten highway. There was no sign of Russians anywhere. On the road, I met Oberleutnant Wolf, who commanded a reconnaissance platoon. He had just returned from the forest and had already traveled the route we intended to take, but in the opposite direction. I asked him to wait for my tanks, which had likely already reached the outskirts of Dunaburg, and invited him to dinner, featuring his favorite sauerkraut and dumplings, which my cook had promised. This invitation likely saved my life, as I later learned. If his car hadn't been available, I wouldn't have made it to the hospital in time. We then rode east on the motorcycle into the forest within the city limits of Dunaburg. We turned south and pulled up alongside an anti-tank gun positioned on our border at the far left end of the front line, but whose crew had no communication with their neighbor on the right. At first, however, the soldiers covering the front from the north mistook us for Russians. Thank God they recognized us in time. I briefly explained to the gun crew commander what we needed and that we would soon take up a position to his left. If we needed to fall back toward Dunaburg, I would let him know. Meanwhile, evening had fallen, and I returned to my tanks on the highway. I took both Tigers with me, which had been left about 2 kilometers north of the road for safety. Eichhorn and Göring commanded the tanks. 2 other tanks followed them, and then we drove along the same route I had previously scouted on a motorcycle. We had to cross several small bridges after we turned off the highway to the northeast. These plank bridges were so short that even our tanks could cross them. Only one of them was a bit too long. But fortunately, we found a ford and finally reached the railroad without incident. Trains had gathered there, some carrying the wounded, all heading for Riga. However, the road was completely gridlocked. The railroad workers were already preparing to abandon the trains, convinced that the Russians were approaching. They thought they had already heard several gunshots. At the sight of our Tigers, they calmed down somewhat, especially after I assured them that they could safely remain where they were, at least until evening, waiting for our return. At every bridge we crossed, I left a soldier from the reconnaissance platoon behind, because all the bridges had already been prepared for destruction. Incidentally, there were no sappers there anymore, but anyone could easily light the fuse before we returned. I wanted to avoid that at all costs. Sappers were hard at work everywhere. They even turned the warning signs the opposite way, hoping the Russians would head in the wrong direction. This trick sometimes worked later on the Western Front against the Americans, but it didn't work at all with the Russians. We crossed the railroad tracks and approached the village where I intended to position my tanks. From the northern end of the village, a forest stretched out before us for about 1 kilometer. Before nightfall, we managed to set up an excellent defensive position, taking up a circular defense. I planned to march back to the highway at night after a few volleys from our guns. This was supposed to make the Russians think we were still here. As I approached the entrance to the village, I stopped. It was a small village, whose main street turned at a right angle to the northwest and gave way to a dirt path. People sometimes develop a sort of sixth sense in the extreme situations of their lives. I looked through my binoculars over the rooftops and found it strange that there wasn't a soul on the street, though women could be seen pressed against the windows. A boy was running toward me from the village, and I stopped him. I asked the boy in my amazing Russian, "Are there Russian soldiers here?" Surprisingly, he answered immediately, 3 kilometers away." How did he know that so well? After all, I had driven through there just a few hours ago and hadn't noticed a single Russian soldier. Lieutenant Eichhorn urged me to ride behind both tanks on my motorcycle because everything seemed very strange to him as well. Despite this, I drove into the village ahead of both tanks and directed them to take up a position on the northern edge. Earlier, I had left Sergeant Kirscher and Corporal Kramer, the latter in my Tiger tank, to guard the turnoff to Riga. They were to wait there until we returned after dark. It was quiet everywhere. I drove along a path through the field to the northwest. I wanted to get a better view of the area from a small hill and survey the forest more thoroughly. I saw the roof of a farmhouse peeking out from behind the hill. It was to the left of the road. We had passed that spot a few hours earlier during a reconnaissance raid. We climbed the hill, where I ordered a stop. Then I pored over my map to get my bearings. Suddenly, my driver shouted, "Russians in the farmhouse!" They had already opened fire. I glanced to the left and shouted, "Turn back!" Everything else happened in a flash. We jumped off the motorcycle. The medic jumped into a ditch unharmed, but I was wounded in the left thigh. We tried to crawl back to the village, but my strength soon failed me. I ordered the medic to leave and warned Lieutenant Eichhorn of the danger, but my loyal driver refused to abandon me in my hour of need. He dragged me along with even greater determination, repeating that the Russians were getting closer and closer. Every time we raised our heads above the roadside, the Russians fired like madmen. I kept calling out to Eichhorn as if he could hear me. People do a lot of senseless things in moments like that. Despite my wound, I crawled slowly, trying with all my might. However, the Russians were getting closer and closer. They certainly hadn't noticed our tanks. They were hidden by the high ground. Meanwhile, I'd lost my notebook. My ever-present cap had flown off my head earlier when I jumped into the ditch. That was a bad sign. Marvitz, who later found the cap, kept it as a talisman during his long stay in Russian captivity. Meanwhile, the Russians crossed the road and jumped into our ditch. Every time we moved, they opened fire. The bullets whizzing past me didn't hit Loki either because I was shielding him with my body. He sustained a laceration. The other bullets hit me. A bullet pierced the upper part of my right arm, and 4 more hit my back. Because the numerous wounds, especially in my back, were bleeding heavily, I soon became completely exhausted and could not move. When we stopped, the shooting ceased. Suddenly, my rapidly fading will to live was revived. I could clearly hear the roar of my tank's engines, a sound in which I heard my salvation. Eichhorn and Goering heard the gunfire and drove over to see what was happening. Adding to my joy, I began to hope I might get out of this mess alive. But suddenly, death stood before me in all its glory. 3 Russians approached from behind and suddenly found themselves 3 meters behind me. I will never forget that sight in my life. I was covered in blood from numerous wounds. I had no strength left, and I could hear the roar of my Tiger's engines, which were probably already too late. Like a wounded beast that sees hunters approaching and can no longer flee, I looked around. A Russian officer stood in the middle. He shouted, "Hands up!" The soldiers to his left and right aimed their submachine guns at us. Fortunately, the Russians were still afraid that I might get the idea to shoot. I probably would have thought the same thing if I were in their place. But at that moment, I couldn't think at all. I simply couldn't physically reach my weapon since I was lying on my uninjured right arm. And then, my tanks burst out. Firing their machine guns wildly, they didn't hit anyone, but the unexpected appearance of the Tigers naturally stunned the Russians. Both soldiers immediately ran away, but the officer raised his pistol to finish me off. In the state I was in, I had no desire to face death. I turned toward my approaching tanks. It was a stroke of luck and my salvation. The Russian pulled the trigger 3 times, but he was so agitated that 2 shots missed and only 1 hit its mark. The bullet passed very close to my spinal cord in the neck area, but miraculously, not a single tendon or artery was touched. I was amazed that I was still alive. In any case, if I hadn't turned toward my Tigers, the bullet would have pierced my larynx, and these lines would never have been written. In the literal sense of the word, my comrades arrived at the very last second. Lieutenant Eichhorn drove past me, while Sergeant Major Goring immediately stood beside me. I cannot convey the wonderful feeling of security that came over me then. It didn't even occur to me that anything might happen to me as a result of the subsequent shots. Staff Corporal Marvitz, Goring's gunner, leaped out of the open turret hatch and jumped into the trench next to me. He didn't know whether to bandage me or apply tourniquets, since blood was gushing from everywhere. The coveralls I was wearing had turned into rags. Marvitz tore off his own straps and tightly bound my thigh above the wound. Fortunately for me, these straps were high quality and elastic. Otherwise, I would have lost my leg because of the tourniquet. Later, I was often asked if it hurt. No one could have imagined that I actually felt nothing due to the excitement and exhaustion from the massive blood loss. I was in a state of pleasant fatigue, but I was afraid I would lose consciousness. I perceived the bullets hitting me simply as blows, not as pain. Once my leg was bandaged, Marvitz, supporting me from behind, hoisted me onto the rear of the tank. Even today, it remains a mystery to me how I managed to get there at all. Then I was, in fact, standing behind the turret with one leg dangling in the air. I clung tightly to the edge of the turret, and suddenly, to top it all off, more shots rang out from behind. Then it became clear to me why not a single Russian had been visible in the village before. Several of their soldiers had already risked entering the houses and had been caught off guard by us. Seeing the tanks in front of them, they chose to remain under cover, but then began to show signs of life. I ordered Goring to turn the turret back. He reacted so quickly that he pinned my uninjured leg between the turret and the hull. Because of this, my good leg was nearly crippled for life. Even today, I cannot understand why not a single shot hit me when I was standing out in the open at the rear of the tank. We fought our way back through the village and met Oberleutnant Wolf on the outskirts. As if foreseeing events, he was waiting for us with his car behind the village. Yet nothing had happened to him. I was settled more comfortably in the back seat of the car. I ordered Lieutenant Ihorn to drive back to the road immediately and blow up the bridges. Unfortunately, Ihorn did not follow my order. The car finally started moving, and realizing I was saved, I completely weakened. I had lost a great deal of blood and could barely speak. Wolf was from Pirmasens, located just 24 kilometers from my hometown. He held my head in his lap and encouraged me. I could only whisper, "Tell my parents how it all happened, and that there was nothing I could do to prevent it. I feel as if it's all over for me." Wolf didn't believe I'd make it through the journey either, as he later admitted to me in a letter. Nevertheless, I arrived home safe and sound, while my comrade died in East Prussia shortly before the end of the war. I didn't regain consciousness until they were about to transfer me to an ambulance. By that time, we had long since crossed the dune. I deeply regretted not having had time to say goodbye to Kircher and Kramer. The people who were treating me also did not deem it necessary to send me off with the battalion, as I had wished before my evacuation. Of course, I had no idea why they were in such a hurry to send me off. Adding to my suffering was the fact that I was not allowed to drink at all, even though I was terribly thirsty after losing so much blood. However, the conscientious medics feared I might have a wound in my abdomen. Today, I have to agree with them, but back then, I cursed like there was no tomorrow. I was wounded around 8 in the evening and regained consciousness at the field hospital around 1 in the morning. Even today, I can still see Hermann Wolf before my eyes, running around like a madman in search of a doctor. When Wolf finally found him, the doctor said that my leg was unlikely to be saved because it had been constricted for too long. But fortunately, after half an hour, the blood began to circulate again, and none of the arteries had been damaged. The doctor gave me a dose of morphine. When I woke up again, I was a prisoner of the bandages, wrapped from head to toe like in a cocoon. Only my right hand, left leg, and head were visible. I felt more than uncomfortable. Then I received another blood transfusion, after which I perked up noticeably. They carried me into the ward like a sack. All the beds around me were occupied by the seriously wounded. When I saw my comrades suffering, I felt a deep sense of gratitude to fate that I had gotten off relatively lightly. I felt no pain at all. I was incredibly lucky that the many bullets that had struck me had not damaged my nerve endings. I was able to converse quite coherently with the doctor who made the morning rounds. The first person to visit me the next day was my commander, Major Schwanner. Tears welled up in our eyes when we saw each other again. Then I reported, "We engaged the enemy." When he saw me, he even forgot to scold me about the motorcycle, which was now a pile of scrap metal. He was the last one in the company. After Major Schwanner, Oberfeldwebel Delzit appeared. I could sense how hard it was for him to hide the truth from me. By then, I knew for certain that I would have to say goodbye, the hardest goodbye of my entire life. Of course, I was spouting nonsense about returning to the company soon. Delzit believed even less than I did that I would be able to keep my promise. As a consolation, the battalion adjutant shared some news with me. Following our major success, Corps headquarters had included my name among those awarded the oak leaves. It wasn't until I returned home that I realized this was more than just a consolation. My condition improved noticeably over the course of the day. I noticed this because I felt like smoking. The doctor forbade me from smoking, noting that my lungs had been shot through, which categorically ruled out smoking. However, I kept begging him. It was precisely through smoking that I could prove my lungs were fine. If my lungs had been punctured, the smoke would have escaped through the wounds in my back. The medic couldn't argue with my logic. My persistent pleas probably convinced him. However, I continued to lament my fate. I couldn't understand why I had to be shot at the very moment when my comrades in arms needed me most. On the very day I was wounded, I was officially appointed company commander. Unfortunately, the joy of receiving this post was short-lived. At first, it was supposed that I would fly back to Germany by plane, but many soldiers needed urgent air transport more than I did, so I stayed at the medical battalion for 2 more days. During their daily visits, my comrades kept me informed of all the news from our unit. They told me that Lieutenant Eichhorn had not returned that night, but the next day had allowed himself to be misled and had attacked the village from the front, where large Russian tank forces had already concentrated. Of course, his attack was repelled. Eichhorn was an excellent officer, but he still lacked experience. He had only recently joined the company after graduating from Armored Forces School. His comrades also recounted how he managed, with great difficulty, to reach the highway to Riga, which was already under Russian control. The unit broke through between Joseph Stalin and T-34-85 tanks. Only one Tiger managed to reach the bridge across the Dvina, which was already under enemy fire. Our company suffered more casualties, killed and wounded, on that fateful day than in all previous operations combined. Those who managed to escape their burning tanks had to swim across the Dvina to save themselves. Our company never fully recovered from that heavy bloodletting. Soon, Ninstedt and Eichhorn were wounded, and new officers arrived who were not as familiar with the troops. Major Schwanner was later replaced by a commander who turned out to be a complete failure. Our remaining tanks were transferred to separate units, and they were lost, one after another. With a heavy heart, I returned home, sailing from Reval. The Russians had already cut off the railway lines. 14 days later, I arrived in Germany. In Schwinemünde, we were loaded into surprisingly clean cars of a medical train. For the first time in a long while, I lay on clean white sheets. One might say too luxurious for an ordinary soldier like me. When I arrived in Lingen on the Inns River, I weighed 39.5 kilograms. At the time, I didn't believe I would attempt to walk for the first time by the end of September. It was in the hospital that I first read in an old newspaper, which a fellow soldier had brought along, that on July 27, 1944, I had been awarded the Oak Leaves to the Knight's Cross. I was the 535th Wehrmacht soldier to receive this award. A speedy recovery in the hospital. Of all the many kind wishes from the front and from home, the letters that brought me the greatest joy were those that arrived at the hospital from my company. Among them, I particularly enjoyed the letters from my fatherly, caring friend, as our staff sergeant can rightly be called. Thanks to his letters, I was always up to date on what was happening in the company. Rieger wrote to my mother in a rather reserved tone when he could not say anything definite about my condition. He wanted to make sure that I had made it home alive. Later, we corresponded, and today it gives me great joy that my mother collected and preserved all the correspondence from that time. In the very first lines of the letter sent from the hospital to the company, I asked whether Kircher, Kramer, Goering, and Lineker had received the awards I had requested for them while I was still in the medical battalion. In his reply of September 5th, Rieger reported, "Goering, Kirchner, and Kramer have not yet been nominated for awards. There is no longer an officer in the company who will take on this task." I wrote to the battalion via return mail and received the following good news on November 17th. Sergeant Kirchner and Corporal Kramer have been awarded the Knight's Cross, and Senior Sergeant Goering has been awarded the German Gold Cross. The burden of worry has been lifted from your shoulders with the presentation of these awards. I am particularly proud that they have become the first junior officers in the battalion to be honored with these high awards. My recovery process went very quickly. The doctor concluded that the bones of my upper thigh had fused so completely during the 14 days of my medical evacuation that it would be impossible to achieve optimal leg length. However, despite this, I was still wearing a Thomas traction splint. What a nuisance. One morning, I received a letter with the return address of Section 5 of the Army High Command, also known as the War Decorations Section. It asked me to report on my mobility, specifically whether I could travel to Hitler's headquarters for the official presentation of my award, the Oak Leaves to the Knight's Cross. I replied with a request to have the award sent to me. The response was as follows. Since the Führer reserves the right to personally present the Oak Leaves, it is not possible to send the award via Army headquarters. As soon as you are ready to appear before the Führer in person, you must promptly report to the Awards Department of the Army High Command so that the appropriate order may be issued from there. The only thing that pleased me about these terse lines was a short, handwritten note on the back. With best wishes for a speedy recovery, Major Johann Meyer. That is how I learned that this man was still alive. We had wished him well at Neville. In mid-September, I tried walking for the first time. However, walking on crutches is something one has to learn. I made this unpleasant discovery during my first outing. It was, of course, a forbidden escape to a certain place. Everyone longs to get to that place after being bedridden for a long time. Of course, I wanted to take my first step with my foot instead of using the crutches, and immediately fell, naturally, on my injured leg. My first thought was that the femur, which had caused me hellish pain, had broken again. But everything turned out all right. The orderly put me back in bed. Walking went better the next day. With the help of rigorous training, after 14 days, I was able to walk with 2 crutches. 2 weeks later, I was already walking with just one crutch. Then I sent a report stating that I was ready to depart. I couldn't wait to find out when I would be ordered to report to the Führer's headquarters. I wanted to get a feel for the atmosphere there, because for some time I had already begun to doubt that the war would end successfully. At the end of October, I was summoned to Salzburg, where I was to report to the local command and receive further instructions. The train ride was no longer such a simple matter. Our train didn't even arrive in Salzburg. The final stop was a small station on the outskirts, where I shaved to be ready for inspection. Suddenly, an air raid siren sounded. Everyone, except for 2 soldiers and me, rushed into the bomb shelter. From the open area, we watched the formation of bombers. They flew in tight formation on a direct course toward Munich, paying no attention to the numerous anti-aircraft guns. Their fire no longer had even a psychological effect. These guys soon returned, following the same route. Only one of the planes had strayed and was flying slightly lower. It looked like it was going to be shot down. We were, of course, already getting ready to watch it crash when the plane suddenly dropped its bombs no more than 100 meters in front of us. It was probably saving them for Salzburg. Soon, we were lying face down in the mud, and we got up cautiously. The bomber met a bad end. It was shot down by anti-aircraft fire and crashed into the mountains. But now my dress uniform looked as if I had just arrived from the front. My suspicions were confirmed at the city commandant's office. The Führer's headquarters was not in this area at all. It had been decided in advance that Himmler would present the award. His headquarters was located on the outskirts of Salzburg. Himmler was not merely the Führer of the SS. He was simultaneously the head of the entire police force, the Minister of the Interior, and the commander of the Reserve Army, that is, the reserve units of the army itself. All the officers were placed on a special train situated directly in front of the tunnel entrance, where it was driven during air raid alerts. I thought the guards would be more vigilant. 2 sentries were patrolling on either side of the train. They didn't even ask for our papers as we climbed the steps into the car. An army liaison officer with the rank of major took charge of me and directed me to a compartment in the guest car. He said there was no need for me to rush, since my meeting with Himmler would not take place for at least the next 2 days. He also said that the commander of the 1st Company of the 502nd Battalion, Oberleutnant Belter, had left the day before. He had been awarded the Oak Leaves 3 months after me and had also been here to receive his award. What a pity we didn't meet here. I never saw him again. Then I was a guest at headquarters. All the officers were happy whenever someone arrived, because then they were allowed to drink a bottle of schnapps prepared for distinguished guests. Himmler was very strict. He himself did not drink alcohol. And everyone, from lieutenant to general, had to peel their own potatoes for lunch. The major showed me around the train's private compartments. I was amazed at how many officers were housed in the cars. Of course, I was most interested in one question. What turn will the war take, and what do they think about it here? Movies showed many new types of weapons, jet planes and guided missiles for fighting aircraft. There were so many reports of volunteers expressing a desire to pilot missiles that only a few could be used for that purpose. I saw the reports about these volunteers with my own eyes. It was assumed that such missiles could shoot down several bombers at once. Other types on display included remote-controlled anti-aircraft shells, new types of poison gas, and new submarines that could not be detected by radar. There were also night vision devices for tanks and long-range bombers capable of reaching America. Nuclear fission was also demonstrated on a model. This process was beyond my understanding given my level of knowledge at the time. I was only able to grasp it while studying after the war. I also learned that heavy water was necessary for this process. As a result of the betrayal, our plant in Norway came under attack. Even 2 railroad cars carrying heavy water, which could have been saved, were blown up. The cars had already been loaded onto a ferry that was supposed to transport them to Germany. It was said that this loss set us back by at least 2 years. Because of this, the eastern and western fronts had to be held back, preventing them from approaching the borders of Germany for at least a year. Of course, the details of the assassination attempt on Hitler on July 20th, 1944, were also discussed. For me, the only resistance fighter, in the true sense of the word, was Count Stauffenberg. Initially an energetic frontline officer, he became acquainted with the actual situation of the war after his wounding and subsequent assignment to Hitler's headquarters. He decided to act and followed his convictions. It is perhaps worth noting that, of all the others, he was a battle-hardened frontline soldier who took up the cause and sacrificed himself for his convictions. He was among the most capable Army officers of the General Staff. To top it all off, he was a wounded man who had lost his right arm, part of his left arm, and an eye. The fact that Count Stauffenberg did not join the resistance group until the very last moment clearly testifies to the indecision of all those other oppositionists who had been planning the assassination since 1938, but never found an executor. Over all those years, not a single person came forward who would simply raise a pistol and fire the decisive shot. Almost all of us, the frontline soldiers, believed that we were risking our lives for some greater good, that we would win the war. But no one knew for sure. The leaders of the resistance were not only convinced that their sacrifice would be made for the good of the fatherland, but they also knew that only the timely elimination of Hitler could save Germany. This is exactly what war survivors and biographers claim. Every soldier in the world is required to risk his life for his country during wartime. He must do so without asking whether he will sacrifice his life for a good and just cause, or even for one that promises success. Why, then, should we exempt members of the resistance from their obligation to act promptly and ruthlessly? After all, they knew that their efforts and sacrifices could have saved Germany only if they had acted in a timely manner. The failure to act, given this factor, remains incomprehensible to us, the frontline soldiers. What would have happened if Hitler had indeed been killed on July 20th, 1944? What hopes could the Germans have placed in these people, who, after so many years, did not know how to plan an attack on Hitler that simply had to succeed? The conspirators never learned to control the situation. In any case, as it turned out, the third party, which merely laughed, were the Allies. They never expressed a willingness to give guarantees to the leaders of the resistance. The hatred of the Western world, and the even more justified hatred of the Russians, was not directed solely at Hitler. It applied to the entire population of Germany as a whole. One need only consider the Yalta Agreement and the negotiations that led to it. Anyone who wants to start a revolution must stake everything on a single card. Either that, or they must abandon the uprising and join the ranks of the discontented and saboteurs who have existed, exist, and will exist in every state and under any regime. No true frontline soldier will accept, and rightly so, the fact that secret expressions of discontent and feigned sabotage are valued higher than risking one's life at the front. Especially because he sees how the survivors and those privy to the secrets of the resistance groups after 1945 often allow themselves to lose the modesty so characteristic of true idealists. Unfortunately, those who were executed after July 20th, 1944, achieved nothing for their people. Many of them acted out of conviction. However, they in no way earned more recognition and respect than any soldier who fatally and quietly perished at the front for his homeland. The members of the resistance who met their deaths risked no more and no less, just as they lost no more and no less than those who fell in battle. They all gave their lives. A conversation with Heinrich Himmler. Finally, the moment came when I was to appear before Heinrich Himmler. The major emphasized once again that I should speak plainly, without beating around the bush. Himmler liked it when people openly expressed their opinions. I was to do exactly that during our conversation. The headquarters was located in the villa where Himmler lived when the train wasn't traveling. I had to hand over my briefcase for inspection at the entrance to the cottage. No one asked me for my pistol. Before letting me in, the SS officer briefly briefed me once more. As I already knew, Himmler was addressed simply as Reichsführer, not Herr Reichsführer. Furthermore, I had to tuck my cap under my arm before entering. This contrasted with the custom in the Wehrmacht, where we reported to our superiors while wearing our headgear. Everything had been clarified, and we could begin. I had no illusions after everything I'd heard about Himmler. We didn't feel any particular affection for the SS anyway, and there was nothing to be done about it. I reported succinctly. Oberleutnant Karius, commander of the 2nd Company of the 502nd Heavy Tank Battalion, has arrived, as ordered, following his recovery. However, it took some effort on my part to omit the customary, "I have the honor to report." I also had to make an effort not to address him in the third person, but simply to use the word you. Occasionally, force of habit got the better of me, especially during conversation after dinner. But I didn't let it get to me, because I asked everything that was on my mind. Himmler stood up. "On behalf of the Führer, I award you the oak leaves to the Knight's Cross, in accordance with the order of July 27th, 1944. The Führer apologizes, as he has always personally presented the award until now. The Führer is overburdened with work. He has authorized me, as Chief of Staff of the Army Reserve, to present you with the oak leaves and to convey his best wishes, including a speedy and full recovery. I personally congratulate you sincerely and from the bottom of my heart. You can certainly be proud because you are the youngest in the entire army to have been awarded this honor." Himmler approached me, shook my hand, and handed me the oak leaves in a small box. Then he said in a friendly tone, "And now we'll go to lunch. The guests are probably already waiting. After lunch, we'll be able to talk in an informal setting." After a brief, military-style thank you, I put the small box in my breast pocket and walked out into the reception area. However, Himmler stood beside me and said, "My dear Karius, that won't do. I would still like to briefly introduce you as the new recipient. You should wear the award around your neck." He released the clasp that securely held the Knight's Cross on the ribbon and attached the oak leaves to it. Then he patted me on the chest and said, "Is this probably your own invention? I'll advise my subordinates to use the same method. Some of them also wear such a decoration around their necks." He was referring to the elastic strap from driving goggles, It fit comfortably around the neck, regardless of its thickness. It was especially practical to wear with a shirt. My first impression of this man, whom his opponents had nicknamed the bloodthirsty dog, turned out to be surprisingly favorable. I was no longer worried about the upcoming friendly conversation. Himmler and I walked into the dining room, where 15 to 20 people rose from their seats. I was introduced to the entire gathering and seated to Himmler's right. Soon, I had the opportunity to see that most of those present were generals, though there were a few men in civilian clothes. The conversation interested me greatly. 2 SS generals had been recalled from Yugoslavia to discuss additional measures that were to be taken there. It should be noted that the partisans in that country did not get along with one another. The old enmity between Serbs and Croats persisted and had long been exploited by our leadership. Therefore, we supplied the Croats with weapons. Now we wanted to mobilize them and use them for our own purposes. Several civilians were representatives of the military-industrial complex. In their view, the main problem that needed to be resolved as soon as possible and under any circumstances was the issue of air defense. This, of course, was understood by any ordinary person who is horrified at the sight of the destruction of our cities. I would have been happy to discuss this topic at greater length with these people, especially since only here could I find out whether there was still a chance of successfully ending the war. The wartime meal was modest. They served soup, followed by meatballs, vegetables, and potatoes. It should be noted that, out of respect for the guests, the potatoes were not in their skins, but peeled. For dessert, they brought canned pears. In any case, I wouldn't call it a sumptuous meal. After finishing the first course, I didn't want anything else. Himmler signaled to the orderlies, who were all SS sergeants, and personally added a serving to my plate. He was in a good mood and said, "Eat up, Karius. You don't look like someone who should be restricting his food intake. Quite the opposite. You need to gain weight. Otherwise, there's no way you'll be discharged from the hospital anytime soon." Drawing laughter from everyone present, he pointed to the general, who had put on a few extra pounds. "Karius, you'll have to gain at least half his weight." Himmler was wearing a plain gray uniform. He wore no insignia or decorations. I was struck by the fact that this man was considered so dangerous. I thought that probably anyone who has to maintain order in the country, behind the front lines during wartime, is unpopular because they are forced to act without compromise. Then coffee was served. Himmler took it with him to his office, where he resumed the official discussions. It should be noted that he did not smoke or drink alcohol. As an honored guest, I was allowed to take my time, enjoying my coffee and smoking a cigarette. Then came the momentous occasion when I engaged in a lengthy conversation with Heinrich Himmler. I will try to recount our conversation from memory as accurately as possible. Himmler's office looked modest. The room was very large, but nothing stuck in my memory except for an imposing desk. It stood in the far right corner, some distance from the wall. In the opposite corner was a row of comfortable armchairs. We settled into the armchairs around a small, round table. Later, I often recalled this conversation when people said it was impossible to get close to this big man of the Third Reich. For half an hour, I remained face to face with Himmler, sitting relaxed at the table with a pistol in its holster. Our informal conversation remains vivid in my memory even today. After a few friendly opening remarks, Himmler asked, "Oberleutnant Karius, do you believe that with the development of anti-tank weapons, tank forces will soon become obsolete? I replied with complete candor. Reichsführer, I do not share that opinion. You know that the Russians have long used anti-tank units. However, they were almost never able to do anything when our tanks operated together and covered one another. If infantry operated alongside them, the likelihood of anything happening to them is not high. The possibility of striking with a rocket-propelled anti-tank grenade launcher or similar weapons from a long distance is just as small. If the tank crews are on guard, the soldiers can fire such weapons only once. Our tank units successfully used this tactic against the British and Russians when they were moving with their hatches closed. However, our battalion lost only one tank when the same tactic was used against us. That was on the Narva. And that happened because of the incompetent use of a single Tiger. In addition, for our protection against infantry, we have a mortar in the turret that fires S-type mines. If necessary, it can be fired without leaving the turret, using a special mechanism. But I've never had to use it. Himmler listened attentively, then suddenly changed the subject. What do you think, upon returning home, about the mood of the people? You, of course, could not help but be impressed by everything you saw here. I felt not the slightest hesitation at this direct question, and quite frankly said what I thought about it. Reichsführer, there is not the slightest doubt that people have become quite anxious because of the terrible air raids. Everyone is waiting for a weapon to appear that can drive the terrifying enemy out of our airspace. After a moment's hesitation, I calmly continued. Many people, myself included, are repelled by the pompous speeches of certain party leaders who act as if the war has already been won and final victory is within our grasp. Now Himmler was looking at me intently. In my opinion, I continued without hesitation, our people have already shown that they are strong enough to know the truth. They already know that we must continue to work hard to turn the tide of war in our favor. Couldn't we arrange for experienced frontline generals to come to Germany from time to time and speak with the people? These men deserve more respect than party functionaries, who in fact know nothing about the situation at the front. For this reason, they only spout empty phrases, likely taken from higher circles. Will Himmler fly into a rage after I have described certain party functionaries to him in such a disparaging manner? Not at all. The Reichsführer SS replied quite calmly, I am aware of the suffering of our people. I am also aware that our new air defense must become an indispensable condition for our continued survival. In a relatively short time, we will be able to stop the Americans from flying in parade formation over us. Our new jet aircraft will soon be put into service. Tests have been conducted on new anti-aircraft missiles, some of them manned, others radio-controlled. You were just sitting at the table with the gentleman in charge of this. You are right, my dear Karius. Without comprehensive countermeasures against the bombings, we will not hold out for long, but the situation will soon change completely. At this, Himmler hesitated for a moment. A necessary condition for this, of course, must be the ability to hold our front lines at any cost for another year. We need this year to complete, without interference, the work on the weapon we are creating to stun the enemy. At these words, I recalled an old saying. The story is fresh, but hard to believe. Yet at the same time, a glimmer of hope dawned before me. Himmler continued. As for your criticism of the party leadership, I must also agree with that, Karius. You know yourself that the best men are fighting at the front. I simply could no longer condemn their request to go to the front as volunteers. When we win the war, and we must win it, we will quickly eliminate the abuses that currently reign here. We will replace incompetent people with those who have proven themselves in action. Unexpectedly, he changed the subject again. Wouldn't you like to join the SS? We're looking for young, proven men. In a few weeks, you could become a Hauptsturmführer. More than anything, I was far from wanting to part with my tank crew, so I replied immediately. No, Reichsführer. My conservative nature abhors changing sides. I only want to return to my former company. I also had no intention of engaging in active service. I believe that the rivalry between the Wehrmacht and the SS has so far had only negative consequences for everyone. We in the Army unreservedly acknowledge the great achievements of the SS at the front. But do not forget that the SS units have the best trained men and the best equipment. That is, they have always been in a privileged position. This has often generated animosity toward them in other units. Even this remark did not provoke any indignation in Himmler. As for your concern regarding the rivalry between the Wehrmacht and the SS, I can tell you today that efforts have been underway for some time to unite the two branches of the armed forces. It should be noted that these efforts have consistently failed due to the stubbornness of the Wehrmacht generals. Himmler's remarks pleased me because they proved that our generals were indeed showing greater resolve than was generally believed. The introduction after July 20th of the German salute, modeled on the Nazi one, always made me extremely uncomfortable. I hoped the generals would remain steadfast. The SS, after all, could have joined us, since we were, of course, the first. But there were many indications that the SS wanted to absorb the Wehrmacht. Himmler was already the chief of staff of the entire Army Reserve, which included all Wehrmacht units. In that capacity, he had just presented me with the oak leaves. Then Himmler began to speak of personal matters. Do you have any personal requests that I could grant? Perhaps for additional leave or something of that sort? I immediately asked him for a document stating that my service status be changed to return to active duty. I also asked to be sent immediately to my unit with the marching battalion. Himmler smiled disapprovingly. That won't happen, my dear Karius. I cannot allow you to return to the front for the next 2 months. You cannot kill yourself before the war is over. You must regain your strength over the next few weeks or months in the reserve battalion. There is still enough time for you to return to your unit in the spring. You frontline soldiers always demand highly trained reinforcements, but you never think about training a few men yourselves. After some minor mutual concessions, I finally managed to get something in writing. In this document, I was deemed fit to return to duty on January 1st, if I so desired, and was to be immediately transferred to my former company unless I wished otherwise. Later, I made quite effective use of this document. Our conversation was coming to an end. Himmler asked if I was familiar with Salzburg and its surroundings. When I replied in the negative, he kindly placed a car and driver at my disposal. As we parted, he extended his hand to me and said, "If you ever encounter any difficulties, wherever you may be, please do not hesitate to write to me. You may contact me at any time." With these words, he took his leave. I have described my meeting with Heinrich Himmler in such detail because he truly surprised me. After our conversation at his headquarters, I began to harbor some hope for a successful conclusion to the war. This was after I had already considered defeat inevitable. Regardless of one's attitude toward the Third Reich, the truth demands that these people be portrayed as they truly were. Himmler provided me with a car for a short trip. The driver showed me some wonderful places. He took me to Berchtesgaden to the tea house, which everyone called the Eagle's Nest. He also showed me the Obersalzberg. I would also have gladly visited my father, who was serving on the border with Yugoslavia. Unfortunately, I couldn't locate him, and only found out after the war that I had been just 3 days' journey away from him. For me, meeting him then would have been the greatest joy. Throughout the entire time I lived on the special train, both before and after my award ceremony, reports coming in from the front were constantly being discussed. The commander of the 4th SS Panzer Corps, General Gill, called quite often. His corps had been assigned to reinforce the northern sector of the Eastern Front and was currently in reserve. Of course, all of this was extremely interesting to me. We discovered that the Russians had concentrated large forces in this area with which they intended to launch a major offensive. It later culminated in the capture of Berlin. Thanks to the Western powers, who graciously waited to allow the Russians to take advantage of honorable terms of surrender. However, Hitler did little to live up to the title of Supreme Commander. In any case, his directives were more than ill-advised. For example, he withdrew tank divisions from the northern sector shortly before the Russian offensive and transferred them to the south, where we intended to launch our own offensive. According to Hitler's plan, this offensive was supposed to force the Russians to pull some of their forces south, thereby fragmenting their strength. But they did not do us this favor. The days when the Russians fell for such a maneuver were long gone. Unfortunately, they knew exactly what position we were in. In any case, the divisions were sent south with orders to attack immediately. As a result, this only played into the Russians' hands. In some cases, the infantry attacked first without tanks. In others, the opposite occurred. Our offensive in the south was repelled, and the divisions were largely scattered. Contrary to all strategic and operational directives, General Gill's corps had to remain in the front-line zone. Thus, his corps could not be transferred to the area of the Russian breakthrough. His units were routed at the start of the Russian offensive and forced into a general, disorderly retreat. Thus, they were unable to influence the situation. Had the requests of Gill and other commanders been granted, they proposed withdrawing the corps even further to the rear as a reserve. These well-armed troops could certainly have stopped the Russians. After that, it became impossible to halt their advance. By January, the vanguard of Russian tanks had already appeared at the gates of Kustrin. By that time, I had familiarized myself with the area around Salzburg and was awaiting my return to the hospital. 3 days later, 2 SS officers who were planning to travel to Berlin took me along with them. I was glad to have saved the time I would have spent on a long train ride. It was also wonderful that I had the opportunity to drive up to the Armed Forces Personnel Administration building in Berlin. I would have to deal with the train later. On the way from Salzburg to Berlin via Munich, I learned to appreciate the car radio, which I usually paid no attention to at all. And all because we were able to learn from the reports where enemy planes flying at low altitudes had been spotted. Only thanks to this were some able to avoid encountering them. As soon as low-flying planes were reported, we would drive under a highway bridge and wait until they disappeared from view. Betrayal on the production line. We deviated from the route from Munich to Berlin at the Halle exit and took a short detour to the synthetic oil production complex in Luna. SS officers met there with the plant's chief engineers. If my memory serves me correctly, the conversation concerned the relocation of certain production departments underground, which were still experiencing technical difficulties. The visit to the complex in Loen was very interesting to me. As everyone knows and understands, fuel production plants have always been targets of enemy air raids. However, this does not justify the fact that bombs were dropped indiscriminately and thoughtlessly on residential neighborhoods during punitive raids. While speaking with the directors in Lewin, I learned that attacks were expected only when partial production resumed. If the plant was inactive, the enemy bided its time. They waited until part of the facility had been sufficiently restored by tireless women and men who worked day and night until the production process could resume. Then, they planned to bomb the production facilities to smithereens right on the evening of the first working day. Since the enemy couldn't determine the exact time the reconstruction work ended from the air every time, it was as clear as day that there were traitors inside their own factory. But despite all the precautions and investigations, they were never able to find them. Barrier balloons hung in the sky over the entire factory grounds, which stretched far and wide. But the Americans usually flew so high that the balloons were completely useless. The anti-aircraft guns were also ineffective. The high altitude at which the enemy formation approached also worked in their favor, because the probability of shooting down a plane was significantly reduced. Unfortunately, the Americans were even informed of the effectiveness of their raids. They continued to carry out raids on their targets as long as their bombings were successful. Production had just resumed on the day of our visit. Therefore, the director advised us to try to leave the area before dark. Despite this, we stayed there longer than planned. We had barely made it to the highway when enemy bombers appeared. We wanted to see if what we had been told was true. We stopped at the nearest overpass to see with our own eyes that the Americans had been informed that day as well. The sight turned out to be horrific. Unfortunately, our workers were absolutely right. The bombers dropped their entire payload on the factory, and we got the impression that they would no longer need to make any more combat sorties. They had undoubtedly done a fine job. Our workers continued to toil like bees at the partial restoration of the plant, come what may. But this conscientiousness and diligence are useless on their own. There were traitors among them, just as there are elsewhere, and the enemy could destroy the fruits of all this painstaking labor in a matter of minutes. The catastrophe is spreading. The trip to Berlin went without incident. I stayed at the apartment of an SS officer who gave me a ride in his car. The first thing I did the next morning was go to the Armed Forces Personnel Office. I intended to obtain an order there for my reassignment to my old company. Although I left my old man's cane outside the door, just as I had done during my visit to Himmler, I was unable to secure my immediate transfer back to my former unit at the front. I wanted to outsmart the reserve battalion, but the staff officers were unyielding. They politely but firmly turned me away. I boarded a train heading back to Westphalia. I arranged to be transferred to a hospital in the area where my uncle was the chief surgeon. I hoped I could achieve more there. At the same time, I was practically among family. I was told to send a telegram before my arrival, but they didn't know me very well if they expected me to actually do that. My sister, who worked in the kitchen, baked me a 3-layer cake, and we celebrated my arrival in a friendly atmosphere. During my stay at both hospitals, I learned what food the nuns supplied. I must say that all the wounded were delighted with the rations. For example, even at Christmas in 1944, every patient in the hospital received half a chicken. I vouch for my words. Every wounded soldier, not just the officers as the naysayers like to claim. The wonderful sisters performed superhuman feats. The hospital, as you can imagine, was overflowing. My uncle operated day and night. Party officials in the area insisted on organizing an official ceremony in my honor at the movie theater. They intended to invite the public. I told them right away that I had no interest in such events and that they shouldn't count on my attendance. So the Heroes Tribute ceremony was not held on a grand scale, but in an adjoining room at the hotel. Only my comrades in arms from the hospital and my uncle's friends were present. The head of the local administration also showed up with his entourage, but quietly left the gathering after I finished my thank you speech. I should mention that in my speech, I gave an overview of the situation from my perspective. Meanwhile, the enemy was getting closer and closer to the western borders of the Reich. By December, we could see train cars packed to the brim in Westphalia, presumably arriving from the front. People usually spoke excitedly about the fact that, as they believed, the Americans were already just a few kilometers away. We, of course, had our own thoughts on the matter. Where could all this lead? If all the forces fighting on the Western Front had retreated so far, then the Allies would soon reach the Rhine. Meanwhile, the western regions had already been evacuated. I took advantage of the opportunity to see my mother again briefly after Christmas, and helped her remove a few belongings from the house for safekeeping. On the way back, I stopped in Berlin. I inquired whether it was possible to get to East Prussia. Meanwhile, my old company had halted there. I wrote to my comrades in arms that I could walk fairly well again and felt strong enough to somehow make it to the front, but I was unable to do so with the reserve battalion. On December 2nd, I received the following reply. Lieutenant, given your injury, you can certainly consider yourself lucky to still be among the living, and you shouldn't be excluded from that number next time. When will we see you back in the company? Needless to say, that would be a tremendous Christmas present for the company. I, of course, felt the same way as my wonderful comrades. I was disappointed when the Armed Forces Personnel Office informed me that it was no longer possible to reach East Prussia. The troops were being withdrawn, so it made no sense at all to send me there. Instead, I was to report to Paderborn. The units being withdrawn lacked officers with frontline experience. I would have found a suitable role there. Of course, I was very disappointed and immediately went to see my brother, who was attending officer training in Kampnitz. When I arrived there, the atmosphere was one of general excitement. All the cadets were preparing to take up positions around Berlin. I was lucky because if I had arrived a day later, I would not have seen my brother at all. It should be noted that the Russians had already made an appearance a few days earlier near Kustwin. Hauptmann Fromm quickly assembled a battalion from all the training tanks available. If I had arrived a day earlier, I would have been able to take command of a company immediately because there wasn't a single suitable officer. Hauptmann Fromm was a strong-willed, battle-hardened soldier whom I knew from earlier days. It was said that he had been stripped of his rank in peacetime because he had struck a commander with whom he had quarreled while intoxicated. This energetic old warrior became an officer again during the war, starting from the very bottom. By 1941, he had already been awarded the Knight's Cross. Fromm showed the Russians near Kustwin that the road to Berlin had not always been so smooth. He wiped out the Russian advance guard and thereby prevented them from immediately seizing the crossing over the Oder. At the hospital, I quickly packed my suitcase and left, as ordered, for Paderborn. The commander of the reserve battalion in Paderborn wanted to immediately saddle me with a training company. I told him that I didn't feel confident enough to train a company of 300 men. I wanted to be transferred to a combat unit that was being formed. He didn't like that. I remembered the letter Himmler had given me, and when I presented it to the battalion commander, he abandoned his plans. But now I had to wait idly until something suitable came along. The 3rd Company of the 502nd Battalion, under the command of Hauptmann Leonhardt, had been withdrawn from Russia and was stationed in Zinnelager. The company had received a new King Tiger and was preparing for battle. There I found my old crew, along with Oberfeldwebel Delzeit, who continued to lead them with his usual energy. I also saw familiar faces in the combat units. Oberfeldwebel Sveti was a tank commander there, and Lieutenant Ruvedel was a platoon commander. How happy I would have been if I had been transferred back to my old unit, because there was still hope that this company would be sent back with the battalion to the Eastern Front. However, the commander of the reserve battalion put an end to those plans. He was already fed up with me. By evening, everything had gone completely haywire. Everyone in the battalion lived by the dubious slogan, "Fight for your own pleasure, the world will be terrible." Such immorality, and all those senseless gatherings based on the principle of, "After us, the deluge," were utterly repulsive to me. I wasn't the only one who felt this way about how these gatherings were conducted, but our circle was relatively small. In any case, it was clear to me that I wouldn't be staying in Paderborn for long. A dark shadow of disaster was looming. The Ruhr Pocket. Hauptmann Scher was the commander of the 512th Jagdtiger Fighter Battalion. I was grateful to him for accepting me as a company commander. I had to disappoint the wounded from my old company. Although these men were lying around doing nothing, their transfer to the front was strictly forbidden by the commander of the replacement battalion. I regretted that I had no way to keep these loyal, battle-tested men with me. As a result of the incredible efforts I made, I finally managed to recruit Lustig as my personal driver. The situation with our equipment was quite complicated. The Tigers, for the battalion, arrived from the Hindenburg base in Sankt Valentin near Linz, while the guns were delivered from Breslau. However, the Russians had already advanced beyond that location, so we were able to equip 30 Jagdtigers with guns. Each company received only 10 vehicles. Ultimately, this proved sufficient, since we were unable to find crews for more tanks anyway. Ammunition was brought in from Magdeburg. The ammunition transport team had radio contact to report on every stop. That's how important our participation in the fighting was to the High Command. The tanks were transported by rail to Paderborn. The companies were concentrated in Zinelaga. We got the impression that we were considered a secret weapon that could still save Germany. Since the vehicle parts were stored in Dellersheim near Vienna, I had to make regular trips covering 1,000 kilometers between Paderborn and Vienna. There was little to enjoy about this in the dark and amid constant air raids. And although I drove with my headlights off, we had a lot of trouble with the civilian population, who were terrified. But how could I have covered that distance if I had stopped at every air raid and waited for the all-clear? In Kassel, I was very lucky again during one such trip. We were in the city center when suddenly the sirens wailed. Everyone ran to the bomb shelter. My Hauptfeldwebel, who, unfortunately, bore no resemblance whatsoever to Hauptfeldwebel Rieger, wanted at all costs to get out of the car and take cover in the bunker. I didn't let him talk me into it and stepped on the gas to get to the outskirts of the city as quickly as possible. We barely managed to get past the railroad crossing when bombs from our liberators began tearing through the air. Fortunately, the carpet bombing took place further away and to our right. The entire part of the city where the Hauptfeldwebel had wanted to get out lay in ruins. Once again, my sixth sense had kicked in, and I felt a huge sense of relief that I hadn't paid attention to my Hauptfeldwebel's requests. When self-propelled guns were being tested at Zinelaga, we suffered our first setback. Despite its 82 tons, our Jagdtiger refused to behave the way we wanted it to. Only its armor was satisfactory. Its maneuverability left much to be desired. Moreover, it was a self-propelled gun. There was no rotating turret, just a closed, armored hull. Any significant gun traverse had to be achieved by turning the entire vehicle. For this reason, the transmissions and differentials quickly failed. And such a monstrosity had to be designed not just any time, but in the final phase of the war. A better design for the travel lock on the 8-meter gun of our Jagdtiger was also absolutely essential. The lock had to be disengaged from the outside during combat contact with the enemy. It was, of course, necessary to secure the barrel while on the move along the road. Otherwise, the gun carriage mounts would wear out too quickly and accurate aiming would be impossible. Added to all these problems was the fact that the tanker could not feel comfortable in the self-propelled gun. We wanted to be able to rotate the gun 360 degrees. When this wasn't possible, we didn't feel safe or superior, but rather as if someone were breathing down our necks. During the zeroing in, Staff Corporal Sepp Moser set up targets in the countryside outside the city. A native of Passau, he was a man with a strong body and a heart of gold. He served in a maintenance platoon that had been withdrawn from Russia with the 3rd Company of our battalion and reorganized in Paderborn. As soon as Zepp got down to business, things went smoothly. Moser drove a tractor-trailer. In peacetime, he drove a beer truck. His wife handled his correspondence, laconically remarking that if he did it himself, the pen would break in his hands. I heard from a comrade who met Zepp again in Passau after the war that he was content. He proudly noted that he received 30 liters of beer for free every week. Then the friend asked him in amazement what he did with that much beer. The answer to that question was classic. Well, when I don't have enough, of course I have to buy some on top of that. Sepp Moser devoted himself entirely to his work during the zeroing of the self-propelled guns. We kept missing the target, so we soon got sick and tired of it. Finally, an artillery maintenance technician checked what was wrong, and then things went better. We discovered that because of its incredible length, the gun shook so much even after a short off-road drive that its alignment no longer matched the optics. This promised plenty of awkward moments. The equipment was failing even before we encountered the enemy. My company was to be loaded first. The night before, I had given my soldiers the evening off and was surprised and very pleased that no one was absent in the morning. Our destination was the railway station in Siegburg. The almost panicked rush was understandable. We knew that the Americans had already crossed the Rhine at Remagen after the bridge fell into their hands undamaged. Despite the complete chaos that already prevailed, everything we had was safe and sound. That alone was an achievement. 3 echelons had been prepared. Loading proceeded according to plan because, for some inexplicable reason, enemy aircraft were not targeting the railway station in Zinnelager, even though all our self-propelled guns were concentrated there. I preferred to travel in my own car to familiarize myself with the new operational area before my company arrived. Due to low-flying aircraft, transport operations were carried out only at night. In my car, I had to constantly drive back and forth along the railroad tracks, making sure the trains didn't get held up for too long. Their passage along the tracks was often obstructed by fighter bombers, which caused a great deal of trouble. Air defense was virtually non-existent. Moreover, a strange mindset prevailed. It could be summed up as follows: do whatever you want, but don't shoot. The pilots might spot our positions. The ease with which enemy fighters flew over us in broad daylight drove me mad. However, we had no way to defend ourselves against them. The enemy's air superiority was simply overwhelming. For this reason, during the day our trains stood in tunnels or under the cover of embankments where they were not entirely safe. The field kitchen never showed up, so I had to be a jack of all trades, a driver, a courier, a transport chief, and a company commander, depending on the situation. Sometimes I even had to heat up food for my subordinates. Fuel and food were available in the warehouses. They either fell into American hands or were senselessly destroyed. When I finally knew for sure that the first freight train would arrive in Siegburg in the morning, I went ahead. I learned that the Yanks were already firing at the loading ramp. That meant things were going to get heated. In Siegburg, after a long search, I found Major Schmidt, the former commander of the 502nd Battalion. He was in charge of the Armor Corps Communications Headquarters in the West, and was somewhat surprised to see me there. I could hardly believe my ears when Major Schmidt told me he had no idea what to do with us, or where we were supposed to be deployed. Then, even greater absurdities ensued. For example, one of my motorcycle couriers showed up and proudly informed me that our first train was being loaded in Duisburg. It was supposed to arrive in Siegburg, but it was being loaded in Duisburg. Something strange was going on. I ordered the courier to squeeze every last drop of speed out of his bike, but he wouldn't reach the Siegburg area until the following night. Meanwhile, Major Schmidt had gathered all sorts of units and staffs. Even Field Marshal Model, commander of Army Group B, was unaware of our planned deployment in his sector. I was ordered to report to him upon the arrival of my vehicles. While waiting for that, I wanted to finally get some sleep. After all, who knows when I'll ever get to be in peace and quiet again. I was just lying on my wooden bed when a guard appeared and reported that Oberleutnant Held was asking for me. So much for sleeping. Held had been my platoon commander when I was still a recruit. I hadn't seen him since 1941. I was simply happy to have the chance to catch up with an old acquaintance. We talked all night. We couldn't get through to Siegburg because of heavy shelling, so we left the first echelon in the tunnel until dark and brought the vehicles up during the night. Not a single wheeled vehicle was running. All the tires had been shot out, and it took days just to get the supply trucks halfway back in working order. An intervention at Remagen was no longer possible because the advancing Americans had already crossed the highway. The Yanks must have been very grateful to Hitler for building these high-quality roads. If only we had encountered such roads during our offensive in Russia. We would have reached Moscow then, instead of getting bogged down in the mud along the way. At that moment, I was attached to General Bayerlein. My first platoon took up positions in a small wooded patch just behind the front line. I myself hardly ever got into a combat vehicle anymore because the individual self-propelled guns were scattered throughout the Corps sector. I was constantly driving from one platoon to another, from one Jagdtiger to another, and from one regiment to another to direct the fighting. Soon, these distances were no longer very great, because the Ruhr pocket was closing in more and more. An incident occurred that proved to me just how much morale had fallen among the soldiers and officers. My chief of staff was on combat guard duty on my Jagdtiger in the aforementioned patch of forest. He had taken my crew with him. Suddenly, my driver, Lustig, came to me on foot halfway from the front line. I already had a bad feeling. The good fellow was completely out of breath and only caught his breath just before reporting to me what had happened. "I just almost punched my tank commander. If we were still in Russia, he'd already be dead." Then he explained to me what had happened. His vehicle, along with another Jagdtiger, was positioned at the edge of the forest and was well camouflaged. A long column of enemy tanks was moving across the front line at a distance of about 1.5 miles, and Lustig took it for granted that the commander would give the order to open fire. Why else were our self-propelled guns there? However, He refused to fire even a single shot. A heated argument broke out among the crew members. The strange officer justified his refusal to fire by saying that opening fire would reveal their position and thereby attract the attention of fighter bombers. In short, not a single shot was fired, even though the range was practically ideal for our guns. The enemy would have had no chance whatsoever to threaten our Tigris. However, it wasn't just that this strange officer refused to open fire. Shortly thereafter, he also ordered his vehicle to be driven back out of the forest. That was precisely how he gave away his position. Fortunately for him, there were no planes in the sky at that moment. He retreated to the rear without informing the commander of the second Jagdtiger at all. That commander immediately followed him, and both of them raced off as if the devil were chasing them. Of course, there was no enemy to be seen anywhere around. Due to the careless driving of a completely inexperienced crew, the second vehicle broke down immediately. The fearless Oberleutnant didn't care about the vehicle at all. On the contrary, he stubbornly kept moving until his vehicle also came to a halt. At least the sergeant major in the second self-propelled gun blew up his own vehicle. Then, Lustig set off on foot and insisted that I pass on his report to the battalion. However, at this stage of the war, it no longer made any sense. Everyone had to decide for themselves whether to meet their end with dignity or as a pathetic coward. Hundreds of soldiers from all branches of the military lay in the woods and awaited the end. Their morale had completely dried up. In Siegen, I went to my battalion headquarters to report the situation to the commander. When I arrived at the command post, I was greeted from all sides. A rumor had spread that my men had destroyed about 40 enemy tanks. I set them straight when I reported that we hadn't destroyed a single Yankee, but on the contrary, 2 of our combat vehicles had been completely knocked out of action. Had there been 2 or 3 tank commanders and crews from my company, which had fought in Russia with me, that rumor might well have turned out to be true. All my comrades would not have hesitated to open fire on those Yanks marching in parade formation. After all, 5 Russians posed a greater danger than 30 Americans. We had already noticed this during the last few days of fighting in the West. Meanwhile, it became clear to us that we were completely surrounded. The Ruhr pocket was sealed off. Field Marshal Model wanted to break through with all his forces near Marburg and escape the encirclement while there was still time. That would not have been difficult at all. However, the High Command held a different opinion and ordered us to hold out in the pocket as long as possible. The route of our breakout ran along the Sieg River through Eitorf, Betzdorf, Kirchen. The first objective was Siegen, which was supposed to be held for a long time. Several self-propelled guns had already broken down while moving along the road. Despite their best efforts, the inexperienced drivers couldn't handle the situation in the mountainous terrain. The men really tried, but they had neither the experience of driving heavy vehicles nor sufficient training. The chaos was mounting. We encountered chaos everywhere. The roads were completely gridlocked, and cars became easy prey for enemy aircraft, which had complete air superiority. By issuing warnings to the civilian population, our leadership asked them to leave their homes and retreat alongside the troops. Only a small percentage of residents heeded this request. We were hinted that our army intended to use tabun, a new gas that instantly paralyzed the nervous system. The High Command likely distanced itself from its use because it would have decimated our own civilian population, and even this weapon would not have changed the course of the war. Most civilians stayed home and awaited the arrival of the Americans. Of course, only a few of them believed in the foolish fairy tale about liberators, which had long since been disproved by the ruins of the bombings. But everyone longed for an end to the threats and fears. After all, in the West there was no need to fear the Russians, from whom the unfortunate people of the eastern regions were fleeing in panic across the snow and ice. Traveling day and night, constantly pursued by fighters and bombers, we finally reached Siegen. Although we hid the self-propelled guns in barns or haystacks during the day, 2 more of them were put out of action by fighter planes, and we had to blow them up. How I envied those comrades who had not had to endure this hopeless struggle over the past few weeks on the Western Front. In Siegen, I found an excellent position on high ground, where the combat positions were set up. From there, we had a wide firing sector across a clearing onto the road leading into the valley on the opposite side of the Siegen River. We were waiting for the Americans at this spot, but even here we were not destined to hit anyone, despite the fact that I remained in my self-propelled gun to avoid another failure. This was because the Americans had allies among us. Civilians who had taken up positions in the trenches on the opposite slope stopped the American vehicles before they came into our line of sight. I still wonder if such a thing is possible among other nations. Then I led my company to Wiedenau and set up anti-tank barriers there. I set up my command post in the factory's bomb shelter. I learned from one civilian that part of the civilian population was collaborating with the enemy, while another part was with us. It wasn't hard for me to understand that the people there felt apathetic and were tired of the war, but that they would hand over their own compatriots to the enemy. At first, I didn't want to believe that. At first, we also allowed people to run over to the Yanks if they wanted to get something from them. We didn't check anyone who came back. However, I soon noticed that the Americans were always firing in the direction of my self-propelled gun, even if they couldn't see the target at all. After that, we naturally stopped going over to the enemy. Virtually all of our Kubelwagen passenger cars had been put out of commission. So one evening, we decided to replenish our fleet at the Americans' expense. It never occurred to anyone to consider this a heroic act. The Yanks slept in houses at night, as was proper for frontline soldiers. After all, who would want to disturb their peace? Outside, there was at best a single sentry, but only if the weather was good. The fighting began in the evenings only if our troops were retreating and they were pursuing them. If a German machine gun happened to open fire, they would request air support, but only the next day. Around midnight, we set out with 4 soldiers and returned fairly quickly with 2 jeeps. It was convenient that they didn't require keys. All you had to do was flip a small switch and the car was ready to go. Only when we had already returned to our positions did the Yanks open haphazard fire into the air, probably to calm their nerves. If the night had been long enough, we could easily have driven all the way to Paris. The next day, a small attack was planned just east of Wiedenau. Its goal was to capture the high ground from which our positions were clearly visible to the enemy. I had no use for infantry, even though infantrymen were lying around in abundance. What could we do with men whose fighting spirit was completely crushed? Enemy propaganda was working with tremendous success. Besides, there was something else. These units had been stationed in France for a long time, and their fear of this enemy and their dread of being taken prisoner were minimal compared to the fear they had experienced in the East. Everyone thought that only one thing mattered: simply creating the appearance of covering ground. Later, as we were driven ever tighter into the bag, we encountered crowds of former German soldiers who, according to their papers, had been properly discharged from the Wehrmacht. A shrewd city commandant decided that the Americans would fall for this ruse. However, at that moment, the enemy was still rounding up all civilians, from school children to the elderly. They considered every German a criminal. In reality, the hatred toward Germany was far more brutal than our propaganda had ever portrayed. Even today's accounts of atrocities cannot diminish this fact. We gathered for our small operation with our self-propelled guns. Even though I could hardly count on success, I intended, at any rate, to show the Yanks that the war was not yet over. The only evidence of this was the ruins, of which they were probably still proud. We were used to an enemy like the Russians. We were struck by the contrast. In the entire war, I had never seen soldiers scatter so fast their heels were flashing, even though, in essence, nothing special was happening. After all, what could we achieve on our own? We advanced a few hundred meters to the south and reached our objective. I finally spotted an enemy tank, which was darting erratically behind a house until it vanished. I wanted to test our 128mm gun for the first time. I seized the moment and fired a shell with delayed action fuses at the house. The result demonstrated to us the monstrous penetrating power of our weapon. After the second shot, the American tank caught fire. But what good was even the best weapon at this stage of the war? The Yanks were certainly roused now, because someone was actually firing at them. We soon found ourselves in the center of intense artillery fire, and bombers appeared to punish us. Fortunately, there were no casualties. As darkness fell, we withdrew to our previous positions, because none of the infantrymen were willing to hold the new line. One of my self-propelled guns was put out of action after it landed in a bomb crater. The next day, an order came to move the self-propelled guns slightly north and set them up in a more advantageous position to cover the road. By midnight, my company had set out, and I followed later in my car. Just as I was about to pass the column, a terrible explosion shook the air. Everyone stood up, and I saw that a self-propelled gun was on fire. The crew members scattered in all directions, thinking that the Americans had broken through. I immediately had my doubts. The Americans attacking tanks at night, and on foot? No, that was out of the question. Everyone was on high alert, weapons at the ready. Then figures appeared, and I recognized German helmets. Some of them were from World War I. These brave men were cautiously making their way forward until I broke the spell and called out to them in German. It turned out that before us was the last reserve, the Volkssturm, People's Militia. These men, of course, had never seen German self-propelled guns before and were firmly convinced that they were facing the bad guys. One of them finally lost his nerve and fired a Faustpatron. Both sides got off lightly. Finally, Field Marshal Model pleased me with an order to redeploy my Jagdtigers to the Una. I had been complaining all along about ineffective firing sectors and hoped to find suitable ones on the open plain between Una and Werl. We were still in the process of loading at Gummersbach when the Americans broke through at Weidenau. It was very difficult for us to get away. Fighter bombers constantly harassed the train convoy along the railroad, and the personnel servicing the trains refused to take responsibility for their movement. So our men had to operate the locomotives themselves. Using a maneuvering locomotive, the advance party rode along the tracks to check for any breaks in the rail. The condition of the track could change by the hour. The Russians would never have given us that much time. But how much time did the Americans need to eliminate the pocket, where there could be no question of any serious resistance? A well-armed German army unit could easily have wiped out the entire Ruhr pocket from the outside within a week. I was moving quickly with a reconnaissance platoon toward Oola to survey the area and assess operational possibilities. Unfortunately, there weren't many suitable positions left that I had hoped to find there. Advancing from the east, the enemy had already taken Verel, a strange city commandant. I was attached to the city commandant in Oola. Even unit commanders were required to follow his orders. In reality, however, they barely noticed this man, who behaved like a commander on the battlefield. In any case, I had to introduce myself to him. The command post was located at a military training ground west of local road 233 and south of the Ruhr Highway. Finally, I found the entrance to the bunker. 30 steps led down to a deep basement, which had likely been originally equipped as a bomb shelter. Outside stood a rookie sentry who took his duties very seriously. At first, he refused to give any information, but eventually he confirmed that headquarters was located there. Down the stairs, I had to walk through a dark passageway where the sentry led me to the commander. When the door opened, I couldn't believe my eyes. Seated around a huge table cluttered with maps were numerous SS officers in striking, immaculate uniforms. In front of each of these gentlemen stood a glass of liquor. In short, a unique kind of command post. I reported and gave an account of my combat strength. With the intonations of an experienced master of ceremonies, the commandant explained the situation to me. He showed me on the map where positions were presumably held around Oola, how many men were under his command, how magnificently fortified Oola was, and how impregnable it was. Of course, my 7 Jagdtigers were also immediately marked on the map. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. From the positions assigned to me, I couldn't fire a single shot or see anything beyond 50 meters, since they were located behind a railroad embankment. Before that, I had already driven around the area and found a position for myself. To my objections, the commander-in-chief replied cheerfully, "My dear friend, I think you'll soon get the hang of it. At the moment, the greatest danger comes from an attack from the east and northeast. We'll soon show those Americans." I replied respectfully, "Aye," and made my way outside to get a breath of fresh air. When I opened the door, a young sentry ran up, visibly agitated, and reported the following. "Artillery is striking Sector 15 on the map." I asked the sentry about his duties. According to him, he was required to report the location of every artillery or bombing strike immediately. The Führer never went upstairs, not even to take a bath. Everything was conveniently organized over the phone. How different this was from the behavior of the SS units we had seen in the East. At least at that moment, I knew that we could wage war there in a way that suited us better. All that remained for me was to make sure that our strange little bird didn't fly out of its nest without my noticing. I positioned self-propelled artillery units to cover the Ruhr Highway and the rest on the northern outskirts of Oola in the direction of Kamen. My command post was in a room in a residential building near the second group. There were almost no civilians left in the city. A small, elderly woman still lived in the house we were occupying, and she took good care of us. I was always on the move, monitoring the situation to ensure we didn't end up trapped. The next day, enemy tanks were already firing at the city, albeit from a very long distance. I left my command post and went to the garrison to find out the mood at the garrison headquarters in Oola. A frustrated Napoleon immediately summoned me. "These Yankees are showing unheard-of audacity. They're just firing at the city from their tanks. From my observation post on the anti-aircraft turret, I'm being told that these guys have driven out into the open in their tanks and are moving in columns. He also advised me to climb up to the anti-aircraft turret once and take a look at their maps. It's hard for him to climb stairs because of a broken bone, so he walks with a cane. I was, of course, interested in the Yankee tanks, so I climbed up to the anti-aircraft turret. From there, I immediately saw about 20 enemy tanks lined up in a neat little row about 2.5 kilometers away. Every now and then they fired a volley at the city. I thought to myself that we ought to show these guys once and for all that we still had some ammunition left. If they had crossed the Grand Canal and had to face so many unnecessary fears, they should be given the chance to tell at least one story about a real shell once they got home. That's just how we Germans are, such mean people. However, I wanted our Napoleon to take part in our operation. After all, broken bones wouldn't bother him in my tank. So I returned to the command post and extended my invitation to him. Of course, he couldn't say no. With the 2 Jagdtigers I'd taken off the Ruhr highway, we drove up a small hill east of the firing range. From there, we had a magnificent view of the enemy. Unfortunately, when I opened fire, I noticed that the Yanks were actually at least a good 3 kilometers away from us. So we wasted too much time trying to zero in properly. Meanwhile, the enemy tanks had crawled into a small wooded area. They, of course, quickly called for support to counter this superior force. The enemy didn't keep us waiting long and opened fire with shells of a caliber that was very unpleasant for us, targeting our position. Strictly speaking, I had no further business there, but as a hospitable host, I wanted to let the city commander experience at least a few near misses. The danger of a direct hit was, of course, small, because the Yanks were firing from long-range guns. However, the psychological effect of their barrages was stronger than expected. Our Führer and great strategist rushed back to his bunker, forgetting his cane. I left 2 vehicles there and positioned them in the cemetery south of the post to provide cover from the east. The crews diligently camouflaged their vehicles, and I urged them to hurry up with the work because a lame-legged duck with an artillery observer was buzzing in the sky, conducting a reconnaissance flight. In a real war, such an aircraft, which resembled our Fiesler Storch, would have been destroyed immediately. In a situation where we had neither planes nor anti-aircraft guns, however, they could fly around without risk and correct the fire of their batteries with great precision. As soon as our soldiers began firing their machine guns upward, the Yanks immediately vanished. I saw 2 or 3 planes shot down in this manner during the battle in the Ruhr pocket, but those were purely accidental hits. In reality, any enemy aircraft sorties in the final weeks of the war were completely safe. A lame duck spotted us, and soon a shot rang out from the Yanks. The shell exploded about 150 meters behind us. "Quick! Everyone into the vehicles!" I shouted, but the young men didn't hear me. They simply lacked experience and didn't believe in the danger threatening them. The second shot landed, probably 80 meters in front of us. This was immediately followed by fire from the entire enemy battery. A heavy shell struck the middle of our group. I was only a few meters from the explosion, but miraculously, I was hit only by a small piece of shrapnel. Now, of course, everyone who could still walk vanished into their self-propelled guns in an instant. However, 3 soldiers remained on the ground, screaming in agony. They had suffered severe injuries. A piece of shrapnel had torn open my loader's entire back and struck his spine. I loaded all 3 into my passenger car and ordered the driver to head straight to the hospital in Iserlohn, where I knew some doctors. Despite their efforts, one of the wounded soon died. All of this was solely the result of inadequate training. When I returned to headquarters and was about to go down the stairs, I heard machine gun fire nearby. My sergeant and I immediately set out to investigate what was going on. Just beyond the perimeter of the firing range, we saw a soldier from an unknown unit. He was astonished to find German soldiers still there. He belonged to one of the defeated units, the remnants of which were making their way back on their own. They had run into an enemy reconnaissance patrol, which had triggered the gunfire we had heard. It should be noted that none of the soldiers had seen anything resembling occupied positions. This amused me greatly in light of the reports on the situation given to our commander. I returned to the bunker. In any case, we had no reason to worry that the Yanks would advance further during the night. I found the whole group in its usual composition and in high spirits. I asked about the latest reports from the front. Full of pride, the city commandant briefly informed me. Our fortress is holding like an iron ring. So far, only the units in the north on the road to Kamenn have engaged the enemy. I replied a little less smugly, but just as to the point. If you don't immediately mobilize your reserve companies in the garrison, you'll be overrun before the Yanks even get around to calling you on the phone. His reply was classic. Don't get nervous before it's time, my young friend. This is the kind of people the Americans had to deal with. This man thought he needed to calm me down. I expressed my most sincere wishes as I took my leave and set out to drive to the command post as quickly as possible. I wanted to pull both self-propelled guns back from the road to Kamenn and order those stationed on the Ruhr highway to move out of Oola immediately in case the Yanks tried to encircle them. I drove north on Highway 233. About 50 meters before the intersection of this road with the Ruhr highway, I was stunned. I slammed on the brakes. Right in front of us, vehicles were moving from east to west. We could only make out shadows, so we got out of the car and crept closer. Our suspicions were quickly confirmed. American wheeled and half-tracked vehicles were moving slowly past Oola toward Dortmund. They had absolutely no idea that there were still German soldiers in the area. Not a single soul stood in their way. That's how strong the ring around Oola was. My Jagdtigers hadn't opened fire yet. They probably didn't want to give themselves away. I drove back and pulled the Führer out of his bunker to show him this strange spectacle. We had just returned to our previous position near the crossroads when I heard my self-propelled artillery unit open fire. The movement was immediately halted, and several jeeps scurried back and forth haphazardly before our eyes. I then drove into the city without my commandant, because he preferred to return on foot. He was indeed frightened, because I was driving one of the jeeps captured in Siegen. It was adorned with a Yankee star. And although my sergeant tried to reassure him, noting that the Americans would surely be more offended by their military uniforms than by the jeep, the commandant refused to be persuaded to ride with us. My jeep had already served me well several times when I wanted to occupy the command posts assigned to me by the Corps, and could not confirm the presence of Americans until I had personally visited a specific location. After a chaotic exchange of fire, the Yankees retreated in their vehicles back to the eastern outskirts of the city in the early morning hours. The Americans' indecision once again delayed the fall of the fortress of Oola. The bravery of the commandant and his garrison did not play a significant role in this. Today I often wonder why we simply did not allow ourselves to surrender. It was obvious that all was lost, and the soldiers could hardly continue to offer resistance. But we did not want to and could not believe that all our sacrifices had been in vain. If our opponents had shown even a little more courage, we would probably have surrendered much sooner. At the very least, we could have hoped for decent treatment. However, no true frontline soldier would, deep down, have wanted to allow himself to be captured prematurely by these half-baked soldiers, while our comrades on the Eastern Front were still bravely holding back the Russians. From Corps headquarters, I quickly drove back to Oola to reach the city before dawn. Just before the Ruhr highway, a red light was flashing. Could it be the Yanks? We had overestimated them after all. We finally saw an SS man vigorously waving a flashlight. He said, "You won't be driving into the city anymore. All anti-tank barriers are in place. Oola will defend itself to the last soldier." With the words, "Without me," I drove past the surprised young man. Soon we reached the first anti-tank barrier. Any vehicle could easily drive around it to the left or right of the road. I arrived at the garrison without encountering the enemy. A soldier who had fallen behind his unit told me the good news that the commandant had left. Before doing so, he sent a radio message to the Führer's headquarters. "Oola is surrounded. We'll hold out to the last soldier. Long live the Führer!" According to the latest order, the Oola garrison was to assemble in Iserlohn. I found my Jagdtigers and led them south toward the next village. Soon we realized the war was still raging. An American tank began causing trouble. I quickly moved the Jagdtiger into position on the eastern edge of the village, while I drove my vehicle up a small hill to take a commanding vantage point. The enemy had already reached Highway 233, and 5 tanks were standing right in plain sight under the trees. The distance was no more than 600 meters. I quickly took one of my self-propelled guns to give the enemy something to think about. The commander of the Jagdtiger, a staff sergeant with no frontline experience, wanted to handle the situation himself. Approaching from a safe side, I first led him on foot up to the high ground. I pointed out the enemy and told him the distance, so there really shouldn't have been any mistake. It was just like at the training range. Then the staff sergeant went to his vehicle, and I stayed behind to observe. The fool then made a fatal mistake. He didn't lower the gun to get it into the correct position until he had almost driven onto the hill. The Americans, of course, heard the engine noise and reacted accordingly. 2 tanks drove off, but the other 3 opened fire. The staff sergeant's self-propelled gun was soon hit in the frontal armor, and he didn't manage to fire a shot himself. Instead of finally firing, the lunatic turned around on the hilltop when he could have simply rolled back. When the Jagdtiger appeared in all its glory before the Yanks, they laid into our vehicle. It was immediately engulfed in flames. More hits followed, and none of the 6 crew members managed to escape, likely because they were all getting in each other's way. This example clearly shows that even the best weapons and the greatest enthusiasm are useless without rigorous basic training. The end is near. From our position, we could see the Volkssturm militiamen abandoning their posts and streaming back into the city. The war was over for these people. The Americans advanced without a fight in long columns along the Ruhr highway toward Dortmund. Through my binoculars, I could see women and girls waving to the liberators. White flags suddenly began to fly everywhere. The city, which just moments ago had been as quiet as a graveyard, came alive again. A line from Deutschland, Deutschland über alles. Germany, Germany above all. German women, German loyalty. What did we soldiers care about others who had raised the white flag? We didn't want to break our oath to be such despicable scoundrels. I had to resort to a trick to get more fuel. Demonstrating German precision, the sergeant on duty at the fuel depot cited his orders. I yelled at him. "Then please let me see your logbook. I will report to Field Marshal Model, who is responsible for ensuring that I have the opportunity to send out my remaining vehicles." I immediately received fuel in abundance. I had so much of it that I wouldn't have been able to use it all up before the Rhineland pocket was finally eliminated. Despite the aircraft, we were able to return to our unit in a single go. Then we continued the rear attack. By that time, the pocket was so small that, at least, communications were working well. In the previous few weeks, there had been almost no communication between Model and his divisions. I set up my penultimate command post in a house next to the railroad tracks. We slept on the floor. I had barely begun to doze off when a terrible explosion shook the air. We, of course, immediately assumed it was enemy bombers, but it turned out to be a German railway artillery unit firing its final salutes over our heads toward the north. We withdrew before the bombers arrived, especially since the unit had disappeared into a tunnel. During my last combat engagement with the enemy, I had to surrender a village for the first time due to the armistice and everything else that came with it. I had only heard about this through rumors. Such a situation simply didn't make sense to those of us who had fought only on the Eastern Front. We were covering a large village. I had orders to hold it at all costs for as long as possible, because the Ruhr pocket would collapse after the surrender of this important strongpoint. The Americans, apparently, did not expect further resistance and were approaching along the road in their tanks. After we knocked out the first few of them, the others did not show up anymore. After that, the chief medical officer of the hospital arrived from the village. He angrily rebuked me for opening fire. The hospital was overflowing. Even private homes were packed with the wounded. The chief medical officer said that the entire village was like a large field hospital. Then it became absolutely clear to me that we would have to withdraw without a fight, although I knew that the bag would fall apart once we surrendered this position. Despite this, I decided to negotiate with the Americans. When I went to the enemy with my sergeant, I felt a tingling under my breastbone. It was a hangover from the time I had spent in Russia. What did the Red Cross mean here? However, the guns were silent here, because both sides were tending to their own wounded. And things were far from going well with my sergeant. He was afraid for me and talked about it all the time. But everything went well. The Americans got out of their tanks, probably so we wouldn't be afraid. I was received by the commander of the tank unit, who was accompanied by a Jewish interpreter. The first question, of course, was, "Are you from the SS?" I was able to reassure the good man. Most likely, he believed that bloodthirsty scoundrels were hiding behind the uniform of anyone belonging to the SS combat units. I assured him that we tankers had already been wearing the death's head on our uniforms long before the SS units. Then I expressed my wishes, and the American lieutenant rode with me to our corps headquarters as an intermediary. He didn't say a word during the trip. When I asked him if he belonged to such and such an armored regiment, since that number was embroidered on his sleeve, he replied laconically that he hadn't asked me about our regiment's number. His response was probably quite reasonable. However, I was simply surprised that the Americans went into battle with a number on their uniforms. I should note that we did not wear our insignia during the war. Everything was discussed at Corps headquarters, and the evacuation was approved. Why should we continue to unreasonably endanger the wounded? It should be noted that the Americans did not take a cigarette from our general, let alone any drinks. Were they really that afraid of us? Then there was a precise plan for how the Americans would take the city once we left it. The time of the ceasefire was set exactly. I felt as if I were on a football field during halftime. I drove the lieutenant back and said goodbye to the commander of the American Armored Advance Guard. He wanted to offer me a cup of coffee and was very surprised when I declined. Then he asked me why we were still fighting at all. In response, I told him, as a soldier and an officer, I probably don't need to give an explanation on this matter. He advised me to take care of my men, since we would soon need every soldier to carry out joint missions. This remark gave me some hope again. After all, it might have referred to a joint campaign against the Russians. Perhaps prudence would prevail over the hatred between Western rivals. Perhaps also in light of the situation that had developed between the enemy's combat units. Unfortunately, the final word belonged to the politicians. I had barely left the village with my tanks when the Russians, former camp prisoners, began looting the population and attacking civilians like beasts. I had to turn to the Americans again with a request to restore order. They restored order in a way I could never have imagined. The Russians soon found themselves behind barbed wire again. These ruthless measures made me even more convinced that the Western powers would turn against the Eastern countries after our surrender. After another 2 days, I stopped in the village where I had been in the hospital. Everything looked completely different than it had back then. The place looked like an army camp because everyone who hadn't yet been taken prisoner was being sent there. No one was thinking about organizing a defense anymore. We were in a small patch of forest. Our repair platoon was working on our last Jagdtiger. Then news came that the Americans were in the village. We blew up the barrels of our self-propelled guns. My company was gathering for the last time. I cannot put into words what I felt in that final unit and how the soldiers' faces appeared to me as we said our goodbyes. Some still wanted to break through, but we all met again later in the camps. Field Marshal Model avoided capture by committing suicide in a forest near Duisburg. What a pity for this fine military commander. Even he was unable to prevent defeat. I took comfort in the fact that this exemplary warrior avoided being handed over to the Russians by committing suicide. That, of course, would have happened after his capture. He did not want to live to see the ruin of his homeland. Pagans often turn out to be better Christians. We followed the news from the Eastern Front until the very end of the war. We continued to take advantage of the opportunity in our hospital to listen to broadcasts from the last radio stations of the German Reich. We were glad that our comrades in the East continued to fight desperately, delaying the Russian advance as long as possible. Unfortunately, their sacrifices were in vain. The Americans stopped at the Elbe. Our hopes for a joint struggle against the Russians were lost. How easy such an offensive would have been, and how eagerly our units would have marched eastward. All units were still assembled together. The Yankees would only have had to take care of the supplies. The last opportunity to wage a preemptive war with minimal risk was lost when, blinded by hatred, they entered into a pact with the devil against Germany. The sole goal pursued by the Allies as a whole had been achieved. Germany had ceased to exist. The Americans could not have won the war in any case. That had already been decided even before the invasion. They had the option of making way for peace. Grand Admiral Dönitz spoke on the radio after the announcement of Hitler's death. The officers gathered with the doctors in the officers' club. We put on our uniforms once more, knowing that this would be the last time. A few days later, on the Americans' orders, The first residents of the hospital were transferred to a prisoner of war camp. I left voluntarily, along with a lightly wounded lieutenant colonel and 6 other officers. It was then that we first met American soldiers, about whom we had heard more or less through rumors during the fighting. Technological progress should be welcomed. However, if it serves as a substitute for good upbringing, then that upbringing looks like what we had to endure at the hands of enemy officers and soldiers. Only those who did not participate in the fighting could act in such a manner. These were people who judged us based on malicious propaganda. Not only defeat in war, but also victory in war requires a display of magnanimity in a person. This magnanimity was completely absent in our opponents. I had the impression that the powers occupying us wanted to prove in every way possible that they were no better than us, but much worse. Then they herded us by the thousands onto the playing field. This meant that hardly anyone had a chance to relax. There was no food, even though our units had brought trucks loaded to the brim. They were overturned, and the food was burned. Worse still, they didn't give us a drop of water until the threat of a riot arose. When the long-awaited water was finally delivered, the major tried unsuccessfully to maintain order so that everyone could get some. The veteran soldiers kept their place in line, but the Yankees grabbed civilians as well, who immediately created a stampede and rushed like cattle to get whatever they could. They simply spilled the water, and in the end, no one got a single drop. A few days later, they brought us men who had recently undergone amputations because the entire hospital had been ordered to evacuate. They hadn't provided any bandages. We tore up our blankets to help our comrades. They died a horrible death, and we had to watch them die without being able to help them. At night, our lives were in danger even if we were just walking around. They opened fire immediately if anyone tried to bathe. I personally saw 3 soldiers lose their lives this way before they even crossed the marked line. Such were these liberators who wanted to teach us to be humane. The so-called interrogations were also horrific. People were forced to testify about things they had no idea about. They were thrown into pits in the ground that narrowed to a point at the bottom. They had to endure this until they confessed to their crimes. Others were forced to kneel on sharp metal surfaces to break their resistance. What actually happened in Remagen, Kreuznach, Landau, or even in the SS camps, or on the infamous Malmedy trails, could give some idea of the guards at a few concentration camps. Fate, by the way, turned out to be kind to me. I was soon released because of my pitiful appearance. I borrowed some civilian clothes, said my occupation was farmhand, and gave my uncle's address, he was a doctor, as my place of residence. So I unexpectedly showed up as a free man at my uncle's hospital. We were both happy to see each other, and the doctors envied me because they were still prisoners. But for me, the war was truly over. A new life had begun. In conclusion, many years have passed since then. Yesterday's enemies have become today's allies. The hatred that the Western powers had heaped upon German frontline soldiers, a hatred we continued to feel for many years after the end of hostilities, has given way to the recognition that this German soldier did nothing other than fulfill his duty for 4.5 years. He performed it as he should have, bravely and selflessly. The fact that our own country has repeatedly ignored this fact is a separate story. it leaves a stain on our people's reputation for all time. The good old spirit of comradeship cannot be destroyed, despite all the humiliations we endured and all the injustice that befell us. Shared suffering unites us. Shared trials bind us together. Who, then, would be surprised that we tankers tried to find one another after our return from captivity? I was very happy to be one of the first to return home. Once there, I felt true happiness. It was an unforgettable day. My father arrived the evening before. He found my brother and mother at home. The following evening, we were all happily reunited. And although none of us knew anything about the others, we all returned home within a single day. So fate had been kind to us. The first person from our former unit whom I was able to contact was Delzite. After him, I got in touch with Kessler, Rieger, and Stadler. Today, we are in contact with more than 50 former soldiers from our tank unit. We celebrated our first small group reunion in Holzkirchen near Munich. Our comrades from Austria also came. In 1955, we met in Seevolschen on Lake Attersee and attended this gathering with our wives. Back then, we decided to meet again every year at Pentecost and not to rest or relax until everyone who served in the 2nd Company of the 502nd Heavy Tank Battalion had gathered. This book is dedicated to these soldiers and especially to our fallen comrades who are always with us during our reunions. That's all for today. If you liked the video, please support it with a like and subscribe to the channel. Bye for now, everyone. See you next time.